And I will post the YouTube link in the Zoom chat so you guys can share it. And I will post the YouTube link.
Victor, this is a Zoom with the end of 535?
This Zoom ends in 3535, yes. Okay. We are live. And who should I make the host during the meeting now? Esther?
Someone got everything on? Is it me?
You have Esther's audio and your audio on, Nick. That's probably why you're getting an echo.
I have more than 3 things on is why. Make Esther the host.
Got it. Okay. I think you guys are good to go.
Well, I can only see. Oh, look at that. I can see me over there. Okay. Yumika, are you there? Can you all hear me? My students. Esther, can you hear me in your headset? Yes.
No.
Can you hear me in your headset? Can you all hear me? Esther, you can hear me? I see yes.
Yes.
Robert, thank you. BJ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Kaylin, Jonathan, Yao. I feel like Mr. Rogers. This is a true test of me not saying 4-letter words.
We're proud of you.
No, you're not. Okay, we're waiting for our first student, Yumika, and she will be at 10:30 exactly. So she's going to be 7 minutes. Someone want to send her a note and tell her we got it? Did you? Okay, thank you. There she is. Okay, I'm going to mute. I'm going to say thank you to everyone that's here. I really appreciate it. I hope that you all got my information that I sent yesterday, and you were able to go through it. I think all of you, I'm looking at all these faces, are familiar enough with New Orleans for sure to know the site. Bhumika is going to give us a quick overview of the program and the site, and then jump into her project. Are you all ready? I'm going to mute myself, and hopefully I will stay muted for the. So again, thank you all. I owe all of you dinner. I'll talk to you soon.
I'm not allowed to share my screen.
Let me try and fix that.
Okay, thank you.
Esther, you're the give her control. Good. All participants. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all participants. Good.
Okay. Yeah.
Just right click on her. Make sure she can. Yumika, did that work?
Yes, thank you so much. Can't play. Okay, can you all see my screen? Okay.
Yes, we can.
So hi, I'm Bhumika, and thank you all for being here. The site we were assigned is located on Poydras Street at an existing parking lot, and we're trying to potentially redevelop the land to become an office space, an office building with a plaza. We were all required to have a minimum 8,000 square foot plaza in our scheme on the ground floor, and the ground floor of this building is supposed to have retail uses mainly, with just an entrance to the office, and then the rest of the floors were supposed to be used for office. And I will talk more about the site during my presentation also. So I watched this documentary in a previous class, and it really impacted how I see plazas and public spaces. And since that was such an important component of this project, I looked at Poydras Street, and a lot of the plazas I noticed when we went to the site visit were examples of the bad plazas shown in the documentary. And one of the important things is that there's a lack of gray space, which you can see if you look at this building, look at the building footprints. It's very stark. There's a lot of white space and a lot of black space, and there is not enough areas of respite. And if you zoom in on the closer site plan, it's the same thing. Everything are these harsh edges, and people can only occupy the sidewalk. And when we also visited the site, we noticed that people were trying to walk through the parking lots to break the monotony of the straight edges and just the sidewalk. So I thought of the concept of interstitial spaces and how that could inform my scheme, and creating gray spaces, not just outdoors, but also indoors. And so I looked at some precedents, including these, and the main way of applying, what I explored more was applying the concept of interstitial spaces to the interior circulation of the building. I also looked at examples of outdoor street walks, and also looked at this one in New Orleans, which I had personally experienced. And it's Fulton Street. It's just a few blocks down from the site. I also explored some other precedents, and these two precedents shown here use a strict grid system and then select specific moments to break that rule. And that grid system also works towards informing the envelope. So starting out with the scheme, I looked at the footprint and started with a 15 by 15 foot grid that I spread across the site. The building envelope, the building footprint is set to cover all 3 streets surrounding the building, and it creates an interior corridor in the back from South Rampart Street to O'Keefe Street. The next step was to define that edge with native planting and trees, so that, because it's just surrounded by another parking lot below it, and then punching through on the Poydras Street side to create an alley to enter the plaza. And then the circulation zone is within this zone highlighted here. And as you can see, the footprint and the way the alley is punched out, the building gets divided into two equal, two different sections with the same area. And then this was also extended 3-dimensionally as a rule, while also paying attention to zoning strategies. For example, the zoning strategy was to have at least a minimum 14-foot transparent facing retail section on the ground floor. And so with that and balconies punching out and the stairs punching out, the facade was informed. And so as you can see here, the circulation is surrounded, is planned so that it's adjacent to the terraces that are cut out of the building. And the structural system is a post-tension concrete system. The mechanical system is a combination of DOAS and VRF. So and there's also underfloor air conditioning for floors 2 to 5. It wasn't done on the first floor to maintain the 3-foot grade level from the street. And then if you look at the mechanical plans, you can see that DOAS provides the supply and return, and then the VRF system is used to condition the space. Underfloor air conditioning was considered for this project because when you're heating only the first 6 feet of 6 feet volume of air, it's more efficient. There's also a perimeter divider with zones of around 500 square feet based on the geometry. And so that creates this pressurized plenum, which is used to supply the air and condition it. The facade has a framing system, which is made out of steel and is constructed so that it interacts with the perforations of the facade in such a way that it's not really visible to an observer. The facade is this perforated, these 15 by 15 foot perforated, 15 by 5 feet perforated panels. And on the corners, there are opaque panels, and the opaque panels also cover the core. As a process, I worked through, as a studio in general, but also I worked through these study models. And something these really helped me identify was clashes between different systems. And then they were further refined over the semester. So for the facade system, as I worked through the physical models and the drawings, I considered the sun exposure and the wind conditions. and the solar heat gain received by all sites to decide how the facade would be constructed. And so I tried out a few different options. The first one was just the regular perforations, except for where the corners and cores are located. And then in the second one, I tried doing these opaque bars on the sides with more solar heat gain. But I didn't, and then some with random patterns. And then I also considered one where all the sides with more solar heat gain are just left opaque. But this limited the cohesion that was there in the first option. But the first option is just perforated on all sides and exposes the building to more solar heat gain. So the solution was something that happened as a coincidence while I was laser cutting. And I realized that some of the perforations are not getting completely cut. So then I edited the facade so that some of the panels are only filled in around 75%. And I played around with the percentages of that on each side. And this was the final result. As a process for the program, I tried the strategy where I grouped different uses and then tried to shift them around and play with them to see which ones had more synergy. And then I explored that to come up with this program where the private offices are limited to one wing of the building, and the more open co-working spaces and open offices are one. And then programs such as the event spaces are sectioned off with the open office spaces, and then programs such as the meeting spaces are sectioned with the private office spaces. So for the floor plans, you can enter through any street, and there are ramps on all of the sides. When you enter, you can enter into the office space on the right, and then the rest of them are retail. Everything here is following the 15 by 15 grid, which is further broken down into 5 foot and 2.5 foot grids for other systems. And all the bays are equally spaced, and they're 40 feet by 30 feet. The cores and service spaces occupy one bay each, and then other program is also distributed according to the structure. And for the second floor to fifth floor, you have the open spaces, which are near the terrace and the staircases, and then the closed office spaces are in their own wing. The open offices get more of a view of Poydras and also the back courtyard, but the private office spaces face O'Keefe Street, which is quieter than Poydras. And the terrace is occupiable with some of the kitchen lounge space allocated to it, and with some outdoor seating. And if you look at the elevation here, you can see how the staircases wind through the building. This is the Poydras elevation. And on the south rampart side, you can enter the courtyard in between this building and then two adjacent buildings nearby. But on this one, you can see the stark distinction and the stark contrast of the type of spaces that exist on Poydras. And so one solution to this could potentially be a master planning phase that would use this, the plaza system, and extend it beyond to the other parking lots. If you look at the sections, you can again look at the variety created by the terraces and this double height staircases. The double height staircases are also surrounded by glass on the upper story, so that it eliminates the fire risk. And for the wall section, something very important was to keep the structure insulated and inside the thermal envelope. And so thermal envelope, it's all inside that. And then here you can see the here you can see how the underfloor air conditioning system is only on the upper stories, but it's also only where it's inside the conditioned space. And then this is a view of the building from the courtyard when you enter from the South Rampart side. And then this is this is when you enter from the South Rampart side. And then this is an exterior shot with the buildings in context. And then here are a few more exterior shots as you approach the building from the street. And this is the entrance. And if you take a left, you can go into the office space and enter the office lobby. And then in the second floor, there's a second lobby, which is adjacent to the balcony space. And then if you look at the same space from the other side, you can see the connection between the two staircases. And the staircase space is meant to be occupied, and the area around it are the open office spaces. And here you can again see the visual connection between all the different spaces. So you have the staircase, and then you have the terrace behind it, and then open office spaces behind that. And these are some examples of the office spaces and how they visually connect to the terraces and the staircases and other spaces. And this is a view of the courtyard from one of the terraces. And you can see the closed office spaces on the left. So again, in the section perspective here, cut through the Poydras side, you can see the terrace on the top floors and how a lot of daylight comes into the space because of the geometry and the way the program is designed. And this is cut through the alley that you entered through. And here are a few axons of the building placed in context. That's all. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Bhumika, maybe you can leave up one of the images.
Yes.
So we have concept board, but
Just a second.
cool.
Bhumika, thanks for that presentation. I wanted to ask a question, and perhaps one of the plans would be a good place to respond over, maybe even with your cursor. But I'm interested in understanding better how the exterior circulation to the plaza works with the points of entry and circulation in the building. You made such a great case for designing small spaces and for encouraging cross-block circulation. I was wondering how that impacted the circulation at the entry point and then through the building. And if you could show us a little more concisely, that would help.
So you're trying to understand how the building, the circulation within the building was impacted by the plaza?
Right. So how do you imagine, say, there might be a couple of different building occupants, right? The daily users who work in the offices, and then perhaps the general public. Could you just show us how you imagine they move into the building?
Yes, of course. I'm trying to. I'm not able to move my cursor over this,
Okay.
but I can try and explain the best of
Sure.
my ability. So some things were that, so if you look at one of the retail spaces on the left, it's extended to occupy two bays to make sure that it also has street frontage and access to the plaza. And so there's one on the corner for someone who might not want access to the plaza. So I made sure to include a variety of retail spaces in there with different types of access, and all of them except for one connect both to the street and the plaza. So if someone comes to the retail space, or actually I'll call it commercial space, so it could even be a restaurant. So the restaurant could have some seating in the backyard for people to go into. So people come into the front and go to the back. As for the office, it was ideal that it would have the main entrance to the plaza, and making sure that you have to enter through the alley and then go into the office, make sure that you enter this nice space of compression before you enter the office towards the left. And then the staircase by the office is the only monumental staircase located at that point of the building. The rest of them are located towards the left side of the plan. And that's mainly so that they interact with the terraces more. And so the way it also interacts with the plaza is that the facade has perforations located where the staircases are. So that ensures a visual connection between the plaza and the staircases as well. So if you see here, the facade does not cover the points where the staircases are located. So that doesn't just happen with the plaza, it also happens with the street. So you're sort of intrigued when you're walking around the building's perimeter because you only see glimpses of the staircase.
Okay. Thank you.
And where do you imagine most people at the pedestrian level would be coming from? Like how would people approach this? And you talked a little bit about pedestrian patterns,
right,
currently, but how do you feel like this intervention would adjust those?
So people mostly walk on Poydras because that's the only way. There aren't a lot of interior streets in Poydras except for the one precedent I showed. So they mostly walk on Poydras, but as you observed, they were cutting through the parking lot in a lot of circumstances because they wanted to get out of the street that they were forced to walk on otherwise. And so I imagine that they will just, people could use the street to just cut through and take a shortcut to go through, go from South Rampa to O'Keefe. But also there's the Civic Theater on O'Keefe Street. And so the plaza could also have some connection with that on the O'Keefe side.
Hi, well, I'm going to speak up. This is BJ. Thank you for what is, a highly thought through project. First of all, I think you hit on so many issues that you don't always get to talk about in projects at school. So I think that you've done a lot of thinking about your project. I really applaud you for the completeness of your thoughts. Couple quick questions. So many come to mind, but one question I have has to do with the scale of the building relative to the buildings around it. If you could think about that for a second, number one. And then I jump onto the inside and think about, do you think that this building will be occupied by one office tenant or multiple office tenants? And if it's multiple office tenants, how do you think they relate to each other? relative to if somebody wants to just rent a floor or at a time, and how do they mix and mingle? And then the last question would be something about how the cellular closed-in type offices relate to open office space. And right now they're very distinct from each other. They don't have as much cross-pollination as potentially you could offer. So anyway, those quick 3 questions.
Yes, so with the cellular office spaces, the way the core is set up, there is a lobby space that is opposite the core on the side of the closed office spaces. And when you exit that staircase, the lobby space acts as a sort of transition towards the open office spaces. And even in the closed office spaces, there are some open, although they're cell spaces, they're still open and not surrounded by interior walls. And so there's a sort of transition that goes from the open office spaces towards the closed office spaces. Your second question was the scale of the buildings. And so when we actually visited the site, I thought of, so there's 2 spatial environments in Poydras, one that runs along Poydras and one that runs perpendicular to Poydras. All the high rises are located along Poydras Street. And so there's a stark contrast. So the building actually matches the scale of the buildings that are located perpendicular, and it interacts well spatially to the building opposite it. And we were told that we'll only have 1 tenant for this building. It's supposed to be a tech company. But I was also studying how a lot of companies are using these things called hoteling, where you only have some employees in the office at a time and then you switch them around. And co-working spaces are on the rise. So, and because of COVID, everyone is not even in the office at all times. So that's why I used that as an opportunity to maximize as many open spaces as possible, so that although it's an office for a tech company, it could function more as a co-working space for everyone who works there, letting them have flexible schedules. And the office is just a nice environment where they can come and collaborate with other people rather than work individually, because they can also do that at home.
Cool, thank you.
I agree that it's a very elegant solution in terms of the way that you've approached the street, kind of the scale, and the way that you've thought about the perforations on the exterior and the relationship with the vertical circulation. I think that was all really well thought through. And it's I think it would be a very attractive building. Ultimately, the one question I struggle with a little bit, though, in terms of the context, is it feels like this kind of building type, this medium scale office building, is sort of struggling to live in the liminal space between the big office building and then the sort of very pedestrian oriented arcade style 2-story historic across the street. And that you would, I feel like it's such a great project to attempt for a studio, because it's like, well, how do you kind of live in those 2 worlds? So I would have loved to have seen it not be raised up sort of 3 feet from the sidewalk, and actually engage the sidewalk a lot more on Poydras, in terms of, the opportunity to really bring people into your plaza that's sort of tucked behind in secret. How do you maybe, instead of forcing everyone to go upstairs, right, to enter your building, think about how those stairs force a sort of sense of separation and like, oh, I'm not really supposed to go there. And that if you had lowered the whole building down, potentially that could have offered a more welcoming kind of attitude, if that was the intent.
So So the mid-rise building, I agree from a real estate standpoint, it doesn't provide much cost benefit since the FAR in this area is as much as the height restriction on this area is based on the floor area ratio. So you can pretty much go up to really high heights. But with the courtyard, so I've made sure that I put in really wide ramps on each staircases so that it encourages people to walk up to the plaza. Raising it up 3 feet, the plaza and the building was a requirement in the brief. But even on the office side, even on the Poydras side, you can, when you enter the retail spaces, you can just enter at the ground level and there's stairs inside the retail spaces. So there is some interaction with the street there.
Hey, Bhumika, it's Ben. This is a great project. I really love it. Comprehensive studios are always a little tough for me to know how to really critique because I'm usually used to talking more about ideas than kind of technical details and things like that. What's really great is to see how much you can do in a semester by yourself and with support of an instructor. I mean, this is a really accomplished project. I mean, it's fantastic. And to go from understanding FARs to circulation to structure to mechanical systems to really understanding a compelling facade in an urban context, it's a real testament to the skill that you possess. I want to pick up a little bit on what Gabriel said in the chat, and I think I had a similar question. And I don't know if I'm going to pick up on what he was thinking specifically, but he was talking about the way that in plan, how you encounter the facade. And what I was thinking about was the proportion of the openings in the facade relative to the experience of viewing it from the inside out. And, having worked on facades with kind of screen patterns in the past, I do know that sometimes the scale of the opening can create a disorienting kind of fatigue on the eye. And I'm curious if you had any sort of study of, what that was like from an inside out perspective.
I explored that through these renderings that I mentioned. And that's also one of the reasons why I decided to leave it, go with the perforations instead of the opaque ones, because the ones with the opaque screens provided too much distraction, and there was just a lot of activity happening. But yeah, that's definitely something I would like to explore more if I was given more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful facade. And I think as long as you know what kinds of qualities you're creating with those relationships, I didn't hear it talked about that specifically. And I think as long as you understand how that would work, I mean, I think that's really important, but it's really a fantastic project and, you should feel very accomplished about it. The one thing that I would stress maybe is some of the views I think could be kind of developed a little bit more. I think that there's kind of almost an unevenness sometimes between some of the views, and that's a pretty nitpicky thing. So if you can keep the consistency up between the various sort of perspectives, I think that would help sort of solidify the real strengths of the project.
Thank you.
I might lean in with, I think your best decision was to pull the building away from those two existing smaller structures on O'Keefe, right? And that allowed you more freedom with your facades, especially on that, it being on the south side. And it also started to create those liminal spaces, as Dominique was suggesting, and allowed for a little bit more flexibility on that ground plane. And so that was really smart. And that allowed the building, because of the FAR, to get a little taller, right? So it's not as flattened out. And it gives it can compete in that middle ground of, the tiny buildings and the high rises. So well done on that. And, I'd echo all the other sentiments that have been brought up. But back to how does one reconcile that 36-inch BFE? How does the building interact with the sidewalk? I'd encourage you to think a little bit more about, it doesn't have to come straight down. There could be a little bit more fluidity to where you bring the sidewalk, I'll call it, to the undercarriage of the building on that podium part, and less about it's always at the perimeter where you reconcile that grade difference. But it's a really smart project, and integrated design in this studio is, personally, this is my favorite studio after having taught it at other places, and because it does reconcile and causes you to have to think about things beyond the ideas, as Benjamin suggests. And so, really well done. So my only question, and I'll stop talking here, is what would you really have liked to explore more deeply? You elevated all the kind of core components to this, but what is the thing that you wish you had more time on?
I really appreciated your input about the plaza and the ramps, and I agree with you. And that's something I would explore more if I were given more time. But other than that, I think I would really like to see how I could make the facade system even more thought out, not just in terms of what it looks like from the inside, but also the different material options. Right now, it is metal, but I was initially thinking about the idea of making it translucent, but that was an issue because I couldn't get polycarbonate material probably at 15 at the size requirement of a single panel. And so there's just so many different options there to explore that I would spend more time just trying out different ideas.
I might circle back, Bhumika, and talk a little bit about your facade, which I think is a really nice extension of your thinking about climate control in the building, right? You mentioned the DOAS, the underfloor air delivery that's focusing on that kind of 6 to 8 feet above the floor so that you're not over conditioning. And I think the screen that you've implemented on the facade really plays a big role in denying solar heat gain, right? And so I was happy to hear you say you'd like to think about that a little more. I think that there are several ways to kind of push the thinking a little further. You mentioned materiality. I would explore the armature as aluminum, a little bit less maintenance over time, and it's a little lighter weight. Some of the facade you might even think about as extended outdoor space from the offices. So for instance, if you pushed some of the screens farther out, say 5 or 6 feet, that could be a screened balcony where everyone who works there might go out and eat lunch, right? Or take a break, get a little fresh air. And that might allow you some space at the corners to think about what Ben said, right? Pulling the screen away might give a little bit more visual respite to the building occupants. You might be able to see, say, down Poydras from points in the office and still get the benefit of blocking the sun, right? So I think thinking about the facades, loosening it up per side of the building relative to orientation, right? You need a lot less on the Poydras street side because it's predominantly north facing, right? And then you might temper the screen with east and west facade blockage, right? Which you're really gonna need on the building. And then you also might think about some screens moving back into the plaza space. So for instance, you could think about at 5 o'clock in the summertime, right? And how much sun is coming from the west. and making parts of the terrace in the back shaded so that it's kind of a lovely early evening space as well to extend the life of the building, you know, in terms of occupant comfort. So I think really breathing a little more space into the facade might allow you to alter the open air parts of the building as well. And I did want to circle back to the point that Dominique was making about level change. And I think Robert was also mentioning it, level change from Poydras Street, right? If you've been in the CAC, you actually walk into the building from the lobby, from the sidewalk, and you don't transition up 36 inches until you're 15 or 20 feet into the building, right? So that's a way to start to think about the relationship of walking right in off the street, and the office entry on the corner might be at that grade level, right? Because there's not much in there except a stair. And you could mediate the idea of flood resistance with just hard, durable materials, terrazzo floors, exposed structures, only concrete, that kind of thing at that level. And you might then think about the center walk into the building as all on grade, and then you transition up to the plaza at the midpoint of the building, right? And then from the back streets. But I think you have a lot to work with, really rich development of the project, and exciting to see. Especially good to see you as you're a returning grad, right? So it's nice to see the growth.
Thank you. Yeah, that gave me a lot to think about, and those are really promising things to pursue in the future. Thank you.
Nick, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dave. Did you ask that?
Yeah, I just didn't know if anyone can hear me. I have a question about methods of presenting. I mean, this isn't just for this project, but maybe all of them. How do you annotate on top of the presentation? I mean, isn't that what concept board is for, or no?
You should have some availability to mark actually on this Zoom image as well.
Okay, well,
so there's a concept
it's not
board.
mine.
Yeah, I know. Mine either, Dave.
I discovered this morning. I discovered this morning it's easier to do a building than it is to get on Zoom.
Yeah, I know.
If you Dave, it's Marianne here. If you go to the top of your screen, do you see view options?
No.
Oh. Because annotate is
it under more? No.
It just
I see mute. I'm on an iPad. I see mute, share content.
Okay.
It's not so much for me. I'm thinking more for the students. So,
got it.
Marianne, you asked for questions about entry into the building. So that would
Robert's
be something.
Marking on it now.
Yeah, somebody should be able to mark. I mean, I'm thinking the student or the presenter should be able to mark. And that would be a real easy way of answering that question. So that would just be something that maybe somebody can think that through who has more technical capabilities than me. So just a method of annotating, I think would be good for everyone. I think the other thing about the presentation, if there was a way of, I saw a lot of floor plans. The thing that really stood out to me the most was, your emergency exiting system. So, your stair core was the thing that struck me the most. I might think of a way of drawing where there are other elements of your project that are brought to bear in maybe a different drawing style, or it could be some method of marking the drawing so that it discussed something else. And it could be the relationship like between the big opening that I see in the middle of your building with those couple of figures standing there. That could be something that could be drawn into a diagram that would have something to do with circulation, or maybe some idea of inside versus outside space, or what that transition might be. Same thing, there could be a different type of drawing for your roofscape. I'm not really sure what's going on there. I'm not sure what there's kind of an open canopy building, and then there's probably something related to your elevators and stair core that's on I guess that's the east side of the building. So I just, for just clarity of presentation, but it also might do something to explain more about the substance of your building, or the concepts that you have behind your building. See, right away, I think I'm looking at the Poydras front here. That's basically your north elevation. It's slightly skewed there from true north, but I would think that would look different from the other ones. And maybe that's why that big opening is there. I think it might also have something to do with the fact that that's a major street as opposed to O'Keefe. So anyway, I would just maybe think that through, instead of having me look at very repetitive floor plan drawings that I have to say really didn't, other than a little bit of circulation, vertical circulation, it left me kind of wanting. I'm going to reinforce what both Marianne and Robert said about your floor plan. The raised thing is as much FEMA and zoning, and it's a relatively new thing in New Orleans. I think if you would do a survey of those buildings in the CBD, they're detrimental to urban space. Unfortunately, I'm talking to you from the upper 9th Ward next to the river. There's several buildings in our historic neighborhood which have been allowed to do that same sort of raised ramping on sidewalk level. And it's not friendly. It's not, I think it's an easy way out of placing a building on a streetscape. There's no rule that you would have to raise your, what I would call the garden level or the public level on the back of your building. And I think the last thing I would say is, in terms of that public space, I'm reading it as being a lot of benches that are kind of lining and making a perimeter. And I think I'm going to say that's an easy solution. I'd like to see a more adventuresome, maybe more public, one less needing of a bunch of trees to be planted there. And see what you can give back to the public in terms of walking in off the street and arriving at a bit of an oasis that's in the rear or side of your building. That none of these are complaints. I'm like everyone else. I appreciate the complexity of building. I appreciate the notion that you have ownership in the building in terms of its design. I think there's some better ways of conveying information. And again, I'm no expert on Zoom, or I never even heard of what concept board was until recently. So I'd try to maybe next project up the ante in terms of how do you use that technology to explain a building that has a lot of complexity to it in a different way. I'm going to leave it at that.
I just want to jump in one quick thing, David. I agree with everything that you were talking about. I think one thing that might be missing in terms of just the clarity of the presentation is maybe a picture from a building that's been built of a similar idea that you might have about, particularly about the materiality of the building. I think the way in which we tend to draw things now is less emotive and less specific. And I think, as you're thinking about ways to put this project in your portfolio, and presumably go out in the world and use it. I think it would be really super helpful for it's not the number of renderings, it's the quality of the renderings, and it's, putting the scale figure in and really understanding what the experience of that person is in a space. And that's sort of what my comment was earlier about, like, wanting for real specificity about the facade and the experience of the interior space. Right now, it feels a little removed from reality. And I think it's a wonderful project, and it's super, super strong work. And I think there's a kind of a little bit more of a specificity about not just the interior space, but how this facade changes as it moves around relative to the climate. So I'm going to also leave it at that, but I just want to commend you on a very thoroughly documented project. I just think that it would help you to have a little bit of kind of suggestion of real materials and real construction that we can sort of, as a group, sort of say, oh yeah, I remember that, or I understand that, but thank you.
If I could just, I'm going to interrupt you here, Dave. If I could just go back to what, and again, I'm not saying these are criticisms. It's just that I have specific interests, and I honestly have no clue if your air handling method works. That's not my realm. Whether you're, well, let me get specifically to what I'm interested in. I'm the tenant of your building, and I want to know what your philosophy was in terms of the work environment, beyond maybe HVAC, or beyond some idea you might have of lighting. Let's say it's my philosophy is that my workers want natural light, or there's this whole thing about circadian lighting now, which is every major lighting manufacturer is licking their lips because it's a huge money raiser for them, because they tout its health aspects. So, I didn't hear you say much about, if anything, about your definition of what the main purpose of this building is, which is to provide workspace for my employees. So I would think that would temper my entire presentation beyond the technical aspects of this. Even though this is a comprehensive studio where finally you're able to enter the real world in terms of the technical aspects or material aspects, but you're also still in that other world where you have a client or you have human beings, whether they're supposed to be in that space or not, either walking by on the street or going in there to work every day. And I think, again, I'm just saying these things for people that are coming after you. I kind of would like to know what your philosophy is there as well. So your renderings of the office space, it was very open. I didn't really have a clue of where the lighting was coming from, because I didn't really see, for example, fixtures in the ceiling. I saw a lot of partitions and plants. And I think there's other work environments beyond that need to be accommodated and addressed. So, okay. And I am going to leave it at that. But thank you.
No, thank you so much for all the ideas. It's definitely something to think about for the future and as I submit the finals.
So I'm the least Zoomer here, Dave, even for you, and I'm the timekeeper though. Are there any more closing comments? Yumika, do you have anything else you want to say?
No, thank you so much for all of your feedback.
So I'll just add a few things at the very end, okay?
Yes.
Just for you. I think for your future presentations, just make sure that you are clear about how rigorous you are on your project, right? You had some comments about this screen and how it can change from the north side to the south side, or the east side and the west side. And you have iterations of that because you're not quote unquote, we call it lazy, right? And there's a lot of things in there, especially with the plaza, that I would also direct, right? The conversation as you move through, maybe leave that up for a little longer in future projects, because I know how important that is for your project. It was one of the most important things. I think Robert picked up on it immediately by pulling the building away from those two existing buildings. It gave you that space, right? So the interior renderings, I don't know if they came late, right? So they're not as fleshed out or as kind of thought through as the outside, right? I think Ben picked up on that, and the outside's been something you've really focused on. So if we look at this as an object from the outside and not from the inside, I think that's where all of this criticism is kind of landing, right? Especially that stair that goes up in there. I lament not seeing more beautiful renderings of that stair, right? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Yao's next. Do we need 5 minutes? Yao, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm gonna say go, Ben.
Let me share the screen. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Yao, and so this is my project. So at the first beginning of this semester, I chose 25 Kent, which located in New York, Brooklyn, as my precedent analysis. And from that precedent, I learned that, so this project, they use the ground floor plaza connected to the surrounding building context, and it also provides many outdoor balconies for the people to have a rest and see the Manhattan view. So my first idea is I also want to use the courtyard or the atriums that connect to the surrounding buildings. And another idea is I want to have many abandoned roof place facing the Poitras Street. And then I started thinking about the context and its relationship with the massing. So around our site, we have 3 main big scale contexts, which is the Poitras apartment here, the First Bank and Trust Tower, the energy center buildings. And we also have many small scale contexts. The nearest one is the second one, the Canal Community Trust Bank, right here. And we also have the Civil Theater here. So this is the map, the site map 100 years ago. We can see the site has many small scale buildings, so the people can move freely into these buildings, and all the enclosure between those buildings also forms a courtyard space. So at present, there were 2 buildings, the energy buildings and the Poitras buildings on 2 sides of the site, and the parking lot behind it also might also be occupied in the future. So I think I want these 2 lovely historical buildings are sandwiched in between. So I want to separate my massing into different buildings, so the people which can allowing the visitors and workers to freely enter and exit the building and explore the buildings and pass through it to go the other place they want to go. So in this model plan, the roof space and the corridors between those separate buildings can also provide the place to socialize, the rest, and view the street. And on the ground floor, because it's open to the public, so people can also go freely go inside and out and to another buildings. So this is my massing diagram. So first I put a massing block according to the code, which is 75 feet high. And Then I made a void in the middle to increase the sunlight. And then I I separate these buildings to let the plaza connect it to the surrounding buildings. Then I lower the buildings on the Rampart Street. I try to, so my building try to not obscure the historical buildings on the side. And I want to use my building to get the vision of the pedestrian to make them notice these two historical buildings. And then I also create the public space on the external use on the side of the Poitras Street and use the step shapes to provide the best view and path. Finally, I use the corridors to link the separate buildings. So this is my model, physical model plan. You can see how the different phase has progressed. And this is my site map. So from the top, my building is look like a mountain that have different small mountains and playground in front of the Poitras Street and the plaza. So you can go inside of the building and passing through the plaza and go out. My first floor plan. On the ground, I have three main entrances. The two of them are located in front of the Poitras Street, and one is here, is around near the O'Keefe Street. So the main entrance here is connected to the office lobby, and people can go inside and go to their office. And another entrance in front of the Poitras Street will lead people to the outdoor stairs to the roof place on the top. And I put the main retail space in front of the Poitras Street and the cafe area near the O'Keefe Street, because the Silver Theater is in that street. And this is some the renderings of my main entrance. So from the main entrance, we can see the plaza in the middle. And this is another entrance. So you can see the stairs that can lead you to the upstairs. And this is the view from the main entrance, the main plaza, and some other views. My second floor is basically the storage area for the whole building and the mechanical place. And I have three main cores in the buildings. So the people can have the enough egress stairs. And on the third floor, I put the library in front of the Poitras Street to have the better view. And the library has two entrances. This one is for the office workers, so they can go inside, going through these corridors and entering this library, while this one provided to the citizens or the tourists, so they can enter the plaza first and climbing the outdoor stairs and going to the library without entering the office area. And I also have put the meeting rooms in front of the Poitras Street to have a better view. So at the back is all my office area. I have the public office and some small private office. And the fourth floor is the reading area of the library, and it also have the outdoor reading area here, and the meeting rooms here, and everything. The back is the same, and I use the corridors, the bridge to connect it, to connect all those separate buildings. So here are some renderings. If you go up to the stairs, you will see this platform and the main entrance to the library and the outdoor reading area for the library. On the fifth floor, I have So this roof, I have the shading of this roof, so people, the office workers, they can have the rest on this roof, and I also have a hanging stairs that lead people to the top roof. So this is a view from the office area, and you can see the stairs. And this is the outdoor shading space for the office worker. They can have a rest here. And this is the bridges that connected to those separate buildings. And this is the view when you're on the 5th floor, you can look down the plaza. And this is my roof plan. So all my landscape roof are in the front, near the Portrait Street, and the gray color roof is the mechanical roof, so people will not get into there usually. And this is the rendering of the stairs. So in my section, this is the section I cut through the plaza, and you can see the curtain walls in the middle, and the double high space library, and the small balcony, and stairs on the 5th floor that connect that lead you to the roof space. Behind that curtain wall is the office interior office facade. And this is another section of my plaza. You will see the shapes of the roof and the relationship with the top roof and the 5th floor. So then I do some research on the context material. So around our site, as a predominant building material, including the stone, the masonry, the brick, and stucco, is pretty solid. So to echo the smaller scale buildings around it, the outside building facade, I want to use the masonry to create the solid appearance, and the internal facade surrounding a courtyard features a more modern glass curtain wall for additional light. So on the exterior facade, I also want to use the perforated tiles to increase more sunlight and provide shade at the same time for the people working inside. And this perforated tiles will keep my exterior wall still look solid while providing the visual communications between the people in the building and the people on the street. The inside of my building is made curtain walls, which can increase more sunlight into the office area. So then I start to thinking, how can I arrange using the brick to arrange those different pattern, because I want to make the openings gradually changing and have a bigger openings. I choose to use this Madarian brick. It's a very huge brick, and I do some brick iterations. Like this one, I gradually change the distance between each brick, and some bricks stick out. And this one, I put the double high of this brick. And this one, I try to rotate this brick each by 5 degrees, and also double high of the brick. And finally, I choose this pattern. So this is the rendering of the Rampart Street. If you walk on the street, you can see the mountain-shaped buildings. And this is a view on the O'Keefe Street. And this is the Rampart Street renderings. So I try to use these diagonal lines to guide the people's view to this historical building on the site. So this is my north elevation. So from the north, my buildings look like a monolithic buildings. And let us zoom in. You can see the details of my perforated tiles and the plaza and the roof and this balcony in front of the library space. And my west elevations is like this. It looks like a mountain. Let's zoom in so you can so the people on the street can see other people like the tourists. They can see how people climbing up these mountains. I think it will be really interesting. And my east elevations. So I have the perforated bricks on the office lobby area, so you can see out. And the office area also have the brick tile and another entrance here in the middle. Then I start thinking about the facade assembly strategy. Before the so in the last DD review, I was thinking to layer this brick one by one, and then using the angles to hold them to fix them on the wall. But those angles, the distance need to be every 32 feet with each other. But my walls, I want to have the big storefront windows, so it will have no place for the angles to hold on. So I also do some other research, and I found so this example is they use the precast concrete to imitate the brick facade, and they can put these panels and connect it to the buildings. So that perfectly solve my problems. And this warm eye axon joints, you can see that this is my foundation and the shear wall, and I have the upper on-site concrete walls here and the storefront windows, and the panels, precast panels will attach, fixed in these walls. And some of my mechanical system and the beams are in these drawings. In this wall section, you can see how it look like here in shaded, and the outside exterior facade is very solid, while the interior this is very transparent. And sorry, and this is the drawing with the colors. So in the middle, you can also see the stairs. So in these detailed drawings, I try to use these two angles that hold the two precast concrete panels. So these two panels will connect it to the angles and then fix on this wall, and then connect it to the corrugated deck. And this is the parapet drawings. I will go through quickly about my structure system. I will have the foundation and the three cores, the bearing walls, and then I have the steel columns and the girders and beams. So my building is a steel structure. And all this steel structure will connect it to all these concrete panels, the on-site concrete wall. So it will look like this. Because my wall have a big cantilever, so I think this is a good solution to fix these problems. And my circulation diagrams, so I have two ADA ramps on the ground that will lead people inside of the plaza. And the red line means the exterior circulations to the roof, so people can go inside the plaza and climbing up. And the blue line means the interior circulations, so people can go each rooms. They can go every rooms in the air condition. So the mechanical system, so my build, the ventilation strategy is on the ground. I have three main big entrance, so that will allow the fresh air flows in through the building, and then flows out over the courtyard to enhance the natural ventilation. And the HVAC system will also place along the corridors and will lead to each rooms. And I will use VRF system to have a better control of the public space and the office space. So in these drawings, is my mechanical plan. I have the two shafts. One is taking charge of the public space, and this one at the back will control the office area. And the second floor, the green line means the DOS systems. The red lines is the supply, and the blue line is the return. And it all connected with the facade on each floor. And on the roof, I will put all these DOS machines and the VRF units on the roof. And this is the axon drawings of my buildings. So here is the first floor roof. So this rooftop is located near the Rampart Street. So it's allowing the easy view of the historical buildings next to the site. And this is the second floor roof. So when you're climbing up the stairs, the roof connects to the entrance of the library collection area, making it easier for the citizens and tourists to enter the library. And the third floor roof, this roof connects to the library reading area and also provide the outdoor reading space for the library. And the fourth floor roof is connected to the office space on the top floor, and I also use this utilize the roof above on the top to provide more shadings and an outdoor space for the staff to socialize and rest. So on the top roof, so the top roof on the Portrait Street side, and it can offers office workers and the tourism a good view of the street, and you can also see the interior of the courtyard from here. And this gray roof behind it is mechanical roof. And so this is my presentation, and I also want to share a short video. So this video can make you guys a better understanding on the circulations of my buildings. If you couldn't hear the sound, please let me know. All right, thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, yeah, it's Ben here. It's a really accomplished project in a number of ways. I mean, you're having to account for so many things, and I think for me, like where I'm left sort of wondering is what do all of these things add up to? And we talk a lot about like part to whole relationships, and I'm kind of at a loss, kind of still wondering what the whole of the building is. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean it more as like I think there's a lot to account for, but at the same time, we can't lose sight of what the whole is at the expense of the parts that make it up. And there's maybe a couple precedents that I think would maybe be better than the one that you were using at the beginning. I start thinking more about like Big's Lego house project or Moshe Safdie's Habitat 67. And I start thinking about how those are characterized by a series of relatively discrete parts, yet they constitute a whole through the combination and sort of aggregation of those parts. So when I start looking at the various perspectives, I really have a difficult time sort of reconciling what all of the moves really reveal. And part of me really wonders if and this is a general comment about the integrated studio, but I really kind of wonder if we present the integrated studio incorrectly. Like what I'm hearing is a series of presented lists, like I'm checking off the boxes that I've addressed all of these various facets of the building. And while I think that those are really necessary for the context of the studio itself, the review and the presentation of a project has to be considered very differently. And so I would encourage the students as they're getting ready to do their presentations to not think about the presentation as box checking lists, but presenting a set of ideas that are demonstrated through the attributes of the building, whether that's characterized through a building system like a mechanical system and how that starts to be an integral part of how you sort of develop an idea. If it's not an integral part of how you develop an idea for the building, it probably doesn't need to be said in this context, because I'm not here to necessarily determine whether or not you've satisfied mechanical equipment. And I'd much rather be talking about like the big ideas of the project and how you've satisfied those big ideas and ambitions for architecture while still being able to manage the systems that go into buildings. So I think like, I love the project in the sense that you're doing a lot, you're managing a lot. And I think it's accomplished in a number of ways, but I still can't really understand the building as a thing.
Thank you. And
This is BJ. I apologize. I did come in the middle, and so I didn't get the benefit of the beginning of the conversation. So I did catch the kind of last third of this, but I think that the circulation journey is something that you focused on quite a lot. It's kind of one of I would say, the drivers of the scheme in some ways. I think I was trying to put myself in, kind of experientially into the project as if, and I think your video helped quite a lot to kind of illustrate that. But I did feel that there was, even though in this view, it's very cohesive how one would go through the project, I do feel it would be a little bit, a little less self-evident for a first-time visitor that comes to the project. How do you know which way to turn right, left? How do you know what is the hierarchy and the order of the building? Would you really want to take that kind of ceremonial journey every time you want to go to your office, or would you want to have a shortcut? Would you want to have, so if it is a private building, who's that big kind of, very ceremonial circulation really meant for? And if it's meant for people who are visiting, if it's meant for people who are, if there's enough people coming that are new to the project that would really appreciate that emphasis that you're providing, how do you continue to give them clues as to the right way to move through the building? Why am I taking so much effort? Like I'm going to, something amazing, like what's the payoff at the top, And so, and maybe it's worth talking a little bit, because I think the circulation really drove a whole lot about your party, about your choices of where things lie. So if you could talk a little bit more about that circulation, what you really hoped it would achieve, what's the big payoff, and how do you get people to really find their way through it in a way that feels natural?
Yes, I think I can talk about that in my plan. So I know the building looks really complicated, but I try to put many the public space in the sorry, it's not in these drawings, but in that axon drawings. So all the complex shape you saw that is the public space, like the library, the meeting rooms, and the retail space. And all my office area will be very continuous in the back. And you can, from this perspective, so I have a very big opening here. So that's the main entrance. The office people or the people want to go shopping, they will see these big openings, and the office people can go. So this doors is leading to the lobby area. So this door is here. Is the leading area, so it will connect to these elevations and the stairs in the front. So I think the people go inside will recognize this. And I also have these three cores in different parts, and all these three cores are all leading to the office area. And the reason why I have this openings is so the people go into this retail because I only have this retail here and retail here. So between these two big retails are most of the tourism and the citizens. So they go into they go to the retail space and they go into this entrance and they can see the stairs. And even my rooftop is very complex, but the route is only one. So you can only go up the stairs and go up, and there is only so the stairs is continuous. You go up and here and climbing up, so there is only one way, so you don't losing your weight. And I also use the corridors to connect it with the office buildings. So you can entering the buildings, and the inside of the office buildings, the circulation is very simple. It's just a loop on each floor. It's like this is just the bridge near. I put the bridge more inside, and on the top floor, the roof is like this. So I think when you go inside these buildings, you can there is no dead end corridors. There is only one way to climbing the complex roof, and inside of the corridors, there's inside of the office buildings, there is only there also is one way. That is the circle that links all the areas. Hope that can help you to understand the building program.
And so when you go up the big ceremonial stair, this exterior circulation, what's the big payoff at the top? I mean, what's the thing you get to that you kind of, like, I've made it, the big culmination?
Yeah, like for my I really focused on the outdoor space, the roof space, because I wish I could work in an environment that has fun, and I want to explore, like playing the games, and I love climbing the mountains. That's why I put so many energy on that. And I feel so for now, I know I create a lot of this complex stairs, but it also but they all connected with the program. So it has the meaning for on the each floor. So I think that will help to make it more sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was, as somebody who's kind of watched your project grow through the 3 reviews, like I really want to commend you on taking the last set of comments that we gave to you and really diving deep into those questions and starting to find new ways of resolving some of those issues. Like I think just in this view, right, like the stair that goes up from the 2nd to the 3rd floor, and then the new hanging stair that you've created with that covered outdoor space. I think those are 2 really great interventions in your project that weren't there before, that start to resolve some of the formal issues that you had been kind of experiencing with your project. And I think, you know, what some of the reviewers are talking about, right, is that it kind of seems like every solution is an idiosyncratic solution to the design problem, right? Where we went from Bhumika, who like everything was regimented on a 5-foot grid, right? Like this project is not that. And so when you start to do these kinds of projects that are idiosyncratic in their nature, like it just leaves a lot of like design work to be done by you and a lot of stuff for us to kind of absorb and try to wrap our heads around as we're getting to know your project. And for the reviewers that are doing it for the first time, it's a lot of design work, and it's a lot of ideas that you're coming forward with. I do want to just kind of highlight some of the stuff that's new to me that I think is awesome. The exploded axon that you did, I think really starts to help me understand how you're thinking about your buildings, the envelope system coming together and working. Can you explain a little bit more about what you see as precast versus what you see as modular brick in your building?
Yes. Okay. This you're seeing these joints. Yeah. So my wall. So I have the structure I'm talking about is the steel structure. But in this section, I cut the location I cut is the core, so it's the shear wall. But this. So I have 2 layers of the facade. This the first envelope is the on-site concrete, so that will make the wall connected to the steel structure inside of my building. And then I want to use the precast concrete wall, concrete panels to imitate the brick, because I was thinking it's not only about how to fixing the brick one by one to the wall, and also all this the design pattern I design, all this brick, they are rotated each by 5 degrees, and it's so hard for the people for the workers to layer them on site and rotate it with an angle. So I think it's better to do the precast concrete panel. So I will only have they are all the same, and I can make that in the factory and move that on the site, and using the angles to hang that on this pro on-site concrete walls. So I think that's an efficient way to do this structure.
Actually, following on that, if you don't mind, I just was wondering, as you were describing it, you started out with the desire to have a brick facade, and then you realized you had some constraints to deal with, and then you found a solution in precast concrete that might solve some of the constraints to solve some of your questions and problems. How did you decide that mixing the brick strategy with the precast concrete was the right combination? Like once you decided, well, precast might actually do my job for me a little bit better, why did you allow the constraint of the brick, the module of the brick, the kind of patterns of the brick, the kind of visual appearance of the brick to drive the design once you then created a new material that had all numbers of possibilities for what it could be?
Yeah, you're right. The precast concrete panel, so I can use that new technology to create many creative patterns. Yeah, but like I want to do that. I want to try to make those, because now this facade is made previously by the brick, so the openings are limited. But if I use the precast concrete panel, I can have bigger openings and different patterns. So I totally agree with your opinions. So if I have more time, I think I will work on that to let this facade more creative and changing more. But now it's just look like a brick facade. So I'm using the precast concrete panel to imitate the brick wall. So it's just look like a brick wall.
And similarly, you mentioned that some of those panels have quite a bit of a cantilever to deal with, and that's what gives them a little bit of potential, being the concrete. You have a steel frame for the building, and it would be
Yes.
interesting for you to chat about the relationship of having a steel frame building and a concrete facade that's actually doing structural work, and how they might marry each other, how those two ideas might come together. Had you considered
Yes.
a concrete structure that could do the work of the kind of more plastic forms that you're trying to make versus a steel structure plus a concrete heavy hanging structure on top of a steel structure?
So at first, in the in the SD review phase, my structure is not like this. I put, so my first, because I have a double high space, the retail space. So at first, my structure on the ground floor was concrete, and the top are steel structure. And then I found the columns, they are really huge, but I have the glass curtain wall inside, and I want it to look very transparent without those huge block, because my grids are very rigid. It's 32 feet by 32 feet, so you can see columns like everywhere. And then I want to use some smaller scale of the columns, but the problem is I couldn't. You can see on the north elevation, I have these huge cantilevers. I don't want the structure to I don't want to expose the too many structures on this front facade. So then we talked to the engineers, and the solution he provided is maybe I can change those shape to the bearing wall system, and then connect it to the steel structure inside. So that will fix the cantilevers problems, and I will not have the huge so this openings is really huge, and I as I said, I have 32 feet grid lines, so it will have 2 or 3 columns right in front of the main entrance. So that's not what I want, but using that combination strategy, I can fix that and have a more clean facade. That's what I'm thinking.
Hey, Yao. Well done. I wanted to congratulate you on your presentation and the amount of work that is really evident. We saw, I think, a refinement in the renderings from the start of your presentation to the end, which I really appreciated. I do want to circle back to the point that Ben Smith was making, and I think Jonathan talked about a little bit, this idea of consolidating a primary concept for the overall building and then solving for all the intricacies and all the different programmatic elements. If you wouldn't mind going back to, you had a terrific diagrammatic axon that you showed us where we could see Poydras Street all around. We could see the massing of the other buildings. I don't know if it was your title sheet.
Yeah, I think it's the last one.
Thanks.
Yeah, this one.
I think what's really useful in this diagram in particular is seeing the massing and the openings and the connection to the city, right? So, you know, we see back here this strong move and then the bite at the ground level. I should probably thicken my drawing line, might be easier to see, right? And so to Ben's point, right, this idea of really being clear about the main moves of the building. And I think what that helps you do as well is organize your thinking around not 17 moves, but really the primary moves of the building. And as I heard them from you, one was dealing with scale in the shift of context from like the 37-story energy center to these smaller historical buildings back here, right?
Yeah.
So, so this was kind of an important move versus this larger mass, right? And I think that that kind of clarity in the project, kind of restating that through the plans and through all of the renderings, perhaps would free up the office building portion to be a simple solid, and then connecting with the public in this more porous and kind of the corner that gets bitten off, right? To allow the public to experience different elevations. I mean, I think it's very generous to allow people who don't go into the building for daily usage. I think it's really generous to invite them to public space that's not just at the sidewalk, right? And as tourists especially, we almost never get to see the city view from a few floors up. And you have the opportunity perhaps to allow us to stand here and maybe you know, see down the avenue, and the higher we go up, perhaps river views, right? That's really premium. To support that though, I do think you have to max out the massing for the office building and perhaps state it very, as a very simple geometric solid. I think that that would also allow you to save a lot on conditioning and building services, right? Because the more pieces, individual volumes you have in a building, the harder it is to heat, cool it, connect it with fire egress, all of that, right? You end up with a few different cores and a lot of complexity. So I would say the kind of two main concept pieces could help you simplify the massing a little bit while focusing on this idea of what can be public space versus everyone who has a kind of secure card access to get into their office, right? And I would, sorry, I'm trying to also go back and erase my drawings. Good. And then just on a smaller scale, that public library piece, I think you have to think a little bit more about security so that people can't just walk off with books from the public terrace back down to the sidewalk, right? So I think circulation cannot be as kind of open and free perhaps as it currently is. And you probably want an elevator so that everyone can access the reading room on, I think it was the 4th floor, and the librarians can reshelve books and that kind of thing. So I think thinking about that public library piece is a large portion of the public amenity in your project.
Yes, thank you so much for all these suggestions. Yeah, you are right. But so now the drawings, I'm sorry that the drawings are making you guys feel don't like don't know what happened, what's going on here. But you're right. I have the actually my office building, the shape is pretty simple. I want to, but in the front the shape is complex, so I want to make that contractions, but I didn't express that by drawings. So I think yeah, I will learn that and do that better in the future.
Yeah, could I ask you a favor? Could you go to a drawing that shows your elevator core on the ground floor? And while you're doing that, I want to thank you for showing us the research you did, and down to a historic map and photographs of things that you found in doing your research that influenced what you did. I think those are all good things to
thank you.
This.
You want to see the
while you're
first
searching
floor
for that
plan?
drawing, yeah. While you're searching for that drawing, the music that you played for your video, would you try something else for me? Would you get rid of the music, and would you take a recorder, take your phone and just sit on Poydras for a little bit and capture the street sounds, and then have that as the background for your, just try that for me. Yeah, describe your how much, just no, go back to that drawing you just had. Zoom in on the on your elevators. How wide is that little, when I step off the elevator?
Here?
Right there. How wide is that?
It's about 6 feet.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's just about the same space as the elevator itself. And then what am I doing? I'm looking through glazing, but I don't go out there, do I? There are no door swings there. I have to go to the left, and I go out through those door swings in your little angled space there. I think you need to work on that. I'm walking out of an elevator. I'm looking into a big plate of glass. And even if I'm pushing something in or out of that elevator, even that guy's wheelchair, it's not the best experience for me for entering into your entire building. Maybe you can rearrange those so it uses that angled space. But I'd probably encourage you to get rid of the angled space too. And I don't think widening something, that's not a New Orleans feature. New Orleans likes more direct entries. They like covered porticos to shield you from the sun. There's an expansion. There are just some things you're doing, which I think it has more to do with geometry or some notion that by putting that angle in there, it makes it more welcoming or whatever. But then you wheel me into that very small space with those elevators. And I don't find that even to be in the language of most office, vertical circulation cores. It just seems a little odd to me. So I'd go back and I'd look at some of these spaces you've created. The same with your front elevation on Poydras. Because there's a set of stairs, external stairs, it doesn't mean that you have to angle your front elevation to mimic or mirror the stairs that are behind it. So you could make your front elevation less gymnastics about telling me what's behind it, which is a staircase. And so I'm going to say those things. They perplex me in a way that, and I don't think they're getting you in a direction that I think you should go. There's another building. I like that you showed us your precedents. Did you look at James Sterling's museum in Stuttgart, Germany, by chance? Yeah, look that one up. he runs circulation, exterior circulation up through his building, and it really connects two different elevations in the streetscape. It's accessible. I don't know if it still is, but it's just a pedestrian workway that works its way through his building. It's really clever. It's really good. People should go back and research James Sterling's work. He seems to have been forgotten in the student repertoire. Anyway, that might give you some ideas of, it answers BJ's question of where do you get to? You get to a different part of the city. People use it not necessarily to go to the museum, but to get somewhere else, which is pretty nice. But I like your carving these spaces out where non-building users can use it. It's just, those few things are just, I find them perplexing because I think your elevator should enter into a space which is more expansive and more welcoming to the users. This just seems really strange to me. Anyway, I like all your research. I love the fact that you brought diagrams back into this so I can see what you're thinking of, what you're trying to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
would you
making
mind
concrete
to,
look like brick. It's a funny way to go. It's like all the concrete paving that a lot of people are doing in historic districts. They run a roller over to make concrete look like brick. And to me, it's a weird, it's a very strange thing to do. But I'd follow BJ's advice and explore that a little bit more.
Yeah.
Anyway, very nice project. I love your drawings and but especially your diagrams and the fact that you looked at history and the context. So, thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind write down the museum names on the chat so I can search that later?
Okay, I'll send it to Nick.
Okay.
I'm not really sure how I enter anything in here.
Yeah.
Do you want me to write it in there for you,
sure.
Dave? I can do it. I'll do it.
Okay. You know that project?
Yeah. The Stat Gallery. I got you.
In Stuttgart. Yeah.
I'll show it to her, Dave.
All right, I'll let
Now,
you.
I'd second David's sentiments on the research component, the contextual research. The photos were super helpful of some of the surrounding buildings, but the study in materiality was very helpful to pick up on the influences. And one other observation about the diagrams, that those were delightful. Those little process models that had hand annotations on them, they were, I think, to me, the most successful part of this, because it really showed intent, and it had a gesture to them that sometimes,
Which one? This one or
the ones that
data
that showed the kind of solar
concept?
array.
Where you drew over the model, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What I
thought-
meant, not what I said.
Yeah.
Sorry, this one.
So these kinds of things really give us great insight into the thinking. In contrast to those really deliberate black and white studies on the patterning, which were really cool in their own right, but these have an emotion to them. And I really encourage you to think about representation in all of your three-dimensional renderings were a little antiseptic and had none of these evocative qualities. And so I'd encourage you to really work on that aspect of your kind of repertoire. And how can you get emotion into these three-dimensional renderings? I still can't do it, frankly. We have to hire people to do that. But the point is that you have some emotion to kind of portray here, and it's really not coming through. And David's suggestion about the just putting a microphone on Poitras is awesome, because this is not about smooth jazz. This is about kind of bringing in street lights and the noises, the smells, all the things that are so rich about,
Yeah,
this site.
yeah, like a more real experience.
Actually, if I
You know,
could
I
say,
don't want to.
oh, so sorry, David, go ahead.
Can I just interject? Sorry, BJ. I mean, Robert just reminded me. If you just walk around the corner and try to get into the Civic Theater, and look at the ways you could get into the Civic Theater. It's not direct. There are different possibilities. You can go through a tunnel. That's New Orleans. It's just a different experience. And the model photo right here, it seems like you could have just drawn that up rather than try to make it more than what it is. And this is a pretty pure example to me of New Orleans. Kind of weird little entries, a couple little entries, kind of mysterious. Why the hell do you have all these kind of stacked containers all over the place? And just walk over the Civic Theaters and see if you can figure that one out. It's a weird one. So that's New Orleans. Sorry, BJ.
No. First of all, I'm having these amazing flashbacks now because I haven't lived in New Orleans for so long. It's all coming back. And my next comment, I'm going to riff off this for a second. One of the things I think is really kind of interesting about the way you started the diagram of your project and the way it almost ended up is that there's this amazing contrast between the solidity of the exterior envelope and this amazingly open office creation that you made inside of there, right? And to kind of go from where Dave was going with these kind of courtyard entrances, this notion of courtyard, it's so New Orleans. It's so like, how do you capture that space that's in the middle of the block and make it really vibrant and really amazing, right? You've kind of got this very solid exterior to your building language. And then you've got this amazingly open, space in the middle of your offices, right? So you have this potential, like, how do I play this up? How do I make that really something amazing, something very full of character, something very much like New Orleans, where the inside is revealed, the guts of the life of the place that you don't always get to experience from the outside. I would challenge you to say, there's two things that I would push on much, much harder. Number one, you've got glass there, which allows you visual access across that kind of open courtyard space, but it really disconnects air, sound, the kind of the connective tissues that you get in New Orleans courtyards. And it may enliven the culture of that office to really play up that amazing space in a way, because you've addressed the sun. But now how can you keep the life, right? And then also the office spaces, the life of the office is all oriented around single-loaded corridors where all the office spaces are pushed to the edges. And the connection between those spaces isn't as kind of amplified as it could be. So you can imagine working in that office. You're very much isolated in these kind of individual spaces, and you have to get into a corridor, which is lined by a glass wall, to get and communicate with your office workers. So the life of the office is kind of impacted, but it could actually be, instead of impacted, it could be brought to life in the way that the New Orleans courtyard gets brought to life. So I would say that you've got an amazing beginning of an idea there. It's got these sneaky entrances, this amazing thing that you could reveal on the inside, this space, but the connective tissue isn't developed nearly as much as it could be to really bring that life to bear. And that would make an amazing, unique office to work in.
Yeah, you are right. Thank you so much for bringing that ideas.
Any closing comments? We take a 5-minute break. Yeah, great job. Again, your work ethic is above and beyond getting the work done. And you and I should sit and chat about some of the comments that were made and the resistance to that criticism that is inherent in your project, right? You have answers to those specific criticisms, even in the drawings. And maybe it's because you went by so fast that we didn't see them all, that you can always go back and reference, right? And I know it's hard to keep it. I mean, this is a really big, complicated studio and project, and to keep all of that kind of close to your chest and know when to reveal those cards is difficult. But as we move through, I want to encourage everyone to know that a lot of the criticism you have thought about and have addressed. And it might not be coming across in these renderings that we're all seeing for the first time, but a lot of the process diagrams and all this process model, that's why everybody's gravitating towards them. The answers are there and they're still in the kind of quote unquote finished project. Okay. All right, 5-minute break. Can you all hear me? Marianne's shaking her head. Yes, good. BJ's not back yet, I don't think. Ben, thanks for the thumbs up. That's the first little emoji I've ever seen on Zoom. That works really well. BJ, you can hear me? Oh,
Yeah, let me take down my.
copycat.
But
Of course, I like the idea.
How do you get rid of it?
Oh, there's Gina. Now it has to stay there the whole time.
It's gone now. Or mine's gone.
There you go.
Let me get these. Let's go. Jonathan, are you on yet? Has it been 5 minutes? Am I going too fast? There's Robert.
Yeah, you're going too fast. Take it easy.
Okay, thanks. Oh, wait.
Nick, I'm gonna grab a bite, so I'm going off camera,
Please.
but
do.
I'm here.
Oh, we don't want to. Oh, okay.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, Dave, you there?
Yeah. But
You
can
ready?
you see me?
No, I can see your name.
What do
But
I
not
need
your
to do
face.
there?
There
Yeah,
should
I'm
be
not
a-
trying to be
There should be a start video or mute. Are you on the iPad?
the
If you're
iPad.
on the iPad, press the middle of the iPad
Oh,
and then the
start
bar
video.
should come down. There you go.
How's
Yeah,
that?
there you are. That looks great.
Okay. Nick, I sent you some references to,
I already
Thank-
forwarded them.
okay.
Thank you, Dave.
The last
All right,
one's
I'm gonna-
really, I'm just gonna say, the last one's really good because it explains their thinking in the pedestrian walkway through the building.
Yeah,
Kind of
I'll send that to
anecdotal.
the whole studio. Will get that link
All right.
because I think it's relevant to most of the projects you're going to see. Esther, you're up next. You ready? Okay, I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I will talk very shortly. I will not take too much time. Okay, I will share my screen.
Go to that one.
Share screen.
You're going to right click on you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the name of the project is the Melting Boxes at Poydras Street, located in downtown New Orleans. I am a second-year graduate student. I will begin with the zoning and context. As you listened before, we are located in a main avenue between Loyola and Poydras Street. We have 4 important references about the context of this zone. We have the commercial and residential places here next to the block that we are planning to build the project. We have in front of them spaces for hotels and tourism. And the other important place that we have is the Smoothie King and the Superdome. Also, we have 2 important governments and city offices around this area that make me feel the project viable because we can sell something as a retail, food, and rent offices in that part too. Also, as a side strategy, the first time we were working on how can we manage the plaza if you can see here, I worked in 4 different schemes at the first time, considering a bigger plaza that I decided to do in the future for the project. At the first time, all the schemes that you can see are with open to the sky plaza. There were 4 schemes there. As a precedence, I use 3 important precedents that I consider interesting for the project. The first one is that the Tulane Plaza in Midtown Manhattan, New York, something that make the interest of this project is that it's very well located, it's almost in between the corner, also the use of curtain glasses. At the same time, it is not a new building, it is a renovation and looks like interesting to manage this kind of strategy. The other one is referred to old city, old place that they decided to renovate a building to in a historical place in Italy, Spain, the Dolce & Gabbana headquarters. And the other one is Well Living Lab that is more Asian culture, but use some hidings and some curtain walls too. At the first time we began working with the schemes, we manage different schemes. The last photos that you see is some of the last ideas when I almost have the idea that how can we manage the structure around all the building and decided about how is the good position for the columns. The project will be constructed with steel as an 80% of the building and 20% with concrete, more for the mechanicals and the egress stairs. Okay, the design concept was composed almost in 4 parts. The idea of the Rubik cube, then began to melt in the cube in different positions, look how the volumes are working with the idea that we had for this project and with the idea of checking the open plaza, if all the plaza will be open to the skies, part of the plaza will be with a little of hiding, that this is something that will work better in New Orleans because sometimes when you are walking more during the summer, also for tourism, it is very important to have some hidings when you are walking. But the good thing in this kind of Poydras street is that there are many ventilation because there are many tall buildings around this area. The last one is part of the massive. The massives have 3 important volumes. Building 1, the smaller, only 1 floor that is connected with columns. The second one that is around the main building that is in the center. This is the idea of the program distribution, the program components. The program distribution will be more like a 40% of the project is about office, the other percent, 35% is efficiency, and the rest of the projects will be for public distribution. We can see here, it's how the program will manage in the future when we have the floor plans. Okay, this is the idea of the site strategy, more of the vegetation with the idea of having nice plaza next to O'Keefe Street and behind the historical buildings will be interesting for using for open performance in the center, to walk, to make many things, but at the same time, all this around of the building, you are allowed to walk, and also you have doors in all around the building too. The vegetation will be more for the sidewalk, that it is very important to consider the hiding in New Orleans at the same time. In the first floor, we have all the requirements that the project asked at first. The idea of having a space for bike storage around the plaza, some vegetation, also the mechanical and part of the mechanical are located there as electrical and water pump, fire pump that will be in the first floor. Many of the big restaurants as a requirement will be in the first floor. Also, all kind of ideas will be the retail inside, but also you have the opportunity to walk around all the building using benches and using the hidings of the building around with opportunity to use all the plaza and use everything around the building. And also the circulation is very important because we have doors in every side that we are seeing here around this area. For the second floor, the most important thing is divided between the concierge, the offices, egress stairs, service elevator, and main elevators with another important stairs that will be participated only until the third floor. We have like a small gym for the use of the people that is working in that building. In the third floor, the main, I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh yeah, okay. All right. And the third floor, oh. Okay, this is okay. For the third, for the fourth floor, oh, I am not moving nothing.
Don't touch anything. About the floor that's on there.
Okay. For the fourth floor, I have I don't know what happened. Sorry.
Esther, if it's a PDF, you might have timings on, in which case you'll have to turn them off.
Yeah. I am not using PDF. I am using PowerPoint. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. I will go. Okay. For this floor, we have the yellow part as amenities, but as amenities that people that is working in that building can use. We decided to put like a small cafe in the front of this area that is seeing to O'Keefe Street. O'Keefe is Rampart Street. That will be interesting because it will be like a mix using for public and also for private use too. We have located the public library in the corner between Rampart and Poydras Street. That is, we consider that is an important place to have with the big windows, that public library. Okay. For fifth floor will be all office, meeting rooms, the important things as elevator, egress street, and a regular storage and a small kitchen that is requiring two. For the sixth floor, we have a really beautiful space like a terrace to use with open space, some vegetation, biophilia around this building. Is all this yellow part that you can see on the screen. And this is part of the roof that it will be interesting to receive part of the harvest water as a collection of the rain. That will be interesting. And also we created this kind of like a pinch with the idea of reusing these waters for restrooms or something like to use for vegetation. Okay, this is some of the sections that I did about the building. We can see the distribution. This is the view for the gym. We have all the offices, and the idea of the facade of all the facades. It's curtain walls and the use of vegetations in all the areas that are open to the sky in the third and the fifth floor. We have the other one. This is an elevation of the same view that I showed you before. The idea of the building, something that consider interesting, is walking and playing around these diagonal columns that make the building interesting in the way that we are using diagonal to match with all the straight curtain walls that we are using for all the building. This is the section for Poydras Street. This is the elevation from Poydras 2. As I mentioned before, we have a space to walk and entrance in all the sides around the building. This is part of the structure. As I mentioned before, almost the 80% of the building will be constructed with steel, and 20% that it will be more used for egress spaces. The mechanical part will be constructed by concrete. This is part of the idea of the circulation. The main important things that we have the accessibility with the ramps in the most important part, the two sides, Poydras and the other place that is located next to the historic buildings too. We have, as I mentioned before, one stair that is only going from the first floor to the third floor, and the other ones will be the egress stair. This is part of the idea of the mechanicals that will be used, the shaft. The shaft will be located around the service elevator and the mains elevators. This is part of the idea of the 3D model, curtain walls, clear glasses, the diagonal bracing, and the use of concrete for the entrance of the plaza too. And that's it. Thank you.
Where are the model photographs? Did you have this?
Yeah, I did in the first part. Did you see that?
Hey Esther, it's Ben. This is a great project. It's super clear, you know, like what I love about it is like how clear the drawings are in terms of how well you've, you know, thought about and organized kind of the space planning. You know, I do wish there were some more like drawings, you know, like a couple perspectives perhaps. I do think like the elevations could be developed in ways that could be more sort of articulate with, you know, even including some of the surroundings perhaps, etc. But the plans are really clear, you know, and you know, I think that takes a lot of effort to get them as clear as they are. And I think you've done some fun things with the structure. But in the plans where I get sort of, you know, I think because it's so clear, you know, I start to wonder more about how they actually kind of perform. So I'm looking at like the 4th floor and, you know, I see all of these sort of little boxes of rooms and, you know, I can't tell what's glass and what's not glass. And also like the desk spaces, I'm assuming those are desk spaces. That's just a huge area, you know, and it's like a really big sort of space. And I think it would be helpful to show an interior perspective, you know, maybe somewhere around, oops, I'll try to annotate maybe if I can find a way to do it. View options, there we go, annotate. Like, I think it'd be really nice to have like an interior perspective down here looking like that way. And maybe even one over here too, kind of looking like that. Because you get a sense of how like really intense those spaces are. Like they're really cool, you know, because they're wide open. But I just wonder about stuffing them full of tables and what that would actually be like as a worker in that environment. And then similarly, I think maybe you said this and I didn't catch it, but like, I'd like to know a little bit more about what these materials are in here, just to get a sense of what it feels like to be inside those work areas. And I think that this is something that's relatively consistent throughout the project, where I think just another layer of information would start to give it a little bit more clarity. And then like being able to sort of speak to these big expansive spaces that you're drawing out, I think would also be really important. But in general, like it's a really clear project. And I think like the clarity of the drawings and the way that you've actually mapped it out. And I love how tightly like the walls are corresponding with the structural grid. And you really worked at that, you know? And so but I think just another sort of layer about understanding what it would actually be like or how you'd sort of characterize those experiences from inside would be really great to understand with more depth. But I also just want to say like I have to run at 1 o'clock. So before I cut myself off, you know, I just want to say how great it was to see all of the work today. Comprehensive is so hard, and you know, it's such a rigorous studio, and to be able to see all of you push yourselves to produce work of this rigor and this quality, it's really important. And so I just want to say thanks to Nick for having me and to the students for producing such thoughtful and rigorous work. But good job, Esther. And I think like a few things, and it could be quite a bit tighter, at least for me.
Before you are leaving, I have to say something. If the structures are really good, is because it was like a teamwork. I want to say thank you to my professor and also to Marianne that is there, because when I was reading again about the diagrams that we have to do for IBS, about the mechanical, about the circulation, it was really helpful. You know that for me, it's like making every day an effort to make better plans or drawings, but it was an interesting project. I would like that it will be more months for me. It is really nice. Thank you. But everything that perhaps you see that is well, it's part of the teamwork. And if something is wrong, it's only my responsibility.
No, well, that's tremendous humility, Esther. And but you deserve a lot of credit for what you did do. And don't lose sight of that, because it's a really strong project.
actually, Esther, I'll jump in for a second. I think I think the last comment was right about the clarity of the project, and I think that you can try to kind of have many ideas and get lost in them, or you can actually have a really clear idea and then take it where it might otherwise not be able to go if you have too many ideas. And I think your project really benefits from the fact that it's really a very clear kind of diagram and partie, right? I think there's a couple opportunities maybe that you could have pushed even harder as a result of that. And to me, if there's those initial massing models that show that central volume that comes up through the top of the building, and it reads
which floor? Massing.
Yeah, there were some maybe the first diagram where it shows the kind of the green assemblages. It went from Rubik's Cube to something else, right?
Okay,
that's where I started to see it originally. Right. Okay. Yeah. If you can go to page 6. Yeah. Okay. So for me, the one that says massive there, that sets up a very, very clear idea where you have the dark green block, which is, all the kind of guts of the building, where you put your services, you put your conference rooms, and it acts like an anchor. And then you've got the kind of the hovering green wrapper, right? And it has a little step down at the back to maybe deal with context or something. But it's very clear in that diagram that, okay, I've got something that's dark green, and I've got all this other stuff that's very different in nature, that's light green. And wow, the light green stuff, it creates a covered overhang and an open public space. It does a lot of really interesting things for the city. It creates a very different kind of space inside the building, than the dark green space. And, that's got a lot of really interesting potential that you could say, wow, how could I, let the dark green block be the foundation of the building? And then how can I do everything else in my power to make that light green area feel lightweight, hovering, extending out, reaching, and I think you started to do it with your, differentiated columns, that you hold it up with the kind of triangulated expression. But I'm wondering if there's some way that you could have pushed it even a little harder and made the dark green box really the anchor structurally, and allowed the light green to hang even off of it in some way, and even remove the possibility of needing those, diagonal columns. It maybe gets a little carried away, but there may be ways to do it so that you really play that diagram to its full potential, right? You really make those extensions feel like amazing porches, extending out over, creating a space that's very different, allowing that mass, that dark green mass, to really be an anchor, so that the structure can work a little harder on the light green part, and really kind of make that contrast really sing. And I think as you work through your plans, if you really play it up on every level, okay, so I've got conference rooms and they have walls. So, okay, I can allow that green structure to really be massive and strong. And then I have open office spaces in that kind of cantilevered area, and I can really make that feel much more open, and find ways to let the structure and the mechanical systems, all those other things that support the building, like contribute to that very clear diagram. And then you think about like, okay, what's my window system on the outside of that? Can it be really lightweight? And can I contrast that when the thing pops through the roof, and you can then see the kind of massiveness of the anchor? Just because you've got such a clear project, like all the other things wanted to tie into that idea potentially, and make it really sing in that way. So I think that there's a lot here, and because of the restraint, I think it could actually guide you as you go through all those checklists, because I do think sometimes these buildings have lots of check boxes to meet, but make those all opportunities to make the diagram even stronger, maybe.
Thank you for the recommendation. This is something that I was talking some minutes before with Yao, because perhaps for my background that is in finance and management, it's like I've always loved to reduce and compress the information, because I have that volumes that you are mentioning, but for reducing the pages, I decided not to put in that word, but I have the volumes with my egress stairs, with everything. But thank you for the recommendation. Sometimes I am a little afraid of the information that I have to use. I have on all my old work that I was working while we were going straight. But thank you for that, because sometimes people from finance and management love to compress or reduce the information, but thank you. It is really helpful.
I might lean in really quickly because I too have to beg out for a meeting here. I applaud the simplicity, and I don't mean simplistic nature of the project, the simplicity of the diagram. And it works. And I think it's a good strategy for this integrated studio approach, that it allows you that further exploration, that you constrain yourself to a certain point to allow for further exploration. I'd love to see more. And with that kind of distillation and the purity of the diagram, I want to see those moments where you break the rules, where you invert that open office plan with the meeting room, or you do something that disrupts the kind of order that you've established. Because I think those kind of little blips have potential to be really rich environments, especially when you consider the evolution of the workplace and what it does mean. And this whole idea of flexibility comes up more and more. All this was accelerated over the last 2 years with the pandemic, but the way people work is different, and they weren't, especially in a tech environment. I'm not going to tell BJ how people work in the tech environment, but the idea of there's heads down time, there's solo working time, there's scrum or meeting areas, and there's everything in between large group spaces. And so what I'm not really seeing is that spatial variety and being able to occupy different parts of this simple diagram in a different manner, a different day, seasonally, however. And so that's where that you've again provided yourself with a springboard for those kinds of explorations. And lastly, I would love to be able to occupy Poydras Street from the outside. You know, how cool would it be to have some kind of a balcony or a porch or something at elevation to be able to look up and down? I think Marianne brought it up before. Like this, you really don't get that vantage point very often. And you know, it's not a real parade route per se on Poydras, but there's Super Bowls, there's things that happen that would be fun to occupy that streetscape. But it's a cool project.
Almost David, thank you so much. Almost the big terrace is located seeing Poydras Street. I know that my 3D models is not totally clear, but it is that we have a lot of space on the terrace in the front of Poydras.
Esther, I'm going to echo some of what I heard from Robert, which is really with a very direct diagram, you then have to work, I think, twice as hard to fit in detail and nuance, those kind of different spaces that accommodate different ways to work and different function. You then have to figure out, how do you accomplish all that? I think that the danger is sometimes the plans stay in a very diagrammatic place and they don't figure out, okay, if it's all a open plan retail, how does retail actually function, right? And there are a lot of components to specific function that have to be accommodated in each one. So I encourage you to really tighten the project up by thinking about those details and tackling them. And also making sure that, say, your travel distances work on the upper level floors, because some of it looked a little expansive. But I want to talk about the ground plane outside on Poydras Street. You had a 3D model from the exterior, I think at the end of your presentation. And I guess it's the same point of thinking through multiple scenarios would be really useful for designing that outdoor space at the ground level on Poydras and O'Keefe, right? So it might not all, I think in the current axonometric that you had, everything was handled the same, right? Expansive, large stairs, everything goes up to 36 inches above the curb, that kind of thing. And then there were some small ramps that may or may not have been kind of long enough to go up 3 feet. But you actually might think through scenarios of use along the street edge, right? They're different at the condominium project, right? And the residential building next to the address of which is escaping me. What is it, 290 Poydras? The EDR?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Sorry?
930.
Thanks.
930, right?
Yeah. So, right, 930 Poydras. And then on the other side, the energy building where you have people who are working there during the day and not at night, right? So that immediately you have different groups of people plus all the other types of traffic on Poydras. And you could really start to think about perhaps a large portion of that should actually exist at the level of the sidewalk. And there might be an amazing ramp that gets you up. And it might not be kind of several small ones sprinkled around, right? So like, I do think you should take a position on designing the different spaces that exist under that kind of monolithic project diagram, right? And then this is kind of a comment for all 3 projects we've seen today. I think thinking about it as actually Earth and how landscape might play a role and what that would do across the streetscape, across the diurnal cycle, how that could work for the building, capturing water, how it's a place for people to be, right? Like we've seen a few fabulous projects with kind of lonely ground level plazas. And I do think that it could be the most amazing place because you've started to accomplish shade and depth of sidewalk, right? So to me, that should take a lot of focus and could be a really amazing place, but only if you make some decisions about it and get to a level of detail.
Okay, thank you.
Esther, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, can you go to a typical floor plan for me?
Sure.
So I'm viewing this on, yeah, go up higher.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with the computer, that is a little slow.
Get me like to the 5th floor or something.
Yeah. I moved, but something happened with the computer. Yes.
You know, while you're doing that, let me just pick up on what Marianne said. If you go down the street and you go to the public library, the main public library, which was part of, you know, it's the entire city complex. There used to be the state Supreme Court building until they decided to tear it down. If you just would look at the main public library and look how they deal with exterior and interior space. You know, the exterior space now is for the homeless. But it's interesting how it's raised up above terra firma and it's the main entry into the library. There's a large plaza on the outside of City Hall on one side. It's kind of an interesting public entry into the building itself. And then you have Duncan Plaza, which kind of mediates between all the buildings that were part of that civic. You can do the same thing with the Superdome. You know, it's got a lot of entry levels, which lead you into that building. And with the development of the basketball arena, it's kind of even expanded on what we view as outdoor space and indoor space. Can you get me to a plan now?
Yeah, I am moving the computer, but I'm not sure what happened. Just a minute. I will stop.
There used to be a lot of really good references in New Orleans for open spaces on the ground level. The Wheatley School, you might want to look that up. It's also torn down now, which was off of Orleans Avenue. Had space underneath the school where children could play. It's been replaced by an unfortunate building.
Okay, can you see now?
No.
Not yet.
But that's okay. Can you just let me just describe what I remember?
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
There we go.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna pinch my screen here and kind of zoom in.
Sure.
So I'm in the long corridor where you have a bunch of single offices. And I'm guessing some of that is there's going to be no window, and half of those offices there will be a window. Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I'm looking at your elevator. So I have to go in through a small door to get into a room, which then leads into an elevator. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Does that seem strange to you? I mean, what happens in that big room?
Hey, Dave, that's her service elevator.
Okay, where's the regular elevator?
The two boxes to the south of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Below
It is looking to O'Keefe Street. Rampart, sorry. Rampart Street.
What's behind those? What are those little voids? Those
We have
three
a
little
shaft.
rectangles.
We have a service elevator, the egress stair, and some bedrooms.
All right.
Everything about services are in the middle.
And those are bathrooms on your other side of the stair?
Yes, next to the stair, to the egress stair.
Okay. And then I would enter into a large space that has like 4 columns, and then
In the middle is
some
spaces
benches
open offices.
Okay. But everything else, they're enclosed offices until I get out to the L shape. But your cantilever, your more open structure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see. I'm just trying to get a handle on what type of office spaces I might be entering into. It seems like there's a lot of, what they're like, the study carrels in Howard Tilton, that are along the perimeter of the building. So I suppose they're okay, but maybe it's what Robert was saying, where it was BJ, I guess, who was kind of maybe searching for some qualifiers as to what this space was like. And I'm just kind of wondering why they're all the same. It seems like maybe a good place, like given your background, maybe it's full of accountants and adding machines. So that might be what's going on there. But
no, when I was working in finance, I had a very big window because it's a little stressful.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to warm up to your scheme. I like the overall look of that building. I'm sure when they put the EDR building next to your site, I'm sure there were people in New Orleans that just, called it the black box and didn't like it because it was unusual. Yours, I like the idea that there are all these bicycles, maybe hit or miss, parked underneath your building, and there's this potential for a very strange landscape that's going to occur under there, and maybe it gets flooded every once in a while, and it can survive that. I'm not sure what else could live underneath there. I think some maybe strange and interesting things, because once I get into your building, it's a little dystopian for me. It's, you know, cubicle oriented, really tight. You know, the door to my office is like the door that gets me into my freight elevator, which is the door that gets me into my staircase that I walk every day for exercise. You know, I think that's kind of weird. It's treating that staircase as only one thing, which is a fire escape. I think it could be more than that. It's, you know, it's how I get ready for my exercise to go down to your exercise floor, which you probably would never find me there. But I don't know. So it leads me to a lot of, this might sound weird, but it leads me to some strange associations with how I people your building, and I'm not adverse to that. I think I just need some more clarification as to either how weird it's going to be, or how you might be intimidated by my comment that it's weird, and you might say, well, I don't want it to be weird. I want it to be, you know, homey and or comfortable. And I don't think all spaces are like that. People live in spaces where there used to be high-powered machinery whirring around, and now they've got a couch and a microwave, and, you know, and they're artists, and they live in these giant spaces. So so I'm perfectly content using your building right now, and just imagining, you know, how dystopian it becomes. So that part I like. And you know, those examples I gave you of the Superdome, the City Hall, you know, that's from late 50s, 60s, when that kind of thinking went on. And a lot of other buildings, modern buildings, which unfortunately you won't see because New Orleans tore them all down because they didn't like modern architecture. And Katrina was an excuse to eliminate a lot of our history. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling here, but I just like the ambiguity. You know, I mean, Robert summed it up, you know, the clarity of it. So I see the clarity, you know, but then I also see all the same doors, and that's the part that I find strange in a potentially good way, but also maybe slightly alienating if you're looking for, you know, the kind of things that we see over and over again, which are, you know, corporate headquarters that have a ping pong table and, you know, beer on tap and, you know, giant puffy chairs where everyone sits around, and I think probably don't get much work done. So this is kind of a counter to that, which I'm perfectly willing to entertain. So there's definitely a lot of thought here that it's made me try to realize what this environment is, and I'm not yet sold on it, but I'm certainly willing to see where your thought process took you. So yeah.
Thank you. I like your idea.
I love the things that David is bringing up, and I think it's one of those things where, you know, in the amount of time that you have to do a project and the amount of time that you have to address all of the building systems that this kind of project makes you think about, that maybe you can't get to everything. But I think that there's something really interesting about the conversation that we're having now about the kinds of spaces that people work in and the kinds of associations we have with the history of the kinds of spaces that people work in. And I think it's one of those things where you kind of have to like take a stand a little bit at some point and either say, I'm embracing the way people used to work for X, Y, and Z reason. Like, I completely condone the difference between people who work in offices and people who work in open offices, and there's a hierarchy implied, right? Or You say there's the kind of beanbag culture of the new way of working that David was referring to. And you say, oh, I'm going to really push on that. Or you say, actually, I'm going to use this language full of meaning that I'm implying to actually make a statement about that environment and actually, use it as a commentary and really then take it bull by the horns and say, well, when I have 40 doors all lined up equally spaced from one another, what does that mean? And can I do something with that actually brings a little bit of art and humor or something to that almost oppressive previous condition, right? Like, what can I say about it? Because this is what you're setting up for yourself. You're setting up a structure in which your ability to make a statement is now becoming very obvious and clear, but we need your statement in order for us to understand which side of the fence you're on. And you're almost there, but now you have to like get into these spaces. You have to, is everyone a pink door? Is it a rainbow of colors? Is it, what are you going to do to this situation where, there's people who manage other people. There's a hierarchy here with offices and open office space. And what are you saying about it? What are you just condoning it, or are you going to say something about it? And I think that's what's really interesting about the potential of this conversation and where it could go, from here.
Thank you.
BJ,
I totally agree with you.
I don't know if Vans tennis shoes will be comfortable in that center core. I think they're like, I started counting 28 doors, and then I thought, if you gave instructions on somebody how to find my little cubicle in that, it's actually, that's where I got excited. I just thought, well, I'm behind the green door. I'm the one who, has Dave written in the plastic etched laminate.
Also, it's part of the requirements of the project to have like a private offices inside of the building, quantity of things. But perhaps it's something that is part of the learning process of us as students, that they need, that we need to use more columns or structure making those kind of things. But yeah, I agree about the open spaces that I consider it's really good to have inside of a building.
Esther, I'm not, you're getting me going here, because how do you give me instructions to get to that stair? The door is exactly like the door on the other side. And, I know why there's a door there, because that's truly a requirement, but the door to my office is not necessarily a requirement. And it can look different. And so you're creating, this is you, this is not me. You're creating this, and I'm responding to it. And I have to tell you, I'm responding to it in a good way, because of the clarity of it, the kind of rigor of it, and you're creating this atmosphere. Yeah, I don't work for Vans tennis shoes, and you would probably be hard pressed to find me sitting in a beanbag chair. But BJ is exactly right. This is the new method of how people want to work. This is part of how the working environment has changed. I'm going to give you one more reference to a building that I looked at a lot, because it was out the back window of the architecture school at UCLA, and it's Bunch Hall. And Bunch Hall has an elevator. Again, we're talking Southern California. It has an elevator. You just walk up through this really lush organic landscape, palm tree. Southern California. And it hardly ever rains, and so you're not worried about certain environmental things. And the elevator, it literally comes right outside. You walk right up to it, you press the button, and you go into the elevator core. It's great. Maynard Linden was the architect, father of Donlin Linden, who, if you look him up, these are known architects of California architecture. And the building is just really brilliant, because it's got a north side and a south side. It's really straightforward. It houses an amazing geography maps library. It's got a center core, which has really beautiful, lush palm trees growing in it. it's a building you just immediately walk right into. And then if you get upstairs into where the office is, it's kind of your design here. It's even more slender, and it's really aggressive, and it's full of a bunch of smart people who teach economics and geography, and they have their little offices, and it's really simple to find who your professor was. But there was a number on the outside of his door, so it's, you know, those are all the answers for what I'm kind of teasing you about here with this thing that you've arranged. And yeah, you know, it takes a lot to get me going, and you've managed to create this thing which has you know, it generates a lot of associations that we can make, and I can clearly see there are two ways that you can work here. You know, there's the introvert and there's the extrovert, and that seems to have a really good handle on our working environment these days.
Thank
It's a
you.
little more work, but it's good. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? I have one thought. It just crashed. So my Zoom just crashed on my computer because I said that, apparently. So you should be able to hear me, Dave, through Esther's computer, all of you. And this is for the whole studio. Like, there is so much work to go into this, and you said it yourself, that you were reticent about showing that work, showing that process in this final review. And I don't want you to feel that way, right? You can control the speed of this review on Zoom quickly, right? So you can pass through those images. It's a whole lot different if you have to print them out or show them. But we all know in this studio, and I said it from day one, we make models, right? And making those models is integral to all of your work, right? Because you have to sit down and figure out what you're going to do before you make a model, right? There's that, and then there's those beautiful sketches that you made in the beginning, right? All those things needed to be in here so they could understand really how powerful and how long it took for you to get to where you are, to make this armature that now can have all these different readings, right? And then you get to this point where you can start to make these decisions, right? So where do I go? I've been very rigorous in how do I move forward, right? Is it a commentary on Office, or is it just rigorous, right? Where am I now? And you need to realize that you worked hard to get to that point, that you get to make those decisions and then make that direction apparent, right? So Robert talked about like the breaking the rule places, right? Where you break the rules. You're not there yet because the rules are almost done, but you've been, and it's partly my fault, we've been adamant about following the rules, right? So you can find the moments, and you started to find one where these two buildings overlap, right? Where the bar overlaps. But they have no idea, all of these people, that your building was 90 degrees on the site for a long time before you made a decision to turn it 90 degrees to make that front porch on Poydras Street, which was like this, moment lightning strike, right? And how you really struggled with that. So, I want to make sure everyone, all of you should hear me when I say, as you move forward, the work that you do in the end is really important. And maybe it's not refined, right? Because it's all processed, but to show it and show it quickly in this kind of atmosphere, you have control over these Zoom presentations much more than if we're live, right? And you should take advantage of that. Okay. So now I think
Can I make one last quick comment? And,
Yeah.
and I'll say, Esther, I think your project speaks for itself a little bit. And I think you spent a lot of time in your presentation style explaining to a bunch of architects what the drawings actually said, which we probably all see, right? Because we're architects, and you've got an easy audience in that regard. So I would suggest, as you think about next presentations that you make, think a little bit more about what the idea that you want to share about the building, and express that idea and let the drawings speak for themselves, as opposed to just showing what the drawings already say. Because I will say that constructive criticism, I think the drawings are, your project is really clear. The drawings are actually super, super clear. You probably could have spent your time a little differently in the way you presented it, so that we could then focus on what you wanted us to think about, as opposed to us dreaming up things that we think you were thinking about. Because the drawings themselves are really clear, and you actually don't need to speak for your drawings because you make clear drawings. So speak for your own ideas, so we don't have to guess.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we're running a good considerable time behind. Curran is advocating, he's number 4 on the list for pushing through, but I don't want to push through unless our reviewers, and I see I got David, BJ, and Jonathan at least on the list. And I think Robert's still on, but he's in a meeting, so he might be able to jump in. How are you all feeling about pushing through? I kind of think I know what you'll say. I know what Jonathan's going to say because he's going to have to say it.
Yeah, you never want to take a break for lunch.
That's right. I mean, you can go dark and eat, but if you're still around, that'd be fine. Dave, are you good?
I'm fine for a little while, Nick.
BJ?
Yeah, I'm good. I might run up and make a quick sandwich while I'm listening, and then stay on. I don't care. I'll go all day. I'll go all. Oh, I can't go all night because I have something after this. But I'll keep
like 10 minutes to go make a
Yeah,
sandwich.
we can just take a 10-minute break.
How about we take 15 minutes right now and then jump in? So we can
Whatever
make
works.
sandwiches. Jonathan, you can make a sandwich.
Thank you.
Okay, 15 minutes and we'll come back.
Sounds great. Perfect.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Although, Esther, are you still there?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, I'll keep talking to you for another minute here.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know, BJ is exactly right. It's you posit a position, you work through this procedure that got you to this point. And then it's kind of easy for us to just look at this and immediately say, well, you know, this might sound really minor. You know, that I saw the 3 elevators sitting there, and I'm a guy who uses elevators a lot. And so just imagine your freight elevator. We come up with, you know, a large box that has a video screen in it that we need for one of those spaces. Or we're delivering those beanbag chairs, which come in really big boxes. And this is just the way some of us think, or you look at this and you go, well, this is a real problem here. But it could also alter the way that you're thinking about your project. So, you know, that little door is not going to work because we can't get anything through it. The space that you've actually given me to come off the elevator is deeper than the width of your corridor space. So if you just imagine wheeling something out through there, and it's just kind of going through this thought process where you're kind of going, well, it doesn't work. I mean, that's really what I'm telling you. It might work, but in a very difficult way. But if you just walk out that door where you are right now and you try to find out what the freight elevator is in the LBC, you're going to find that it's even more convoluted and it doesn't work. And it's a difficult elevator to use. So somehow we manage to get by with these things, but why make it difficult for people? But what that's going to do is open up a little hole in your corridor there, which is not that much unlike that little adiculous space that you've made with the open seatings and the 4 columns. And I think it would just, you know, you'll just keep going on and on and on from there. Do all those offices have to be the same size? Or could there be some flexibility there that would allow for some variations on that? But what the realization is that every time you open up that rectangular solid, and it's not this kind of hardcore drawing that you have right now, you know, you have to ask yourself, am I giving up something, or where is my design headed? Because it's, you know, kind of not as severe as I might want it, because you think severity is what you need to position your solid building versus your L-shaped building. So I don't know. I think
No,
just,
thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Yeah, teaching me something new.
I think, actually, can you go to the, while you have Dave? Because a better floor to talk about, I think, would be the floor below.
The floor?
Yeah, go to the third floor. Or the fourth floor.
I went back.
Go to the one below. Is it working?
Yeah.
Hold on, Dave. We're having a little bit of, because that's where the two floor plates merge, right? Where that L-shaped box is not a roof and it's not a plaza, but it's actually one, you know, that's where the building shares space. And that's where this kind of magnification of difference could occur. There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. See that, Dave? Right? That's where the outside bar and the inside box have become one. And that's where I think Ben was talking about the sea of desks on the edge, right? Those perspectives there that might be interesting to start to understand that edge on the inside. Right? That's that we were kind of getting there in section.
yeah.
But through here.
So it opens up a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's actually
what's going on in the stair on the upper right?
Yeah, that's her second egress stair.
The green part.
What's that other weird space behind the door? Kind of key shape.
He wants to know what that gray thing is.
The green one? The gray is the kitchen, the small kitchen.
Or the green one inside the stair. What is that space?
Or the green one you said.
Yeah, what is that?
The green you say, or the gray?
Yeah, is that where they store the vacuum cleaner?
Yes, or the dead bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been a balcony.
What is
No,
the
but
gray?
remember, this is concrete.
Right.
Here.
What is the gray? What's the darker gray?
This is the small kitchen. And this wall will be concrete. That's why the kitchen is located in this small space.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one I can play with?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Where's the? Oh, here, yeah.
It's not hard to understand for sure.
Yeah.
That's where we should be.
You said?
How did you come up with this structure, this kind of angled structure?
What you said?
How did you come up with that?
There you go.
This is when you had your when Tony Lamanna was there. Your structural guy from Arizona. He encouraged you, huh?
Yeah, he totally encouraged her.
Yeah, for sure.
This was one where Tony. I never met Tony before, Dave, but he's a concrete guy.
Yeah.
And this is one where he was all for heavy, big steel pieces on the front and leaving the building as a steel structure. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Can you see the models now?
Yeah. Yeah, I think again, this is just it's nice to see everyone trying every technique available to us, from models to Esther, I think you need to do more sketching though. I think you need, do some sketching of what you view those interior offices.
Yeah, my
to be
professor
like.
wants to kill me because I did sketches, because this is part of that. It's a little of my strongest, but I forgot to put my sketches in the presentation. It's like perhaps it's part of me that I always try to reduce the information as much as possible, but this is something that I am learning as a new skill.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of us, rely on things that we think we're better at than others. I mean, I'm a 3D person. I need to see a model. I need to mock things up so I get a sense of either how they go together or what they look like. That's why I brought up James Sterling before, because his drawings, this is from the era when they did axonometric drawings, and they became really popular. And Sterling's work is very unusual because a lot of it was, late 60s, early 70s. It's when there was a big trend towards postmodernism. You'll look at his work and you'll see, very high-tech materials, very colorful, and yet, like the building in Stuttgart, it will go back and use traditional forms. They kind of play with them in a certain way. It certainly is. He does other buildings like Leicester Labs in England, which is very high tech, very unusual, very mechanical. Or he did the corporate headquarters for Olivetti, which is probably one of the earliest of his buildings that we all looked at. And, again, very colorful, industrial materials. Then he got sidetracked a little bit with this postmodern look. So you kind of have to work your way through all this. But the reason I would look at him is his drawings, just really beautiful, direct axonometrics that would satiate your desire for a model when it was actually a drawing, but had really good three-dimensional qualities to it. So those are all things that, and they're so, it took me 1 minute to look up the museum in England, where in our day we were lucky if we had 2 books in the library.
Oh, thank you. I love museums. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Good.
Are we just waiting around, Nick, now?
Yeah, we got like 5-10 minutes left for everybody to come back with their sandwiches, Dave. 3 minutes. Curran is like keeping count. He's got a stopwatch. I don't think he told everybody else about stopwatch though. I'm just kidding.
Nick, I'll do one more project.
One more?
Yeah, I'll do one more.
This is it. One's coming up. It's a pretty good one, yeah. You should stay for them all, Dave.
When are you going to, Nick?
Well, I was only supposed to go till 5, but now it looks like I'm going to go till 6 or past. We have a reputation of running a little late in the studio as far as the reviews go. But I don't know what else to say. I tried to start on time and it did not go well.
But this is because of the YouTube, YouTube connection was a problem.
Whatever that was, yeah. I mean, I don't know. They make me do all that stuff.
I know. I'm not really. I wouldn't say I'm not. It's not that I'm not technical, but I just don't do it, so I don't know what's out there.
Karan just reminded me that we're still on YouTube Live, so everybody could kind of hear and see this all through history. And I just want all of you to know that it's kind of a pain in the you know what. And I haven't said any bad words.
I think it's good that everyone can hear. You know what I would do? I would get rid of the hand that everyone is pushing around on their drawings. Can you change that to an arrow?
Oh, you're talking about, are you on concept board? Are you looking at the concept board too?
It's whatever
The link I sent you? Yeah.
No, it's when in Yao's presentation, it was a hand. You know, it's the general hand. I don't know if anyone can control that either. I would make it a bright red arrow.
Oh, that was the InDesign hand.
Oh, the InDesign hand. Oh, BJ's back. Mouthful of sandwich. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'll give you $5 to eat that thing without peeling it. Things never change.
Expose a little too much history here.
Some things never change. That's right. We can see you wandering around on Yao's screen, so be careful.
Oh yeah.
We'll wait for everybody to come back. Jonathan needs to come back. I think Robert's going to come back probably in the middle of this. Karen? Robert might be coming back out of his meeting. Jonathan's back. Let's wait for our other.
Oh, you're here.
Would you like to? No. Where'd they go? No, I'm fine.
No?
Where'd they go?
They've gone to the comments.
They're coming back?
To the commons.
Yeah, they're gonna
that's
bring
okay.
something
Oh,
to
yeah,
eat for others.
It's because we eat in the commons that is like our pet, but you know,
Let's wait for them to
They'll
get
be
back.
back in like 15 minutes.
Oh, really? That long?
Mm.
You don't want to wait that long?
Yeah.
Yes?
You
Are
can go.
you sure?
Yeah.
Jonathan, you ready? Dave, you left. Let's wait for Dave to come back on screen. I see BJ.
So fast.
Let's leave yours
Yeah,
on.
sure.
Everybody can kind of hear me. Here's my other screen. I don't know what's going on. Oh, this is that screen. I have 2 screens on.
This is not, this is turned off and the other one is working.
I'll go out during one of the critique times just to head over to the commons.
You coming over now?
No, whenever I get a chance in like between critique time. I was having lunch right now.
You were having lunch? I didn't
Yes.
tell you got lunch. Where do you want it? How do you want to do this? How do you want to do that?
I can just put.
Water, coffee, or
Yeah,
something.
that's-
Okay, we're setting up. This is a little complicated.
Water, coffee.
So thank you.
something.
I want people to see your stuff. Though. I don't want everybody to abandon you. Oh, he's got a bag full of stuff. Hey, bring me that bag. Oh, you've taken all the biscuits out of there?
Let's see the smaller one. Like, it doesn't make sense for me to put 10 pieces in.
We all
You
get to
want
eat
to
lunch
show that?
together.
With a phone or something?
For the context.
Yeah.
And we can just repeat one of the iPads and the camera can just place that. So one of the.
Hold
We
on.
also have images.
This is fun. When did I get to eat lunch with David Greger? I mean, really.
Let's see. I'm turn this on.
Hey, BJ.
When's the last time you and I had lunch together? What, 30 years ago? 25.
I think the last thing was a party. I think it was like when you guys were getting ready to leave. There was some party over on Claiborne and Broadway.
I want to do this.
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah. 1999.
Claiborne and Broadway?
Well, it was on Nelson Street, probably.
Yeah.
Close.
BJ, did you know Roddy Creedon?
Yes, but not super well, but yes.
Yeah.
In
Did
fact,
you know
he was the
passed
one.
away?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah. I think it was
He
December
was-
December 8th. He died.
Really? He was
Yeah.
the one who actually
Yeah.
was responsible for my getting my first job in San Francisco.
Uh-huh.
Believe it or not.
If you go online, there's a nice
It's 8
remembrance.
Is that at 8 Inc?
Somebody at Berkeley.
That job?
Yeah, I ended up at 8 Inc. because of him. I'll have to look that up.
Where
Thanks
is
for
it?
telling me that.
Yeah.
Huh.
We've discovered that a lot of people don't know that. So
Yeah.
taking it upon myself to inform people.
Yeah. No, thank you for that.
Doing something with that.
Wow.
I think he was 65, maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Count down the days, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Gabe made the connection, and yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah. 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 Greg Emselin told me.
Oh wow.
That's how I found out.
Yeah.
Because I think, Greg had an encounter with him, like everyone else.
There's a sweet
Yeah.
spot right there in the corner.
Pretty
That's a sweet
crazy.
spot right there in the corner.
I can just lift it up. I can use one of my marks first.
That's still a sweet spot. You want to pull closer? I'm trying to look at like that screen. Oh, here we go.
And it just gives a better view of the funnels. Should we start?
Oh, we're fooling around now. Let's just wait.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, nope. There you go.
Model cam.
One tow model camp. You have no idea. I went to Hub Hobby and bought $800 worth of model material for the studio because the bookstore is ridiculous.
That was $800.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, I
Gotta use
drove
the
by
money.
there.
I gotta use the
Not-
money they're paying me for something. Might as well be useful for you. And then
I
they,
drove by there,
and
Nick, and
I'm
it's
being
gone.
recorded. I'm being recorded. And so then a lot of them are learning how to use the 3D printer.
Yeah.
And the makerspace, which is over on the engineering road. BJ, you know this.
Yeah.
And you can do that for free, right, Greg? Oh, he's on his phone. You can use a makerspace for free.
Oh, yes.
But the shop space for the school is a cost. So the 3D printers there are sitting idle. I was going to buy one.
Yeah, you have.
And they walk over, they have to walk over all the way over there. Oh, you don't know this either. They're renovating the building. You knew that, huh?
I knew that.
So we're in tents in Newcomb Quad.
Yes, I went to visit and I got lost in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And nobody told me that the building was shut down, and so I couldn't find the architectures.
Here's Mike too. So here's another reviewer, Mike Grad. He was on the list, I think. So between the four of you, Curran, Mike, can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Mike, can you hear us? Oh, he must be having trouble connecting. Oh, there he is.
I can hear you.
Okay, we're just kind of fooling around, so I think we can get started now that we have full serious reviewers going here.
Serious.
It's mute.
Mute viewers.
Yes, that is not.
I can just.
Is it me?
And done. I just muted it. So hey everyone, my name is Karan. This is my project. I'd like to start by a short video, just sort of an introduction to the project. Excuse me. Okay. So yes, this does not have the voiceover from Poetry Street. The main idea was to sort of give you a glimpse into the project before I start to try and explain the concept and ideas. So 1000 Poitras. So I started off by really thinking about the context where the site lies, which is basically New Orleans. These are circles which represent 5, 10, 15-minute walking distances from the site, and the kind of ground you can cover and how the site can actually relate to the pedestrians and people within the vicinity. Then also sort of mapping the courtyards or courtyards created by different kinds of massing within the context, because that's the predominant language which I sort of gravitated towards. And then just the parkings within the context, which also relates to like how are the office commuters gonna come to the office, how are visitors gonna interact with the site if they want a place to park or something like that. And then just the pedestrian movements within and around the site. So as you can see, there are a lot of cross movements of pedestrians existing in and around the site. So the concept, a very hands-on process in terms of the site existing as a parking lot initially with these major Poitras Street and crosswalks in and around that. A very heavy flow of traffic in terms of vehicular and pedestrian. So we start by protecting the context, which is the existing heritage buildings. So I sort of moved my massing away from these existing buildings. Then the next step was to track the pedestrian circulation patterns which existed on the site, because the whole idea revolved around not trying to minimize the changes which the building brings to the pedestrian movement on the existing site. Then raising the plinth, which was like the main public plaza, because the codes require you to raise the actual ground, and then providing 1:20 ramp access in all of the fronts and all of the entry portals for people to feel invited and for easier access, and then also providing an interior oasis like landscaping to the entire scheme. Then visual connection between street and retail / restaurants, because it's such a major front, it gives us this nice opportunity to create this very strong visual connection between the commercial front with the street in and out. And making the choice of not having any massing on the second floor between the heritage building and the site provides a really nice void and opportunity for cross ventilation. And also providing that visual context, visual connection with the context. And with the entire office complex raised above it, you have a double-heighted entry plaza, and then a courtyard, and also this raised terrace level. So some of the site strategies was, number one, underground water storage. So where does the rainwater go? So the whole idea was to have this underground water storage underneath the raised 3 feet plinth in certain areas. All this water can be stored, retained, can be used as gray water, can be given back to the system after that, and our retention of rainfall. Double height plazas towards the entry for a more inviting entry. Balcony spaces in towards the courtyard as well as towards the main streets. So you can actually interact with the courtyard and the streets and take those office breakout spaces at different levels for the building facade. Raised terraces, which provides you another layer and opportunity for public interaction, where public can go to the second floor raised terrace level and see the building and experience the building and the landscaping with the visual connection with the Poitras Street and existing buildings. Internal vertical circulation. So there are a couple of grand staircases within the building itself, apart from the core spaces, which allows for interaction throughout the space. And interior exterior visual connection, which basically refers to the fenestrations, where you have always have a visual connection with Poitras, O'Keefe, and South Rampart, and also with the courtyard within, and then landscape plazas and balconies. So the structural concept, it started with a 30 feet by 20 feet grid, which I wanted to really stick by, and then pile cap with wooden piles. Then you have the underground water storage tanks along with the plinth. So these can be embedded within the site, within the plinth itself. Then you have your steel structure on level 1 and 2. with corrugated metal deck and pour concrete on top with some sort of wooden finish as the final flooring. And then we move on to heavy timber structure on 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor with CLT floor slab and finish on top, with the roof level being a CLT floor slab with concrete finish on top. The facade concept. So the main idea was to go from the standard facade, which lies in between structural grid, and push away from slightly away from the structural grid. And then the facade further extrudes towards the streets on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor level. So creates this indent between the pedestrians and the facade, and this sort of a very soft cantilever over the pedestrians walking by. Then punching out holes and creating this in and out balconies within the facade as well, to create these moments where the balcony pushes in between the columns and to the exterior, further out into the exterior, creating this in and out space. So there are overall 3 types of different facade sections. The first 2 levels are curtain wall systems, and then we go towards a parklex cladding on your normal exterior wall with a plain facade, punched out windows with a combination of balconies. So coming to the north facade and how it sits in the context of the building, really snuggles between the Entergy building and 930 Poydras. And the main idea of the facade was informed by the solar radiation analysis and the sky axis analysis. So solar radiation analysis takes it into account how many hours of radiation do you get per year, and solar axis analysis basically takes into account every point of the facade and figures out how good are your visual access to the sky and natural light in terms of the contextual buildings and how high they are in the context. So north facade, the context is really low, as we can see in one of the models in one of the model cam. So it had the most opportunity for maximum fenestrations and balconies. And this is what it ended up looking like. Further out, I try to play with different combinations of cladding orientations, but we can further talk about it. Then going on to the west elevation, the same process, but it has slightly narrower fenestrations and balconies because of more solar radiations. And same goes for the east elevation, where the fenestration sort of tends to dissolve as you move towards the southern facade. So coming to the plans, the major idea of program distribution was to have these entry plaza portals which create and invite the pedestrians within the space and creates like these 3 or 4 moments where you can actually want to walk into space in the main plaza, flanked by your commercial fronts, which can be a cafe, bar, always looking on to the action on Poydras Street, your retail spaces, reception, and then office spaces up top with the premium corner offices, and also conference rooms and multipurpose rooms distributed within the entire layout throughout different floor levels. So again, this is the plaza. It's oriented northward, Poydras Street, O'Keefe, and these are the main 3 entry points. So as we move to the first floor level, every portal is accessible by 1:20 ramp. You enter into the plaza levels and you have the office reception, you have retail spaces, and your 2 main cores. One important part throughout the process was to really, along with the courtyard space and the plaza space, really keep into account what's the quality of natural light which is getting into the retail spaces and the office spaces. So every floor and the fenestrations were iterated and moved after every stage to really think about what's the interior lighting quality of the space. So accompanied with every floor would be a plan of the lighting analysis of the interior spaces. And there are moments where there's a lot of natural light coming in, and there are moments where natural light reduces to provide that hierarchy of different spaces as well. So every floor would be a combination of private offices along with their open office spaces and discussion spaces. On the second floor level, there's a library which is also accessible by the public terrace level, and it sort of sits in a different zone of its own, along with the reading space outside, and which is accessible from the plaza and also from the office levels. And then moving up, the office again is always a combination of your private offices and open office layouts, along with a grand staircase, which takes you from the 3rd floor level to the 4th floor level. A lot of emphasis on the balconies, which face the courtyard, and also on the exteriors, and interior landscaping opportunities where you can have indoor plants to improve the interior quality of air and also just the overall experiential quality of the space. There's also a fitness room on the 3rd floor level, which has a double-heighted space, which takes you to this climbing wall, which goes to double height behind these office space. So the office space would have a glass curtain wall where you can sort of, in the backdrop would be some of your employees just working out or climbing the wall. So in my head, that's a pretty cool space. And then there's another grand staircase which takes you up along with the same combination of mixed use of private and co-working spaces. And then the raised private office terrace, which can be used for office parties or other congregational spaces, and vice versa. And then the roof plan, which is just for mechanical equipment. So one of the sections which was cut through the main double-heighted plaza really showcases the water retention strategy along with the double-height space, some of the slanted columns cut in section, and the library space along with this terrace axis and the grand staircase in the background. So going to call out one for some of the details, some of the strategies were just looking at how the structure comes in together and how it can be waterproofed and having all those thermal and vapor barriers throughout the space and different column to be in connection, especially for the slanted column configurations. And again, the same strategy of having the CLT floor and the finish and how it relates to the structure, different sprinkler systems, and details how it all comes together. Similarly, section B, B dash, which takes you into the space of the courtyard and this raised terrace level for public use and how different office spaces are actually looking into either through balconies or through punched out windows into that space. Also a skylight at the floor level above the staircase, which brings in natural light. And one of those grand staircases and how it relates to the main office spaces. So this is just another sectional perspective, which brings in the exterior and interior together and how the structure relates to the contextual building. So this is the void, which I was talking about earlier, which creates this visual connection between the existing heritage buildings. And there are moments where you can, like, while you're going up, you can actually look at these buildings and on South Rampart at the same time. Again, some of the model studies in terms of how the details will come in together, how the overall massing looks, some sectional models of how the actual building comes in together and the kind of spaces and details. So again, talking about spatial quality, balconies for outdoor congregation, corner offices, which relate to the street and the main streets and have that visual connection to other process. Restaurants are upfront on foyer and double-headed plaza space, which invites you inside along with these slanted columns. Landscaped courtyards, and there are courtyard seatings, which act as that magnet for congregation for people to come sit in this urban oasis. And while these office balconies look into the courtyard as well, so always maintaining that visual connection between each floor. So again, these terraces and the view is from the entrance looking in. One of the major details was how the column connects to the overall ceiling, and it basically punches in through the false ceiling and meets the structure as per the detail shown before. And again, these balconies and how they relate to each other at different floor levels, and how these windows and fenestrations basically create this porous environment throughout the office where you always have that visual connection because the entire space is gonna be used by one company. Again, a different kind of space, terrace, which leads you to the library, different landscaping opportunities and spaces. the reception area for the office. Then we move on to the space in front of the elevator. It opens up to a lobby with a suspended acoustical ceiling, always looking onto Poydras with interior landscape opportunities. And again, the waiting area in front of the elevators. So if you want to meet up with a friend and let's say they're coming to meet you, you can always have a seat in front of the main action on Poydras seat and just have a chit chat with them within the main space. Meeting rooms, the corner office, the corridor spaces with all these glass facades or glass partitions for your private offices. So always maintaining that visual connection. And the open office layout where people can sit adjacent to either meeting rooms or private offices, and always have a visual connection within the courtyard and have that access to natural light for the work environment. And the landscape terrace for office meetings or parties. So again, the structure, the first two floors are steel, then it goes to heavy timber with these two reinforced cores. And this is a third floor framing plan just to showcase the core and the heavy timber beam along with the slanted columns and how it connects. And just the different layers of pile foundation, RCC walls, and columns coming in together. In terms of mechanical, it's a VRF system. So this is just a distribution layout throughout the space and throughout all the floors, and how you can control the quality of all the private spaces and the common working spaces. The double-heighted space I was talking about in terms of the climbing wall, which is on the backdrop of these major office spaces, and then the terrace and the roof, and just how the entire system comes in together. This is a reflected ceiling plan for the third floor level, just to showcase the kind of light fixtures I was thinking about in terms of, and the density, but they further needs some research. And just the kind of interior quality of acoustical floating ceilings, along with linear lights, the circular lights, and your cove lights and wall lights. In terms of circulation plus accessibility, the entire building has two main cores, which have elevators and fire escape staircases, which escape into the main plaza level. So again, a plan just to showcase all the ramps, which are at 1:20 slopes, which take you up through different parts of the project, exterior staircases, and fire exits from the courtyard. And these are fire egress plans just to show that it's within the safe limit of a sprinkled building. And some material explorations, which I did earlier just to, I was considering brick and wood panels in terms of material, but eventually finalized Parklex wood panels for my facade, along with Solera S IGU units for the glazing. And that's it. Yep. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, boom. All right, you didn't hold back. That's good. Now, I will. No joke. All joking aside, I will say that was a really very clear presentation of your ideas. It was very easy to follow, and the drawings were well supportive of your ideas. It was consistent. What you said, you showed. And as a result, we can all now ask some hard questions because we don't have to ask the easy questions. So that's great. You should be really proud of that. You know, there's some things that I get into that I want to push it to the next level now, because you kind of hit on a lot of the kind of, like I said, the kind of fundamental things. There are some ideas that are really nice. Like I loved the idea of protection of the context. You know, that idea is really beautiful, but then you put a bunch of bathrooms and stuff right in front of the context you told me you were going to protect. And so I'm like, you're going to protect it quite like you said you might. there's a beautiful idea about collecting rainwater, but then it didn't really find its way into the project so much. That would have been really cool to see if you could push on that a little further, because you have to raise the ground on the site. So using that space that you've kind of abandoned, that's for something good, but then it would be really cool to push that a little further. And these are all just a bunch of comments and reactions, right? So you don't have to answer to them all, but I actually found that the second floor was an almost amazing opportunity. But the disembodied arms are a little weird in your presentation, by the way. It's kind of like, but the second floor, go back to the one with the words on the diagram, because I think it shows it the best. You start to allow the ground floor to be this occupied ground level, and then you've got this mass where the office space rises above it. And I don't think you pushed hard enough on the second floor to actually create more of a buffer reveal outside space. You did it a little bit on the back, but you could have used it pushed it a lot harder on the front of the building and allowed that. I think aesthetically, I think the proportions of the ground floor feel a little too high, and a reveal between the ground floor and that mass would have done it a lot of good. So not to just talk about aesthetic things, but I think you could have made better public space above the street there and actually played some of the game you're playing in the back, but also a little bit in the front. Last thing before I hog the conversation, I think that the space of the courtyard is really cool, but I think you gave away some of the tools of the trade to make that even more alive. Your grand staircase, your rock climbing wall, balconies that are not solid, but more permeable, like all those things to make that space a lot more, lively and more participation from, across it, would have been things that you have in the project that you could have actually just slightly repositioned to make that thing have more juice, because you've got the basics really well covered. And so this is where you can, we can push and say, well, you're almost there. You could really just live it up a little more with the things you're bringing into the project and make some of those spaces even stronger. But anyway, I won't hog it, but really well drawn, beautiful drawings. Your sections of trees are all nice stuff, well presented.
Thank you. If I can just try and defend this one part. So the main idea of trying to protect the context was to push the building away from the site boundary. So it sort of moves away from the site boundary by 6 feet, and in effect, it is up about like 12 feet away from the contextual building. And also part of protecting the context, I know these bathrooms are not the prettiest thing, but that's why they ventilate upwards, encased within those landscape areas on the next floor level, and creating this terrace where people can actually come and appreciate the context. But that was, but that's something which I feel can take more work. Yeah. I agree on that.
Karen, I mean, this is it's an amazing amount of work for everybody who's seeing it for the first time, but it's an amazing amount of work for those of us that have seen it 3 times now. Like, you've done a lot of work even since the last review. The presentation's totally different. You really took to heart the like idea of annotating on top of the drawings to really try to hone our view as observers to see what you're trying to get across in each of those different diagrams and drawings. I really think you did a great job on like crafting the presentation and trying to create a narrative. I think in a similar way, like, and it's something that we all know that you struggle with, like editing the building form is still something that, like, it still feels a little all over the place at times, right? Like, there are moments where you've made the decision to like use the same material on different like levels in the building, like BJ was saying, right? Like, maybe the balcony guardrail didn't want to be the same paneling as the wall. Maybe it wanted to be glass so that you could have a visual, access to the space of the balcony, right? So I think those kinds of like high level kind of design decisions that are about what's the kind of spatial form, the formal or the spatial like design of the project, I think still like because you have so many ideas, right? Like it gets lost because like you have 400 ideas that you have to work through. And so like finding a way to step back and to look at the project fresh, like you're gonna have a bunch of projects in your life to work on, right? Like every project doesn't have to be the project where you bring every idea, and having that critical eye to say, oh, like in this view, this is the salient thing about it that like really is going to hit home. It's going to make this project a 10 out of 10. Like it's going to be the thing that people talk about when they leave and go home at night and say, hey, I took a call on the balcony today and this happened because of the way that the architecture was, right? Like having the ability to figure out what those moments are and highlight them through the architectural decisions you make. Like I think that's the next step for you, right? Because you've got all the ideas, you've got all the talent at visual communication. Like what you need is the ability to kind of remove yourself from the chaos of your ideas and find clarity.
Yep,
But that's nothing new either, right?
Yep. Before presenting, I was going through my sketchbook. I was like, what should I show? What should I not show? I was like, this is.
Yeah, no, I mean,
like
you did it in the
10% off.
presentation. Like, I think like all of the new images and renderings and like, I love all of the stuff you did with like putting the context in so that we could see it in like, in a way that's way more compelling than just like line drawings. I think all that stuff like really helps you hone in and get a like textural feel for the project that like wouldn't have happened if it was just line drawings, right? And because we get that textural feel, we really start to imagine ourselves in those spaces and start to be able to have these kinds of conversations.
Yep.
So I might lean in with, you know, we got to speak, what, 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, however long ago it was. And there's been significant progress. So kudos on that, and echo the sentiments that have been said about like, this is a comprehensive, literally and figuratively, a comprehensive project. And to BJ's point, now we can kind of pick it apart, right? Either through aesthetics or personal tendencies, or, you know, this is where the fun starts, right? Because I would have done it like this, or so-and-so would have done it like that. Nick told me to do it like, you know, that we're in that kind of realm here. But I do think that BJ brought up the point that this is a simple project. You have a solid box on top of a transparent box. And the interrelationship of those two pieces, that kind of gasket in between the two, is that uncharted territory. It goes beyond aesthetics. It goes beyond the personal choices that I think you could have done a far more deliberate job of having that exterior envelope line up, right? It desperately wants a shadow line. It desperately wants a reveal. It some kind of signature move to acknowledge that distinction between the top and the bottom, right? Because I fear also that you're getting too stacky, and that's in the architectural dictionary. You can look it up. Stacky, where you've got some great sections strong, but there's no real volumetric response of spaces. You have floors stacking on floors, and the thing that would really make this enriched is that kind of volumetric interplay among floors, not just on the outside, but on the inside, to be able to look in and through and around spaces. But that's my turn to stop talking. But well done. You've really taken this to a good point.
Yeah, I did try include those double-heighted space within the building as well, where you can have that connection between those floors as well around the staircases.
But it doesn't express itself on the outside, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't
that's
really give you any kind of clues. So
Yeah, Karen, I'll add to that. Like, you know, if you look at the drawings you chose to do details of, right? Like, go to your detailed drawings. Like, it's like an expansion joint, the like column to like floor slab detail, right? Like really what's interesting is that detail too, but like I want to know like that whole system, right? Or like Robert was saying, right? Like the detail between the third floor and the second floor and the first floor, right? Like that's where the kind of tectonics of the architecture are interesting, and where like you thinking about it at the level of an architectural detail would maybe help the architectural form be clearer. So like I also think just thinking about and maybe those like detail conditions were given, but in the future, like when you're struggling with a formal question, thinking about it at various scales, right? Thinking about it at the scale of the site, at the scale of an elevation, and then at the scale of the detail will help you like think through all of those decisions in a rigorous way. And so I think, you know, rather than having to think about how the structure meets how the column meets the beam, right? Which maybe is important, but maybe doesn't progress the project further. It just makes you aware of how that connection would happen. Things that would propel the project forward are the things that we've been talking about, right? So drawing those drawings at different scales could help you kind of think through those issues.
Well, to put it another way, because I think it's really, when you do drawings and visualization, you edit exactly what to draw and what not to draw, and what to focus in on and what not to focus in on really well. Like the drawings read really well, they're very clear, they get their point across. Do the same thing with the rest of the presentation. Like if your project is all about a certain relationship of solid to a void, you know, choose the details that actually emphasize that. Because you're not going to draw construction documents of the whole project. You're not going to have to draw every detail. So you can choose exactly which ones make my idea come alive more, right? And you just in the same way that you choose in your drawings, okay, what gets texture and what gets color and what doesn't, what fades away. You can give emphasis to the way you describe the drawing, the project, by choosing what you get us to focus on. And I think that's real power there. And I think, you know, it's just, there is this question about restraint or no restraint. Some of this is really fun because it doesn't have so much restraint, but the project would actually get really strong if you started like shackling yourself down to not like the simplest architectural expression. Maybe that's not your thing, but like, what is my idea? And what am I going to only do because it helps my idea? And I'm only going to represent the things that help my idea. And that just makes it all resonate a lot more.
Those are really good points. Thank you.
Yes, somehow I got a little bit lost here. BJ brought up the, you know, capturing of gray water. Then there was this issue. You don't have to go to it, but there was the drawing that showed kind of a relationship between temperature and heat and the building itself. I can't quite read that graphic, but I trust that there's some research behind it. I'd like to see where that ended up. The other thing is, yeah, like that drawing. You know, if there was a way to explain what the graph on the left had to do
Yeah.
with the plan on the right.
So basically, the way the graph reads, it's going from 1500 lux to 150, and like the ideal office working conditions are around 350, 400. That's what you need. So I basically was trying to study till what extent does natural light come into these spaces, and how that affects the interior quality. And where should I inform my fenestrations and my balconies and my glass facades and the solid and the void within the facade itself. So this final graph has come through like a process of iteration. I had some drawings where it was all black inside, like there was no natural light coming in. It was like, oh, this facade needs some fenestration for light to come in for the quality of space to get better. So this graph is basically, this drawing is basically meant to represent the interior quality in terms of getting that natural light in.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is a water storage tank. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe just some clarification on where the research ended up. The gray water thing seemed like it stayed in the ground. The light thing, I guess I was thinking it's light and probably also, you know, the absorption of heat or the difference between being north facing or south facing. And then I could look on your plan and I could say, well, I mean, the walls are fatter here. There's more glazing here. I'm seeing some of that. The other thing I would have expected, I'm certainly not very knowledgeable about mass timber structures, especially as relates to buildings with more than a few floors. I'd kind of like to know, how does that change where you have a couple floors that are one type of construction and then another couple floors which are mass timber structures?
So the first two floors were done with steel just for code reasons, like because the maximum height of mass timber structures is limited. So I wanted to get that plinth from those steel structures, and mass timber was chosen because of its environmental reason and the overall impact it has on the environment versus steel. So it's a lot less burning on. It has basically negative carbon footprint. So that was the reason of choosing mass timber. Plus, I got to look into detail, more into detail about steel structures and mass timber structures. So also driven by that personal goal of knowing more about these kind of structures.
But I'm thinking that there's a difference just in terms of what spans you can achieve of one versus another, or especially what kind of ceiling conditions do you create if you have, you know, most of the mass timber structures that I've looked at, you know, they have a quality, let's just say, to the ceiling, which means that you don't cover it up, that it's more exposed, that there are things that are attached to it which are, you know, for some aesthetic reason maybe pleasing. Right, so I'm looking at light brown versus, well, what's it look like on, well, so we're on a steel level now, aren't we?
We're on the steel level. So at this floor,
level
basically,
2.
yeah.
So show me level 3. I mean, is there a difference between level 2 and level 3 in terms of what I'm looking at?
So I specifically moved to this level to also show one of the differences. I don't know if it's, so there's a steel column which is wrapped in wooden sheathing just to have that continuity of aesthetics throughout the structure as well. So that's the underside. But I'll go one more floor up. And yeah, so like this is the office space on the 3rd floor level.
I see.
You see those beams and the underside of the CLT panel, and an acoustical ceiling tile with a similar wooden finish for obvious acoustical
reasons.
Yeah,
that has characteristics which I imagine would be part of a mass timber structure. The floor 2, it's not that convincing to me. It seems even more elegant, less less industrial, which is what it could be. I'm not telling you that they should look different. I'm just trying to see where this is going.
Yeah, my main idea was to have them look consistent, to maintain that visual quality throughout the main office spaces interiors.
So I think one of the things to think about is, because I happen to be working on projects with mass timber a lot right now, and they do force you to do a different kind of building structure than the steel. You know, the grids may be a little different, the expression of the material is different, the size of the material is different. It's actually worth thinking about, like in your part, you know, you have this partie, which is the kind of, okay, I have this kind of lightweight bottom and I have this kind of massive feeling top. Okay, that's kind of inverse, that's interesting. How can my structure, if I'm really going to change structural systems in the middle of my project, how can my structural systems relate and emphasize the difference between the top of my building and the bottom of the building, the way that Robert was talking about it? Like, how can we get that to, like, how can you get it to play the game? Because right now you're kind of, you know, not letting it play the game. It's just being a good citizen and being similar up and down, you know, make it work, you know? And I think that's a little bit what Dave's talking about. Like, let the building structure can express something, you know, let it express something, or let it get out of the way. But being in the middle is kind of a choice you didn't make.
On the subject of structure, I have a question, Karen. I hopped in a little bit late, so I might have missed this, but speaking of structural switches or changes, can you speak a little bit about the slanted steel columns in the sort of outdoor atrium space and what your impetus was for using those?
And what was?
Sorry? Your
what was the last?
what
was the last part of the question?
For using those. Sorry, what was your impetus for using those?
Wait, what was my? I did not get that word.
The
reason.
Your motivation. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I started off with the massing. Like, I just wanted this entire space to be cantilevered, and soon enough realized, okay, this is a very big span, and it's going to be a really deep floor slab with a lot of structure involved. So what's the next best idea? Then maybe have one very strong column. Then I did not particularly like the aesthetics of that. Then eventually switched off to maybe create this dance of columns in between that plaza space, where it looks like it's holding it up, but at the same time, these are slanted columns, doesn't feel like it's holding it up, like what's going on here, and creating this moment with this really heavy piece of massing. It's just sort of cantilevering over you, feels like it's cantilevering over you because of these slanted columns. So that was the entire motivation and the process of getting to these slanted steel columns. Creating this moment within the space where the structure, all the heavy timber structure goes down and goes into this 1 point load through these slanted columns.
Okay. I think for me, this just feels, and I want to echo everybody's sentiments, that you've done such an incredible amount of work here. This is very thorough. Like, I don't know if you were required to do a reflected ceiling plan. I wasn't when I took this course a couple of years ago, but that seems like you went above and beyond. And the degree of material exploration that you've done, like, this is really a lot of work. So I commend you. I'm just, echoing this question about switching structure. Like, I'm looking at these columns. I'm also thinking about cost, but really more from an aesthetic point of view. And I think too, from the point of view of like the story of the building, like, I'm wanting those columns to be about something, or to tell me a story, or to be referential to something. I'm like finding myself sort of reaching for metaphors in the context of New Orleans. And I don't think that's just the only part, or that's the part of the building for me that isn't like, it's not capturing me as much. And so if your intention there was to really create this sense of floating and lightness, I think it's worth asking, like, what are all of the ways that we can create a sense of floating and lightness? And truly, as we've discussed, like, or as others have discussed, you do already have a sense of like a heavy box on top of another volume that is expressing more light anyway, because it's clad in this, kind of diaphanous glass surround. So like when I look at this particular image, I actually, on the right side, already feel like this box is floating above the floors below. And I wonder if there might be a different way. And I'm not, suggesting that you go back and redo everything. I'm just looking at this and thinking, is there a different way to create a sense of openness and light with structure that maybe tells a story that's a little bit more consistent with the rest of the building? This is pretty subjective on my part. Like, this wouldn't have been something I personally did. So I'm just curious. That's all.
Yeah, that's one question I've been debating throughout the process. So I totally agree with you. So.
Daisy, I think, you bring up a really good point. Like the columns, the slanted columns are the most different thing about the project. And if what, BJ and other people have been talking about, right, is that like the idea of wrapping the steel structure in the retail spaces with wood tries to bring different things together too much. Like, I would want to see what the first floor and second floor would look like if everything tried to be a mirror finished column, right? Like then we're in steel world is steel and wood world is wood, and then you bring the glass and the mirror together and you have a different, there's a hard line in the project now that maybe would be more interesting than trying to make, all of the interior spaces feel cohesive. If you try to make the interior spaces on the ground level feel more like the exterior covered porch spaces on the ground floor, like maybe that's the way to kind of bring inside outside together and kind of highlight those differences.
Yeah, absolutely. Or conversely, if you bring the language of the interior steel columns on the first two floors outside, right? And so instead of bringing and actually, they're more successful from this angle, I will say, but instead of bringing the shiny columns in, what if you brought the traditional columns out and, then I have a sense of sort of appealing away of the glass to make this dramatic corner entrance. And that I find pretty compelling. So, it's tricky. It's tricky, but I think that might be one place for some consideration in the next round.
I think I'm the last one. Karen, echo everyone's words about your production. I think it's great what you've done as far as drawings go. I think for me, seeing this now the third time, the renderings and the kind of detail work has really helped me see the project a lot better than in past sort of presentations. And I wrote down that the columns were the most unconvincing that they've been since we talked at the beginning of the year. And part of it for me is this whole plaza feels a little bit unoccupiable. It's sort of like this is something you can look at, but it's a little bit precarious to sort of walk around. Also, there's gonna be a lot of bumped foreheads with all of these columns everywhere, and I just don't know what they're really doing for you. The other thing I also wrote down is what everybody else is the choices of structure and how that I said choices of structure versus your facade, because it's hard to see, so I don't want to kind of belabor that point. One thing that everyone was talking about, and I finally stopped and pulled up to next to these two quote unquote heritage buildings. The one building next to the site is a block building, right? We all know that, right? That's just, it's sort of a block building. There's nothing very special about it. There's a big billboard covering up most of the side of it. The facade of that building is sort of sad arches. And so I think that, you know, there's a little bit too much attention paid to a building that was never, building's facade sort of elevations has never been meant to see the light of day anyway. And so I don't know if you really need to kind of get give that much attention to that sort of building. So many of these buildings were built that way, right? They were built for their front facades. And the last thing I'll say, since everybody's already really said anything, but it's one of the little nitpicky things, is if you look at your corner facade rendering, or your corner office rendering, I think there's sort of a lady in a desk. And this is my developer hat. Are all of those just frosted glass?
It's more to do with just the overall rendering layer.
Oh, okay. So they're not meant to be.
No, I just
Okay.
added some fog in the background.
Okay. Okay, I was worried that you'd sort of spent all of this money on corner offices and then covered them up. Yeah, so that's all I'll say. I mean, I think you've done a phenomenal amount of work. I think, you know, Jonathan's point about simplifying and distilling your ideas, using kind of being simpler about it, finding that simplicity is your goal, not the starting point, is a lesson that I always try to sort of pass along. You know, you can get 50% less and concentrate your idea, the better. It also helps with budget. But all in all, really good work.
You know, the last thing I'll do is chime in here. Even though I understand the main idea here is to be a little more rigorous and practical in what architecture actually needs to do, which is to assemble itself, and also to make deference to new techniques like mass timber. Although, I don't know, we've been building barns in this country for a long time with mass timber, so I don't think it's all that new, but, and then, you know, creative modern materials. So, you know, I don't know if we're going to be using a 4-layer roofing gravel on your building, which is what you're proposing. I think there are probably better techniques and better things to use. So that's one thing I would say. But there's another part which is still your responsibility, no matter what the theme of the studio is, and that's context. So I appreciate all the models that people have shown us today, and the drawings and references to other buildings. But if we were, and granted, Poydras is a strange street, a newer street, a lot of, you know, more modern buildings, high rises, with a few oddities, you know, from the Superdome all the way to the World Trade Center. It's a strange environment. You're adding to that. Your building, you know, I could put your building in a better context, and it, BJ might disagree with me, but it might end up out in the Silicon Valley, where there's something about the vocabulary of that seems more appropriate. I'm not sure how appropriate it is on Poydras. Most of the buildings I've seen today, I can imagine them and kind of embrace them as having a home on Poydras. This seems overly complicated in terms of the materials, and I don't find them to be representative of what I see on Poydras. That's either a good or a bad thing. I'm not going to weigh in on that. And it's kind of the same thing about the entry that people are discussing. I don't see why, I don't see the impact of what you did for the corner entry into the building as being carried throughout the building. And that's probably what I'd like to see. Otherwise, I'm just kind of lost. The same with the difference between the lower structure and the mass timber structure. It just baffles me a little bit, which is not to say that I'm not giving you free rein to do what you want to do. That's what school's purpose is to try those things out. So I would just temper some of the comments in terms of the look of the building. Does it have a home on Poydras? You'd have to convince me more before I would give you the final stamp of approval. But I appreciate the effort you put into it for sure. So it certainly has created some discussion here.
Yep, that's kind of what I feel like a facade building should do, is create that conversation where people are like, does it belong here? Does it not belong here? And like eventually it starts to belong there, but in my mind, it sort of belongs in Poydras, but everyone comes with a different perspective. And I so agree with that point.
I mean, personally, I think it needs more scale. I think it needs maybe a simplified facade, not so many little shifts. Or if it has those shifts, your next door neighbor is, in my mind, a really good addition to that street, because it certainly is severe, repetitive. They had to exert a lot of authority to get permission to make a bulge out on the upper floor, and for all the good reasons. It's one building that I was really happy to see them build on Poydras, because it's challenging and pretty severe at the same time. So I think yours is, I think it could have had more mass and height to it, and streamlined it a little bit, and I think it would fit next door in a better fashion. I don't think it needed that entry. I think EDR figured out the entry, and maybe it's too traditional in a modern sense of how to approach the street. But I don't know. But that's editing on your part, which can happen in the future.
Thank you for the comments.
So just as we're transitioning, sounds like we're about to transition. I just have a comment. I'm really surprised we have not seen a tall building yet. And maybe I'm waiting and it'll come.
75 was the limit due to
What's that?
codes. That we set the limit at the studio at 75 feet.
Oh, you did? I thought that the FAR limited the site and there was no height limit and you could do whatever you wanted with the height. Sorry, I missed that.
The FAR is 14.
Yeah.
The studio, like I said, limited at 75 with a 65,000 square foot building, which puts you about five stories.
I retract my comment.
That's all right. It was one of the first comments I made the first day I showed up, which was, why don't we have 10-story buildings? And then I was told we can't. I was like, oh, you're right, we can't. So
got it.
It creates an interesting thing, Kern. One thing that I think we've been fighting about this and wrestling it, and this image is perfect. You've left the perfect image for my criticism that I'm about to lay on you. Right? And I don't think through this, I kind of realized it's not about the amount of ideas. There's no way to control your amount of ideas. And it's probably my fault for trying to rein that in. Right? I think that was the wrong way to go about this. It's the way in which you decide that those ideas are right and move from one to the other in such a way that you don't rest long enough to really press on one hard, right? So the structure came and went, the angled columns came and went, right? They got to a certain level and then you moved on to the next thing. You know, we've talked over and over about the proportion of the building, right? The glass versus the wood on top. And then these renderings, you know, they are beautiful, but the pink flamingo is kind of the moment where you are just decorating that stuff in order to make nice renderings instead of really pressing hard on things like, is that a CLT structure? What is that glass? Why is she sitting at that desk, right? What kind of space is that corner? It's not out of a catalog. It's not a Lumion, right, rendering. So I think that's where you can kind of slow down a little bit and understand when to really think hard about one or two things instead of just constantly moving on, which, you know, obviously it's great work and it's a lot of work in a comprehensive studio. But, you know, the buffer of the second floor or whatever, I still think that's something that you could spend a little time on.
Definitely.
So now, Kaylin, are you there?
Thank you everyone for your comments.
Yeah. Yep. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Everybody else? I'm going to mute.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kaylin, and the design that I'm proposing for 1000 Forges revolves around gravitation, perforation, and layering, both vertically and horizontally. And this is one of my first concept sketches where I'm beginning to think about how to encourage pause and soft separations of spaces that allow you to gradually enter the office space and rethink how we experience the office space after working from home for over 2 years. And then the section sketch is where I'm beginning to think about the environmental uses of a second skin aside from simply an interstitial space. So as you look here, we're across from the office and you can see the first pause set up in the form of storefront patios, and the central stair that brings the user up to the 36 inches leads to the office concierge and the plaza beyond. And then from O'Keefe and South Rampart, ramps bring you up to begin to shape the plaza. So looking at the location of the site, it's surrounded by a variety of building use types. And I thought that having the retail, commercial, project brief was pretty appropriate building type to interact with the surrounding in a way that was balanced. So I wanted to be as intentional as I could be with the charges for the ground floor and the plaza, because I thought this is where most of the urban public benefit would occur. So the first charge is something I mentioned in the beginning, which was gravitation through rotation of street traffic towards the plaza. And I was hoping to accomplish this by having balanced entrances to the central point and allowing the traffic to flow through there and become more intuitive over time. The second charge will take advantage of the 36 inches below the plaza as a means to store potential rainwater on the site. And this will also begin to inform my drainage strategy further down the line. And then finally, using the previous charges to highlight the shops that both have interior and exterior entrances. So for systems and programming, thinking about the building as a whole, I chose to have 2 cores to house the stairs and building services and the mechanical spaces. And I chose to do this not only to literally open the floor, but to continue to encourage that rotation that was happening on the ground floor and to create a break for the natural light, since it is such a large open floor plate. And the ground floor is constructed of concrete, and the upper floors feature steel, with the main highlight being two steel trusses that span the length of the structure to allow the beams to extend and create a buffer space, which becomes important to the project. And in this porger section, you can see those trusses, and in the O'Keefe section and the Rampart section, you're starting to see the variation of the floor plates and the sectional layering that is being revealed from the ground floor up to the roof state. And then again, in the section perspective, you can see the long truss as well as the variation of the facade panels in the program as the floor plate extends from slender to wide. Oh, sorry. And then detailed of how I think these things would connect in the use of the tapered beams and trusses and the thermal break to decrease the thermal bridging between that buffer and the conditioned space. So as we go to the plans, the ground floor houses a majority of retail in the plaza, as well as the storefront patios. And then in level 2 is all open office space with access to an upper outdoor terrace. And this really marks the beginning of the second facade that is positioned in all horizontals in this view. And then level 3 is a mix between the open and the closed office styles. And it's the first moment that the floor plate begins to taper in from the edge to create the habitable buffer space that serves as a space for the employees to separate from the office space without being completely exposed to the outside. And here you can also see the change in facade in response to the program it's around. So as we move to the upper levels, the spaces where the floor plate extends to the edge will be surrounded by horizontal panels, and the buffer spaces will be surrounded by vertical panels. And then as we get to the fourth level, it's made up of all closed office spaces and that have individual access to that buffer space. And the fifth floor is all amenity spaces with meeting rooms and flexible open space. The mechanical system for this project is a mix between VRF and a DOS system. So you can see here there's lines going towards the cassettes, and not drawn here, but the DOAS also stems from the core to supply and retrieve air throughout the building. The ceiling in this project is exposed, but there are spaces that require more intentional space acoustically. So on the left, I have some diagrams of where I would be requiring a drop ceiling. And this section shows how the roof drainage would integrate with this method to transport the stormwater to the plaza storage, and then a detail of what I thought that would look like. And to the facade, I can say that the facade is one of the most important parts of the project. So I go back to the rotation diagram to think about how the facade is also responding to these charges: rotate, store, and highlight. And also thinking about the overall facade texture and the texture that's created through these responses. So the material chosen for the panels is a translucent polycarbonate panel and is sandwiched between an aluminum system that attaches to the floor plates. And these panels respond to the ground floor charges, the response to the program, and the climate, and the context as well, as I'm sure the perpendicular state of the facades are contradictory to the corresponding horizontal state of the facade, which is similar to porters and the buildings that align versus the buildings that are perpendicular to. And finally, I have some experience views of the project that I chose to do with only daylighting, so the views don't feature natural light to see what the space would be in its natural state. So the first view would be of that upper level terrace space, looking back at the offices and having a partial overview of the plaza. This would be the third floor and fourth floor buffer space that is unconditioned but not completely exposed to the exterior. And this would be the porter's elevation, and this gives a good look at the texture that's created from the system responding to the program and other influences, and that change as it rotates to the South Rampart elevation and the O'Keefe elevation, and finally the South elevation. That shows the plaza, and again, that upper level terrace space. That's all I have.
Kaylin, I have a question for you. How tall is your building?
It's the top of it is 75 feet. The extension of the core tower goes above, but the ceiling of the fifth floor is 75 feet.
Okay, so your floors, they average 15 feet.
Right.
Yeah. And do you count that off the 3-foot increase off the sidewalk level? Is that where you start counting it, or do you start counting it at the sidewalk?
I actually started counting at the 3 feet, so it would be higher.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, that helps BJ and I out. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to say anything right now. I might wait to see, let other people weigh in.
Okay.
All right, I'll say something. Even though I try my hardest not to always just be the first one to talk, but I have a self-control problem, so I have to talk. So here we go. First of all, I actually find your project to be amazingly inventive in the way that it thinks about the way that you connect the inside of the building to the outside building. And I really applaud you for that inventiveness. What I'll say though, is it really happens in 2 dimensions more than 3. You know, it's kind of a plan-based inventiveness. And I think your project would go over the top if you actually took that level of invention into the section too. And you're shifting things left and right, you know, excuse me, you're not, you know, I mean, it's not a pure stack of things, but I think that there's a potential for vertical expression of spaces that could be half as inventive as you're being in the other direction. And it would take it to the next level. And so I would say, you know, get out of the plan and get into the section and start playing around in there, because you'll make a big difference to your work if you do that. And the other thing I'll say, and this, I hope this comes out the right way instead of the wrong way, but there's something really cool about the work you're doing. And I wish that I could have heard it from your voice instead of your reading voice. And I don't know if there's something there or not, but I think you should be really proud of the work you're doing, and you should tell us directly instead of trying to read it, because I think it would come from your heart more if you told us instead of read it to us. But anyway, hope you took that the right way.
No, yeah, I agree. I just didn't want to miss anything and nervous, so.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess the last thing I'll say is that, so these interstitial spaces that you're putting, these kind of spaces between the outside and the inside, they need a lot more attention and love from you to make them habitable and wonderful. Like there's a lot of potential there, but if you could dig into them more and explore them and really kind of pull out why that's an amazing place to be and what you would do there and what you have to do to articulate them so that people like to hang out in those spaces, I think that would also push on it really, really hard. Those spaces can be either painfully uninhabitable or they could be over the top cool. So they need your love and attention so that we can we know what to do there. We know, what the conditions are like. Maybe the office can open up in a way that allows those spaces to be, less, more blurred. Sometimes they're part of the office, sometimes they're not part of the office. All the things that make great porches work. Think about even the history of other things that are like that you don't need to take exactly the way they're articulated in the past, but what makes them work. Explore some of that kind of stuff. And those spaces could come alive a little bit more.
Kaylin, the drawing I'm looking at now, this is the Poydras elevation, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I'm out in that little strip of neutral ground there near one of those cool sculptures they rotate through there. These are all like little Philippe Starck chairs that are on that little plinth there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now keep rotating me through your drawings. Just let's look at some of these. Like, get me back to that view of on the other side of that screen where you're building kind of. See, this one, you really got me going here. And then the way you describe this, it might not seem like much now, but if I imagine, there are no ceiling fans. There's, I'm not sure what keeps me from falling out on the Poydras. There are a bunch of things that are, maybe problematic for some, but for me, I'm imagining all those panels are going to move now. And maybe then you could tell me, oh, I've got some idea where I'm going to move these panels in a way, and I'm going to, there's this amazing wind that can come down Poydras. Sometimes it's enough to almost knock you over when it comes off the river. So, if there was some way that you could harness that and get it to work its way through this space, then I'm even more with you. I'm more on your side to seeing this thing through. I talked about context in the last project only because it elicited some, preconceived notions I have of what I think might be appropriate or inappropriate. Your building is very much like one of my favorite buildings on Poydras, which doesn't look the way that it used to. It was on the corner of St. Charles and Poydras, and it was covered with gold material. And if you can go back and find a historic photo of it, you'll see why I liked it. It was a narrow building. It's still narrow, but they put a balcony on it and put a big fat rail on it, and they ruined a building that I liked. And so I liked it before because of the materials. It was a weird proportion. It was kind of an oddity. And you're certainly in that realm as well. You've got curves where no one else on that street has curves, unless you go back and you find the old river gate, which they tore down to make way for Caesar's Palace, or Harrah's, depending on how you want to refer to that building. I'm way more interested in your building than most of those other buildings on Poydras, but I want you to figure it out, or feel free to make it into something else. So I've got you have to design a wind vortex for this little space in here. So it's one that on a day like today where it's probably 85 outside, at least you've given me some shadow, but give me something else. But keep going through your building, keep rotating through your drawings. Now, this is a strange one. I mean, you've got shadow in there, which I can drag the chairs over to there to get out of the heat, the blistering heat, unless it's, in December when we like the sun, or just a few weeks ago, we loved the sun. This is a pretty evocative drawing to me. It's almost like a collage, and I'm not really sure what's going on. I see some solid building to my left and interesting shadows. I can see through your building out the other side. So keep going, keep rotating through these. I mean, you're trying to figure out here how to deal with those weird little buildings that are on your side street, which I wouldn't know what to do with those either. The problem is this building seems taller than it really is. I'm having a hard time with all these projects now because of scale. But And then show me the interior. Go back to some plans here now. Yeah, please. You know, it would take me a while to figure out the scale and then to put myself into this, but I'm, you know, I was willing to in Esther's project. So this has got me going the same way that Esther's did. I'm putting myself in here. Your core, I think, works better than hers. Anyway, I'm not going to say much more. I just, you've got me interested in what your work is. You solve some of the problems of having a comprehensive studio that, you know, you need to worry about how to get people in and out. You have to worry about structure. You're also mentioning the rainwater thing. I'd like to see how that might work its way through your project. It's your position. I can identify with this one where you want it to remain extremely minimal. I think that probably allows for a tenant to maybe use these spaces the way they choose. You're not. You've certainly been pretty aggressive at designing a weird shape and surrounding it with some interesting possibilities in terms of material. And anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I'd be certainly anxious to see how you develop in terms of your architecture and your response to a complicated practical set of requirements. And I'd like to have maybe some more information ultimately on what my working experience would be in this kind of space. So you got me going so far.
Thank you.
Ayla, could you go to a view that shows the fins perpendicular? Or one of the plant, there you go. So for me, I really applaud the kind of simple podium with the more sculptural element on top as a contrast. It's certainly one of the more unique projects we've seen today. And also, as David was saying, relative to the streetscape in Poydras, you know, the Rivergate notwithstanding, there is the dome, that little thing up the road. But back to kind of form making for a moment, I would challenge, is this the right move for this kind of amoebic shape? I'd like to see it deflect more to accentuate views or to celebrate certain spaces. Let it respond kind of situationally to the context and be more deliberate. BJ was spot on that you're designing this in plan, but you know, that three-dimensionality to this could be really, really interesting. And the fins as a device can further accentuate that. Right now, you've got them all at the same kind of width, the same dimension, right? There's nothing in the rules that say that some of them could be shorter or a different shape to them, or use them as framing devices, right? To either frame views or frame either to collect wind, as David was suggesting, or block sun, or be more environmental as opposed to, and I know that you didn't do this for pure aesthetics, but if you could take that to the next level of functionality, I think it would be super killer in this case. Because right now they seem like an applique as opposed to something that's deliberate and working for you. And I do like it. You have the simple form that, sometimes it collides with that interstitial space and expresses itself on the exterior. I think that's really thought out. I'll leave it at that, but I do think you could be more deliberate in your fins as it were. And if they all moved, that would be incredible. But in New Orleans, that would work for about 4 days, and before they became fixed.
Yeah, I agree. I went back and forth a lot with if it would be smooth, if it would be segmented. At the previous DD review, I had them more so like at a 30 or 45, so it would kind of be a wind tunnel, but then the concern got to if there was too much wind, then it would be bad. And so I went back and forth a lot with it. So I definitely agree with your thoughts.
You know, on the southern exposure, you know, solar control wants to be more in the horizontal, right? As opposed to in the vertical, like on the east and west, right? And so again, letting this thing respond to its environmental conditions can be another way to do this. And another thing, when you see fins like that stacked, when you look at it obliquely, it becomes solid, right? All these things collect onto themselves to be, in effect, a solid wall. And use that to your advantage or manipulate it to let that not be the case. Again, be far more deliberate in the composition of these things.
Mm-hmm.
You could like aim the views from the inside to specific things that are worth looking at and shield other views. And you know, there's all kinds of cool things you could do.
Yeah, and I think your project, out of all the ones we've seen so far, is the one that really could have benefited from the like flyby, drive along Poydras animation, so that we could really see the building flex and, you know, those vertical fins where we get where they start to stack on each other and they become solid walls, and then where we see into the building, right? So like, as you're thinking about taking this project and putting it into your portfolio, if you're going to build a website, like spend some time and do that animation, because I think it's going to sell this project in a really compelling way, because the like what you struck on from the beginning in this project is that the cloud form is the thing that makes like your project at its scale stand up next to the buildings on either side of it, right? Like it's punching way above its weight class because of its kind of alluring shape. So, and I think that would only be highlighted by a kind of drive along Poydras kind of animation.
You know, the other thing that existed on Poydras, at the end, the World Trade Center had a bar that revolved, and you could have a few drinks and it would rotate you 360 around the city. The gold building that I mentioned at St. Charles and Poydras, no longer there, but you can find that one. Rivergate, an amazing structure that everyone should be embarrassed that we allowed to be torn down. The Superdome, this is going to give you insight into maybe how warped I might be in terms of what I look at. But if you ever check into Tulane's hospital and you park in the parking garage there, if you want an experience, it's the faster you drive through the parking structure, the better, because it's, you know, really compact. The ceiling height, if your car is a little jacked up, your antenna scrapes along the top of the ceiling. Pretty wild views out through this concrete bunker. So there's a lot of things you can look at for either inspiration or to encourage you to go in a different direction. You know, so I would say it's disappointing that you didn't tell us that all those fins move. So that's bad, because it's just a given that they have to move. Otherwise, they're repetitive and they don't have anything to do with real life, which is that the sun moves and wind blows and it's within your power to make cool things. So you've got to really work on that. And I'm not a computer guy. So for me, it would be modeling. It's very easy to make a model that moves. You've got fins with little dowels that allows you to move stuff. Then you can photograph it and see what the effects are. But you have to imagine that you're in this amoebic shape with 15-foot tall ceilings, less actually, if I count my structure and then everything that's hanging off of it. But I think my description right there is an interesting one. And it's based on what you've given us so far. I don't know what I think about those offices, because you say closed office, closed office. If we go back to my band's tennis shoe headquarters, that's open office, open office. You know, I could be skateboarding through your environment here. You have chairs, you know, inside and outside. It could be, I'd rather see something other than chairs. And I don't know what those are, but that's for you to come up with. And so I think you're on the brink of something, but way too timid. You know, there's a building, the Girasole in Italy, that the whole building moves. The whole building moves to track the sun. And it moves on a little moped motor. It's an incredibly efficient structure. So it's not that difficult sometimes to think beyond what we're used to. And I'm not telling you to be irresponsible. I'm telling you to find a way of moving this shape forward and making sense out of it. So.
David, wasn't there was a building also that had a facade a little bit like this, and the facade actually rotated around the building also? I think I remember that.
Yeah.
There's a Jean Nouvel building that had the apertures. Again, that broke in like 15 minutes. But
in Paris,
Saudis can pay for to fix it. Kaylin, where do I start? I mean, I think the one thing that I wrote down was detailing. I think that's been kind of the the theme of our conversations all semester long. And for me, I mean, I think that's where your next step is. And I think it's not only detailing the obvious stuff, the fins, how do the fins attach to the building? How do they, if they move, how do they move? All those sort of questions. How do you kind of articulate the edge of this building? Because it's not just fins floating there, right? They've got to attach to something that has to attach to something else. But it's also how you make the kind of more orthogonal portion of this building, and how those relate to each other in the way that they're made. You know, when you look at these elevations that you have, or at least the renderings that you have, they don't, you know, they're missing kind of another layer of structure or infrastructure that holds all of it together. And I think that's where some of the answers might lie in how this ultimately sort of fits together. And, you know, I know that I was hoping to see something less straightforward as far as how that happened. And I think there, you know, you can see, you still have, there's still a window for that. And that's not a pun. But right now it sort of is just sort of an idea and plan, and that section, that building section and those wall sections are really where the development needs to happen. And you know, I think that the way the building sort of ends at the top is always sort of an opportunity to do something rather than just kind of slicing this kind of layer cake off at the top, kind of flat. So that's kind of, I guess, a continued sort of piece of the conversations that we had around that.
All right, any other closing comments?
I'll just add, can y'all hear me okay?
Mhm.
Okay. I don't have much to add. I do want to say that I am more convinced by the fins this time around than I was in the DD review. So I do think that, I think your work between DD and now was moving in the right direction. I think possibly, I think I would have liked to have seen more development between DD and now. And again, I really, as much as it might be like climatically difficult, I really do echo David's sentiment that I'd love to see these fins be able to move. And I think in particular, like I'd really love to see them be able to close down in the event of a hurricane for an actual whole building hurricane shutter envelope system. I think that's a huge, kind of, again, maybe missed opportunity to not talk about these as moving. I also really think that if these, and again, this is a whole additional level of technology that you don't really have time to explore in a comprehensive studio, but moving forward, I would say let's get the tech people on this and make sure this moves and make sure that these fins are responsive to the wind so that I think there's an awesome opportunity for passive cooling here to allow the wind through these fins to cool the building as much as possible in, not just these interstitial outdoor spaces, but I'd like to invite whatever air is moving through these fins into the interior of the building. And that gets back to this question of okay, so how is the envelope of this building, the actual building part constructed? So I think it's moving in a good direction and I'd love to see it move even further. And that's all.
Thank you.
Last call.
Well, I was just going to say, you guys are sitting in a building that has
horizontal
an enormous
moving
number of. You've got methods for the chimneys to cool the building. Water, is the water still turned on in the next to the dining area? You had those little bars that moved on the quad side to distribute air. But, those are all inventions that they cooked up with to control the environment of those buildings. So, that's an architect who cooked all that up. They don't use a lot of them now, which means maybe they didn't work or for whatever reason. But yeah, I think you're at the tip of the iceberg in terms of it. Invention is part of the deal here. So I think it's just research and the desire to create those things. So that's it.
Kaylin, anything else?
Nothing else. Nothing else.
Okay. Mr. Chris, are you ready?
Yeah, ready as I'm ever going to be.
Thank you, Kaylin.
Okay. I put in the chat this precedent for the curtain wall that I'm about to show, which I'm pretty sure Jonathan sent it to me, or maybe it was Nick's, but I'm sending it right back. So let's see. Can y'all see my screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 1000 Poydras. My name's Chris. This project, I've kind of commandeered the program. Had an amenity aspect to it, which is about 5,000 square feet. And I've also incorporated, there was a piece of the program that's about 1,000 square feet for an event space. But the whole idea is that I've added this black box theater into this office space. And so I was trying to, from the outset, keep it really orthogonal and make them just simple gestures. And part of the criticism was how to find a way for the facade to express the different program and the structure, and then also how the massing of the building itself could reflect that there's something special inside there. So yeah, that precedent I sent you, if you take a look at it, but it's got, the whole idea is this curved glass that has some structural integrity to the curtain wall, so that the mullion isn't really structural. The mullion is just, you know, joining and keeping the environment sealed. So that's kind of the whole idea, is to play with this glass and just the way that it reflects the light. And then as we move into the theater, I'm attempting to use the same form that's on the outside curtain wall on the inside of the theater to help just unify the design and also potentially control the sound. So does that change? Or okay. So here are just some 4 axon views so you have an idea of the massing. The main long face that we see on the left side, that's the Poydras facing side. And the skylight that you see serves the theater space. And for those of y'all who were here before, this little jog out on either side kind of helps, I hope, define the form of that theater being there. It also turned out to be critical for managing the amount of people that are in there. It's supposed to hold 300 people. But part of the struggle with trying to build a space like that is you got to have them all in one space in one moment, and then 5 minutes later, everyone spills out into somewhere else. So made some tweaks, removed the wall, added those little jogs to create more space. But the other kind of driving concept was the Poydras facing offices, the nested theater, and then obviously like this shaded courtyard here. And I think Bhumika said it well, that when we went down to the site, we just noticed how much people used that nothingness of the parking lot to cut through. So I really wanted to maintain the ability for someone to just walk through there and not have anything to do with the building if they wanted to. Quickly, just break down the program. I try to keep this whole presentation black and white, but I'll just move past this quickly. But the idea is that on the ground floor, you have the retail, and then you have the office spaces on the 2 levels above. And then the 4th and 5th level is a double height space that contains the theater, the library, which is potentially another theater. And then this light here is the meeting room spaces. All right. In New Orleans, it's, you know, local yokels would call the warehouse district, is kind of just anything that's, you know, in between the highway and the French Quarter. So I kind of picked out within that zone the existing theaters. I think this is right in the way of my, oh yeah, there's the little cluster of them here. There's the Superdome, and then here's our site right in the middle. Just quickly run through, you know, the nitty gritty. It's a steel structure, concrete slab, and then it's actually kind of interesting the way that curtain wall attaches is via its own little mini slab that kind of fills the gap between the orthogonal slab and the curve. But I'll show some of that later. But the mechanical basically have 2 chases. One that serves the front office and one that serves this back half and the theater space. And then the circulation, you can kind of read from, I'll show it more in the plans, but there are these long 1 to 20 ramps that allow accessibility from all sides. And you can sort of see once you're on this 4th floor, you have to, you know, you kind of get a view of the other pieces of the building. And then on the very right, you can sort of see how this theater begins to kind of just be nested and hopefully begs for a skylight to come in there. So I'll move to the elevations and talk more about the facade. Yeah, just basically the idea that you have a spandrel panel in this 4-foot space, and then that's kind of sandwiched by these little 2-foot more frosted glass areas that can either be opaque or, you know, maybe have some sort of tint to them. And then you have these clear curved glass. And then this facade, this is everywhere we see is all glass. The other thing I pulled from that Rex precedent was the bottom retail floor having a different curtain wall, which is basically just storefront windows. And what you're seeing is you're kind of seeing through the building to the back piece. So this other elevation, you can see here on the left, this same rhythm is held, and these same curved panels, but they're not glass. They're just different tints of steel. And I have some views that show that. But hopefully we can start to read that, you know, there's this kind of back of house zone, which is indicative of the tenants of the building. It's an office space, so they all live here, but there's a tenant that runs this theater, and this can be a pretty sharp divide between, like, we're here during the day and then this space is active at night. As far as the structures, these are what we're looking at here are 30-foot spans. It's like a 30 by 40 bay. And then the other gesture on the Poydras facing side is that it has this cantilever that allows this whole facade to be column free, and you can really walk right up to that curtain wall. Same thing on the other side. So this is kind of the property line. There are existing buildings here. Obviously, it doesn't show the context, but the idea is just that the rhythm stays the same of these kind of 3 by 3 different materials, but they change from glass to steel. So section view kind of, you know, you can sort of begin to read that program. I mean, you have this double height theater with the skylight is really the main thing I'm trying to show, is that I'm able to pull some light into this space. The underside truss is something that's kind of taken some massaging, and I think especially the way the curtain wall joins in these corners is something I could stand to spend more time on. But that aside, on this left side, you see this other kind of the two tenants can kind of do their thing. And then we have here this double height space for like the spill out of the lobby, basically from the theater. The other thing I'll just call attention is how this little sculpture plinth, you know, echoes this same form of the skylight and the center stage. Part of the whole design of the stage too, I'll try not to digress, is trying to keep it symmetrical and not and make it more like a black box. It can be multimedia, could be classical, could be different things, but it's not the typical shoebox stage at one end, seats at the other end. The Poydras facing section, you can start to see into this double height lobby space that you would come out of. This is kind of the dividing line between the two tenants, if you will. So you could be working late in your meeting here or in your office down here while there's a soiree happening up here. And then the ground floor is reserved for the retail and restaurants. Basically the same two drawings, just kind of combined. But you can just begin to see how these spaces relate to each other. You know, you have the offices and the meeting rooms, and then you have this other piece that kind of like either sits on it or is held by it or is nested in, however you want to think about that. But I'll show you in a view too. It's pretty interesting. The way this glass curves, it just throws light everywhere. So even though the sun is coming in from this side, it's reflecting off all of this, and we're really getting a lot of light in here. And I'm trying to use this under truss as an ornament to really push that idea. Some really glue covered models that I had made along the way. This is, I think, after the DD review, I chopped it out, and I was trying to iterate on this theater space and just use some foam to kind of like come up with what's a simple way to try to keep it relatively orthogonal. But part of the whole idea was that there could be some moves going on that were more subtle than drastic. So here, as we're coming down Poydras, heading south, you would never really even know there's anything going on back there on this building. The Poydras facing side. I mean, making this model was like such a learning experience. To not try to use a whole stick of glue, but also it was just fascinating to like see how every little column serves its purpose. And it wasn't really until the last column goes in that all of a sudden the thing becomes rigid and takes its form. These are half scale models of what we were just looking at, kind of iterating through from right to left to try and get at this form of, first I just knew there's going to be some little space up here for the theater. Then I knew it kind of has to address Poydras somehow. And now we kind of have this balcony. Now the skylight comes in. So by the time we get, you can kind of see how that happened. This was the very first model, which is just the idea that there's something happening on the bottom and then some sort of ornament on the top that is nested onto itself. Just a couple more views of these models, just to get a sense of how I've been just mucking around with trying to, use that tool as opposed to getting so bogged down in the digital tool and not being able to make grand moves. But anyway, so here's the plans. I'll linger on this ground floor plan a little while. So you can see these long 1 to 20 ramps. These are like 60 feet long to get the wheelchair access on all sides of the site. And I kind of used those in conjunction with these planners to sort of help define, like, this is like the shaded part, or excuse me, this is the shaded part, this is the not shaded part. And as far as access to these theaters, it's nothing really grand. There's not anything monumental, you come in here and you go up the elevator. These are all emergency stairs. All the circulation is through an elevator, save for one spot once we get up to the theater. What else can I say about this? Yeah, outdoor cafes, funky clubs. All right, level 2 is the open office space, and you have the high-tech office tenant, and then you have the theater tenant in its kind of back of house zone. Basically holds as we move up to the second floors, have different office layouts. So now we're on the theater floor, and you can see this stair is going to like help the spill of the circulation between. You also have access to this outdoor balcony, these double height meeting rooms, and then these other event spaces, and then a sort of green room, if you will, for the musicians. But you can see, let me just call your attention to the shape of this theater, which is just a symmetrical octagon kind. I've tried to make it as square as I could, but it's balancing like fitting seats in there, and I can't go over a certain amount of occupancy. So anyway, so we can see how these levels kind of relate to each other. You just have less seats on the balcony. You kind of have this grand lobby space. You can see down into this other space. You have all the bathrooms up here. Then the roof plan, you just see the skylight and the core mechanical system. But I just toggle those back and forth so you have a sense of what I'm trying to get at with that circulation. Facade detail, again, I kind of used that Rex precedent and added my own little twist on it with the different rhythms of this 2-foot glass. And I had rendered some views that were colored, so maybe like those top and bottom panels are tinted orange or tinted blue, or maybe they can change, or there's some other fascinating things that I won't go into, but the idea is that those mullions, those trim pieces, are just really light as can be. It's like 2 inches wide, whereas like the glass that you actually see out of is still a 4x8. I chose this piece of the facade to show that there's glass and then there's steel, and each each of those material choices has like its own like 3-tiered variation to it, and then you have a different condition on the bottom. But you can see how like this like little slab basically just attaches inside the concrete slab. And I think I have next some views what that's like. Yeah, so this would be just inside the office building. I've kind of tried to show like this is, you know, a 90-degree or kind of an acute angle. Here's a moment where it's like an obtuse angle, and you have this, you know, mirrored metal column kind of living. This is a strange space. I would welcome some comments on like what exactly is happening right there. But you can see that there's this little piece of slab that really belongs to the curtain wall as much as it does to the foundation of the slab. And you would obviously see out those. I didn't really render it that way, but I wanted to like play on the idea that it would be really wild to behold, especially as, you know, the sun is setting or whatever. Just quickly, I did some precedent analysis on different theaters. These are 32 different plans and sections of just the relationship between the interior space and the exterior space. And just to get at this idea that's, you know, there are kind of these relationships between them, even if they're not always so overt. So I was able to kind of narrow down 5 of these spaces that were even close to what I was trying to get at. And then from there, I was able to kind of pick one which informed this kind of in the round take on the theater. So yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to pull off. I'll just leave you with some views, and you can see really right here, this moment where working with this curved form kind of creates a little headache when it starts to join itself and when it wants to make another complex curve. So kind of just pump the brakes on that and try to execute these drawings. But, you know, potentially this could be more mirrored to get more light down in here. The view from, like, if you're standing in line at the Civic Theater, you might wander over under here and hang out while your show's at intermission, or however it may be. Yeah, that I guess is about it. It's the interior view of the theater, and you can see these shapes of these panels have kind of been extrapolated onto the interior to help control the sound and just some visual continuity. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Hey,
Maybe I'll
Chris,
jump
where
in
are
since I've
you?
been out. Oh,
But
I just wanted to ask, where are you from, Chris?
I'm from Kentucky.
Uh-huh. And you went to architecture school before.
No, I went to art school. That was a great decision.
Where'd you go to art school?
It's called Colorado College, just a little hippie school. And I've been paying for that decision ever since. No, but I've been working in the trades. Honestly, I'm a welder and I've done other things. I've always like worked for architects, and I've just kind of decided to get into this side of it. But anyway, that's kind of why I was wanting to make those models and see. It was kind of fascinating because you think you have a good set of tolerances to build something until you get to like things that are scaled down tens and hundreds of times, and every little tolerance is just amplified.
But you didn't specifically build a model of the black box theater.
No, I have not actually modeled very much of the interior of the theater now.
Okay, I interrupted. Sorry.
Oh no, I was done. I was.
oh, okay. So Thank you, Chris, very much for your presentation. I think it's a really interesting exploration. The overall plan, I think, works really, really well, the way that you have it organized on the site. I really appreciate the way that, kind of back to my early comment before I had to jump off for several hours, but the way that you address Poydras as a kind of front porch, right, with recessing back the front. Is that on along Poydras? I think I got that right. Okay, yeah, that you've kind of created this front porch there really helps, even with the 3-foot difference in height, makes that feel like a welcoming space that kind of references some of the historic conditions of the streets of New Orleans, but in a modern way. So I appreciate that. This material of the curtain, I think it's a really interesting way to kind of think about a curtain wall, theater, curtain call, right? Kind of sort of the relationships conceptually between those two, I think is a really rich idea that I love to see you kind of push more into that conceptual connection between those. So how that maybe that curtain wall, I think where it is a little bit less successful is here you have this kind of beautiful clean box. And when you look at the Rex example, right, it's all about that curvature of the glass. There's no horizontal banding. It's all very vertical, very clean, right? And so the horizontal banding on your elevation, I think, starts to kind of maybe fight with the beautiful curvature of the glass. So you might think about that. And then the kind of suddenly that there's a like a bay window sort of shape feels also at odds with the curvature. But I would ask you to really think about that idea of theater curtain and curtain wall conceptually, and how those two could come together, especially someone who went to art school. I think you'd have a lot of fun with that.
Great, yeah, thanks. Yeah, even getting those curves to align on a square was difficult enough, let alone in those junctions. So don't look too close, because they kind of like, you know, scale and.
Chris, could you leave us on one of those images of the whole building?
To piggyback onto what Dominique had to say about the curtain where it wraps the sort of bay window shape, or the theater, I wonder, I mean, and honestly, to your own point, you said it was difficult to start wrapping these curved pieces anywhere that the geometry started to get irregular and was no longer orthogonal. So I just wondered, did you consider at all altering the facade material at the location of the theater? I think we talked a little bit about this at the DD review, but I just wonder, in this particular phase since DD, like, was it really, really important to you to keep this, granted, beautiful curved facade curtain wall consistent around the entire building, or did you consider at all possibly letting the theater have a different expression on the facade?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of what was strong about that Rex was just the monumentality of that all being the same. And I agree with the previous comment that the spandrel panel look kind of is at odds with that. So I was thinking that anything more, and all of a sudden it becomes a really true hodgepodge of different things. And if anything, I think I was wanting to set myself up with these different, the 8-footers and the 2-footers, that maybe like at the theater, those could go all the way to 12 feet or something kind of subtle like that. That would be one way to think about accenting that theater. The other, in terms of the different facade, would be like where it's not curved glass, like these steel panels, treating this condition differently and letting, in fact, now as I'm saying this, I would probably like attach the facade, use the same strategy here and at the theater, and then have the front be the curved glass. Yeah, I mean, the other thing I was thinking about is the building that is right behind us, where we're looking at the 930 Poydras. They have this kind of rhythmic facade, and it's definitely a game they're playing with the sunlight, and where do we really need the, it almost seems like the least amount of windows, whereas this is like the most amount. So yeah, that was the idea in breaking that 12 foot up into 8 foot. It's not, I haven't actually really done that, but that would be probably the next move.
I have a question for you, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get my head, just one logistic thing I'm trying to get my head around. Your site seems to be square, and all the other projects we've seen today seem to be L-shaped. Where are the two little existing buildings relative to the, I can't figure out, am I looking at the Poydras Street facade, or am I looking at?
This is the O'Keefe facade, and so those buildings are like right behind. I haven't actually, well, I guess you can kind of see that one there, but it really is an L shape. Let me whoops.
Do you have a site plan?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it.
I mean, it's probably a little bit of a detail. I was trying to orient
No,
myself.
it's I mean, these are those two buildings here in this this left corner, just these outlines.
So the theater is not on Poydras. The theater is on the side street.
The theater is on the side street.
So the entrance is off of the side street, not off of Poydras, correct?
Yeah, you could potentially come through the Poydras, because on the ground floor, that sorry, this is lagging. You could come through from Poydras off this front porch. You can come through here and get up via this elevator. You can get via this elevator. So you would come in really any which way.
Got it. Okay.
But yeah, these are those two buildings. They should have some more detail, but
I see. I had myself oriented wrong, because it felt like the main move of the building was, which seems to be the theater and this opening below the theater. It felt more obvious that those were facing the main street, but I got it sideways. Got it. So, but just a basic question about the precedent and the glass of the precedent. Has that been an idea that's been around for a long time or a short time?
That was the absolute shortest time possible. I had initially kind of the way you see this axon, like it was just like that without anything being curved. I think what was
it that made you think that the facade had to have that texture to it necessarily? What was driving it on the project?
I think what was driving the decision to make a curved glass, because without anything of that, a lot of the criticism was like, oh, it's just a square box that's straight, it's very orthogonal, it's curtain wall, mullions. So that was kind of the one criticism I was trying to get away from. The other was just seeing the front of that precedent and just the way those reflections are going. I mean, that's seemed pretty powerful. But then once I looked at the details, what really sold me on it was just that thin mullion, no mullion. It's really just almost, some sealant that holds it together. So maybe if, again, kind of like lost part of that by adding all the spandrel, but
well, I think it goes to the idea that probably for that project, that curved glass was one of the original ideas of the project and not one of the later ideas of the project, and that the rest of the project basically bent itself around that idea in order to like hold that very simple idea to its like most like ultimate resolution, you know? And so I guess the question ends up being in my mind, you know, what ends up being the big idea about the scheme, any scheme that you do? And then how does everything else that comes to bear on the project, especially an academic project, support that idea? We talked about that a little bit earlier on some other projects. And I think there's a little bit of a danger that if you have a kind of a strong idea comes in near the end of a project, that it actually either doesn't get the support or potentially might conflict a little bit with some of the other things that are going on in the project, and such that unresolved difference, and you've seen it in some of the geometry, it starts to kind of glare a little bit. You know, it starts to be like, whoa, okay, there's a lot more resolution here that needs to be attended to in order for it all to feel harmonious together. It's the blessing and the curse of having a really super simple idea, because you have to really be all in on the idea. Everything you do has to like support the simple idea. Complicated projects have a little bit more of an out because they distract you all over the place. But if you have a really simple idea, you kind of have to like go all cards down on it, right? And in some ways, the Rex project does that in the way we talked about it, with the like every resolution of every detail is meant to support that one little moment, right? So I think it's, you know, one of the things that's tough here is that I think that glass detail might be distracting a little bit from the rest of what you're trying to do, because it takes over, it takes all the wind out of the room. It's such a really strong idea, you know. And it pulls into focus all the places where there's that rub and that rub and resolution.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's looking at that project they've got, you know, it's not only the little curtain wall slab has that detail reflected back onto the slab itself. The sinks are all done with that same scallop. You know, it's everywhere you turn that scallop.
Well, I think they're gone, like I said, all in. They're very proud. And I think the challenge ends up being that if you use it as a precedent, and as clearly as you've used it as a precedent, it kind of bites you everywhere, because it's so recognizable in that way. Anyway, there's a line between inspiration and a little more than inspiration. So I think it's just one of those things.
It's so funny. I mean, I didn't put that in my presentation, and at the last minute, I was like, oh, I should put this in the chat and show, because every time I go through these reviews, I hear somebody is like, oh, well, you pulled this precedent and you didn't use this aspect of it. And so maybe better to just.
No, I mean, it's not bad to reference when you've seen something cool, some idea, but I think it's the translation of those ideas into something that resonates in your world. I think that is the thing you need to search for. You know, how can you invent something and make that the way that you find the happiness in the details? You know, it's because if you don't find that that thing that makes it resonate for you, it ends up feeling a little bit like too shallow.
Yeah.
So if you could keep it here for a second,
Sure.
I think another missed opportunity here is the activation of this outdoor space. That it really could be the mirror image of what happens at the black box above, right? You have an opportunity to have almost an outdoor venue here, controlling perimeters and so on and so forth. But the idea to activate that and let it be a true, almost copy of what happens above could be really interesting. Even with kind of topography in bleacher seating, which is, you know, become ubiquitous in a lot of buildings, you know, stairs as bleachers and so forth. But in this case, it could be a really cool way to activate that space down below. And so I think you have the opportunity there to really embellish this a little bit more into not only a pass-through space to, you know, sip a cup of coffee or whatnot, but to really make it another venue,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah, I mean, that hadn't crossed my mind until just now.
And, I'll put on my hat. If this were my project, this is exactly what you want to hear. I would desperately disengage the black box from the rest of those two simple rectangles. It wants to live on its own. It wants to be that thing that kind of precariously hangs over you. You don't know how it's being held up. It's a different material. It's a different articulation. That's your thing. That's your whole project, and that allows the simplicity of everything else to kind of shine. I mean, a lot of times if you have to like ram an idea into a resolution, it may not be the right idea. So I think your intuition was like, you're trying to force a solution onto a problem that would be better served by taking a step back and reevaluating. And as you get further along into this, the more rational aspect of the visual arts here, I think you'll be able to kind of intuit that better, right? And taking your idea or your background of, making things and, the tectonic aspect, and I think that'll serve you well, but you're just kind of in the infancy of learning when to kind of take a step back. Because in this case, your hammer is the scalloped glass, and you're looking for nails, and so because that's your hammer, and I think you need a wrench right now. So
I doubled down on Bob's idea there. I think if that theater would kind of float between these two bar buildings, they could have been the most simple context on the planet. You could have tried to articulate them in the most simple way so that main idea could shine as a contrast. And that alone would have, there's actually, I can't remember the name of it. There's a crazy cylindrical mirrored bridge that is pretty recent that spans between two buildings in Europe. And you can't even tell how it touches the two buildings, but it's barely intersecting at the tangents. Something that's a bold move, and then all of a sudden it lives on its own. It has all its own rules, doesn't need any other inspiration. It just follows its own heart, and that's the kind of thing I think that would benefit this a little bit.
Great.
Chris, I'm gonna take over your project now, kind of like Robert was. So the first thing I'd get your trees out of there. So Robert wants a wrench. I'm gonna take a chainsaw, and then I'm gonna clean out. I don't know what that the thing in the center of that checkered space is. The white steps with the line running through it. What is that?
It was just little.
That's the skylight.
No, yeah, that mirrors where the skylight is. It's just like a little concrete plinth kind of,
Yeah, get rid of that too. No, because here, I mean, I don't really know how to respond to this. The idea that first of all, you cut this big hole in that building, and it's just a few yards away from Poydras, which, so you're just paralleling Poydras, but then you're dumping me out next to those funny little buildings. And so I think it's kind of weird, which of course I'm liking that. Just facing your building by cutting this huge hole in it is pretty funny. Interesting, not funny, interesting. And then you put public restrooms and everything that's going to entail in terms of who's going to come to your building. It's going to be entertaining. Or you're going to have to control that. Number 8, loading service. I just like that idea, except I think the loading service is that entire checkered space in there that runs the width of your property. And I think that serves your idea of, you could park cars in there, you could put shipping containers in there, you could build props for the theater. It's all covered, so it can rain and you can work there. It's just workspace to me. The trees get in the road. I'm not sure why they're there, but I'd simplify that and make it a service to both people walking through there, but also to the users of that building. They can eat their lunch there, but they can also make props for the theater. So, but they need to have a big giant elevator so they can get that up into the theater. So I don't know how that happens. So I'd solve some of those things before I worried about that weird little obtuse connection of those pieces of glass next to that weird little column that you had a image of earlier. So I think you're nitpicking. I mean, this proves to me that you went to art school and that you worked for probably fussy architects for a while, welding stuff for them. Don't get lost in that little. I mean, I think you have to be concerned with where your ideas are going and make them broader strokes. You know, I can imagine this building being taken over by the theater people, and they want some big spaces to make things and practice their theater. There could be several things going on at once within that theater. I don't really have any sense of what the theater looks like. He didn't build me that model, which you could, and I think you're maybe just getting around to that. So don't get lost in minutia, and don't give up on plotting out what those spaces could be. I'm totally behind the public restroom idea. I don't know how. I don't know what's all entailed of that. I've watched those people live for years under the interstate.
Yeah.
So you're opening up something which maybe other people should lend you some help in terms of how do you deal with those things. You create a space where people are living on the main plinth outside of the public library. There's a hardcore crew that loves that space, and I love the fact the city lets them be there. But they don't do much beyond that. You're going to end up in the same position there, which you should either admit to that or, I mean, the last thing you do, you're already controlling access to that off of the sidewalk. Why? You know, I'd open it up and see what happens as a result of a strategy you've taken.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Anyway, this is another one of those projects that I how do people do these projects which seemingly are about code and getting people in and out of a building safely, about structure, about providing ventilation and things like that, which are all mandatory and necessary. And then you have to also yield to your creative side, which is solving problems and looking at the history of a city and coming to terms with some of that. And I mean, all these projects today are really, really good at grappling, some better than others, of grappling with the overall thing, which is we're problem solvers. And this is, you've created a bunch of problems, but I'm really, I'm anxious to see how you solve them. The open air plaza, I'd force yourself to really think that one through. You've created a bunch of obstructions here and plants and that crazy thing, which, I mean, why, you have no idea there's a sky. I mean, why do I care if there's a skylight up there? And don't spoil it for me by, dropping it down onto the ground plane. It doesn't do you anything. I mean, it gives you a place to sit maybe, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
So just kind of be careful and a little more, I don't know what word to use, but be, I don't know. You gotta, maybe you have to make it more complex. You have to really think this through, and what things do you design and what things do you establish, and what are the effects of those things? You've invited the public into a space which no one else in their right mind would want to do, because, but then on the other hand, why not? Why do people live under the bridge? Protects them from the elements. You're doing the same thing. So give them a good space, but also one that would help your tenants and your theater. That's what I would do. I think you're just getting warmed up there.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yeah, Chris, can you hear me?
Yep.
So I think, Robert hit it, and I hate to say this, hit the nail on the head with a hammer analogy, but he did, right? So he hammered away actually with a sledgehammer in the beginning really hard, and the passion for the theater didn't come through in this presentation, right? And I think all of the reviewers are kind of at a loss for that. BJ talks about this kind of passion that you put into your project, and that's where it lives. And we talked about how that passion should grow from that theater into the rest of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And really taking, the precedent that I showed you, and this is where I will happily disagree with Robert, right? And I told you this might happen, right? Where the envelope is a subtle gesture of where the theater is because of how that envelope and how that building is poised and how quiet it sits on Poydras Street, right? But, you have got to work that. It doesn't just happen. You got to work it as hard as you worked it in the beginning all the way through to the end, right? And that as an artist, as a welder, and someone that uses other tools other than hammers. So, when you had those ideas, when you've explored those things, we saw one little model photo with the blue foam on the side and none of the iterations of the models except for the ones with the glue, which is the hammer, right? And how you've looked at that thing from a giant truss bridge all the way through to this moment now is really important, right? It's really important context for all of these people that don't know this project and are trying to grapple with what you're thinking. So you need to keep that in mind when you do your presentations, right? And I think I'm a broken record now. It doesn't take much to take all that information that we had and throw it on slides and race through those slides, so people can see kind of where this comes from, right? And really where that passion lies. I mean, you've looked at that theater over and over. The stair emerged, this kind of bump emerged late. I'll take the responsibility for showing you the Rex building as a precedent for how to subtly create, right, this kind of moment with the envelope, and not make it an egg or make it this outside earth shape. And maybe that's my fault. Maybe that's where we should have gone, right? But it wouldn't have mattered. You still would have had to work that too.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Great.
Any other closing comments?
I'll say something. I mean, I think I was the one that sort of brought up the egg in the DD discussion, in part because we did build a black box theater inside of an old church, and we had to do a whole lot to separate that black box acoustically from everything around it. And it's difficult to do that. And it's difficult to do that in a building that you're designing if it's the same structure, right? And I think was the first reason why I wanted you to think about that. And then that would lead to the kind of tectonic sort of separation that we talked about. So it didn't come from kind of just sort of a formal, like wanting to kind of make a piece of sculpture. It came from this idea of sort of a practical kind of need for a theater to be acoustically separated, so that if someone is having an office party, or if someone's kid is in the office working late, jumping up and down, that doesn't vibrate through into the theater, right? Into the concert performance that's happening. you ever been to the movie theater at Canal Place, you know you're in a parking garage because you can feel it and you can hear it. And that's sort of the risk of any kind of performance space being inside of a structure that's not acoustically sort of separated. And I think that's one thing to kind of try to pay attention to as you move through your career, is that there are sort of practical reasons why you can make decisions, and they're not always just sort of trying to be formal for the sake of being formal, but they give you the opportunity to do so. And
Yeah,
I just wonder,
that makes sense.
I just wonder if you were sort of resistant to that idea because you felt like it was sort of trying to be formal for the sake of it.
Yeah, I'm glad you've kind of, you know, extrapolated on that idea, because I was pumping the brakes on the egg thing and letting it have the belly and the little jog. That was almost enough. But I see where you're coming from now, that you got to celebrate what it is as opposed to, you know, just doing something for the sake of it needs to change form, you know.
I'm gonna jump in with the welding metaphor, and I think I like this phrase "celebrate what it is." And I'm sure you've worked for a lot of different kinds of clients, many of whom probably don't ever want to see a weld, right? Like they want them disappeared. But I'm just looking at this this axon of this building and kind of breaking it down into like a super simple diagram in my head. And I'm looking at like one part of the building that's vertical and sort of columnar, and one part of the building that's more of a bar. And I'm thinking of this theater as like the bead of solder that is sort of welding these two, pieces, these more rectilinear bar-like pieces of the building together. And I'm just like, I want to see that weld, right? And I know there's a lot of applications where you don't want to see handiwork and craftsmanship, but I think from the little that I've seen of your work, like I love your handiwork and craftsmanship. I loved all the models that you made. And I think that, again, with this metaphor of this theater as the piece that sort of fuses, the programmatic piece that fuses these other pieces of the building together, to a theater draws people together, right? Like it's this magnetic thing that brings us all together and brings us together to fuse and make something new and different. So I just think there's like a beautiful poetic moment that's like happening here, but we just don't necessarily see it expressed. So, I'm going to echo Robert's comment that I think it is really begging to be different. And I know, sorry, I'm contradicting you, Nick, but I really would love to see it be different. And I want to encourage you as a craftsman to like let the messiness be messy sometimes, because I just think there's some real beauty in showing all of the work and showing the handiwork too. So I don't know if that's really making much sense. It makes more sense in my head, I think, than it is coming out of my mouth. But I don't know. Just I happen to have a craftsman very close to me in my practice and in my life, and I want to salute the like maker side of you and say, don't let the architecture world, over perfect you. Don't lose the messiness. That's all.
Thank you.
Are you ready? I'm going to move on. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Shauna, you ready? I'm going to mute myself so I can listen to you here.
Hello, everyone. Thanks you all to be here. I'm Shana, and I'm going to show you my project. First of all, I have a short video to demonstrate the massing and a kind of like progress I went into, and then I'm going to explain how and why they happened. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah. No.
Sorry. Oh, is it? Oh. Okay, okay. And do you hear the sound? Okay.
I'm sorry, all it says is that
Yeah.
you started sharing your screen and that's all it shows.
Okay.
It is a movie. It is a movie.
So, yeah. It's an
No, you
MP4
have to share screen. Not
screen.
screen.
Okay.
Yeah, share.
Mhm.
That's much better.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Success.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, is it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start from site analysis that I did, and I'm going to finish with some appendix or what I call backstage in the design. So starting site study, site drawing, and see the site in a context, see and look closer to the building surrounded by the site, surrounding the site, and then the history of the site and site shadows. Jumping to the perspective to see like how the building looks like in the context, and some views from the main entrances. So in here, I have 5 entrances toward the plaza, and we can see the perspective from each entrance and the experience that people who want to enter this building. This is the building mass and like perspective from the entrance from the Poitras Street, and one entrance from the O'Keefe Street. This is a perspective from the court, inside of the courtyard, and then look at the above in the courtyard. Okay, in terms of ideas, I set some goals for myself at the first. And the first one was to have an inviting plaza and retail spaces. The second one was to bring sunlight as much as I could, and specifically because we had to design some cell offices, I wanted all of my offices to have equal amounts of natural light. So the first thing that I did was to, I decided to put the plaza on the side of the Poitras, and also have some window retails on the side of the Poitras to satisfy my first goals. And to gain sunlight, I had a courtyard in between of the buildings, that all of the offices are kind of around this courtyard. And then because of some shadow studies that I'm gonna show them shortly. I found this angle in the southwest side of the building to be the most optimum angle that could bring sunlight into the building. And then I have this like inclined surfaces in here to let the offices have the view to the courtyard. This is the shadows study that I did in the context, and I found like this angle as the like winter, and I did this shadow study for the first day of every month and at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I found this angle to get the sunlight like instead of all the shadows. And then we did some energy analysis for this massing, and I kind of like we're like differentiating this angle to see if it gets more like blue, yellow and like orangish color. That means to get the most direct sun hours in a year. Then jumping to the site plan. This is site plan in the context, and like wherever this is roof plan, and wherever I have bridges and like I don't have bridges and there's three, I planted a tree there, like maybe a tall tree. Plaza plan, and that I have the main entrance from the Poydras Street, and then I have one wooden deck in the side of the Poydras that people could sit in here and like look at the Poydras in a like above level and see what's going on in the street. And then I have one entrance from the Rampart Street toward the office lobbies, and also have a deck and some benches under, and one entrance for in the corner of the Poydras and O'Keefe Street, and one entrance from the O'Keefe Street. This is how the circulations work in the side plaza. This is a perspective from the courtyard view, and some like benches for people that can see on and have a view to the retails. The entrance from the O'Keefe Street, all of the entrances have a flower box that can be like some flowers that smells good can be planted. So whenever you enter to that building, you can like experience a like feeling. This is the entrance from the Rampart Street, specifically for the offices that are, this is the office lobby. This is the entrance from the Poydras Street. This is the main entrance kind of that goes into the retails and like plaza. New from the north entrance, retails on the side of the Poydras, and a balcony in above. In terms of the courtyard, like I wanted to have a more vibrant space in the offices, like I had on this Piranesi picture, which had some like angled bridges that were not like all in a same like position, and then some stairs in here. Jumping to the plans, I have this plan diagram. Like basically my building has this concrete grid 24 by 24 and one steel structure wing, and that whenever these two buildings are connecting together, like I mean, like every green area that I have are like as a respect to this connection to this green areas, and also this is something for the entrances. Like whenever they connect together, I have some entrances. First floor plan, the plaza, and like every entrance has ADA ramps, retail spaces in here, and some like back of the house in this edge of the building that doesn't need some light, and then program diagram that you can see egress stairs and everything. Also circulation paths in this building. Second floor plan that like in addition to the offices, like cell offices around the courtyard, I have this library, two-story library that connects with the outdoor bridge to the like main building and to the inside building, and one bridges indoor bridge. Yes. And the third floor plan, basically in terms of programming, I have all of my shared program in the wing and all of the like cellular programs and offices in this anchor. So in the wing, there are lounge and like shared offices in that side. I have this meeting room in here and this balcony that is just services to the meeting room, and is my favorite balcony. It has views to the like double story balconies in the downside, and from here it has like view to the library and one bigger balcony for the lounge spaces in here that is also covered by this skin, but it's open up in here to be more inviting, and also like to be able to see the street maybe. For fourth floor plan, this is acting the same, like shared spaces and offices in the around, and I have these stairs that connect floor 3 to the floor 4, and these stairs that connect floor 2 to floor 3, and like bridges are different in each floor. Like in floor 3, the inside bridge is in here, like in floor 2 is in here, and I have some balconies like in the same angle in here. This perspective shows how the stairs are connected and the balconies are. This is a specific view of the stairs. These sections cut through the plaza, and like in here I have this open to sky plaza, and like this section is through some bridges, and then like all of the interiors in here. This section is an like angled section that cuts through also the plaza and shows the stairs and egress stair, and also the wing and how it connects to the plaza. In terms of envelope, I studied some like facade lures that we're gonna see in a short time, but finally I ended up with these horizontal lures that like act as for to the environment. Like in this diagram, you can see like here I don't have some like heat gain, so that's why they are smaller in size and like have more distances. And here, because I have this view toward the Poitras Street and it has a good view, so they are kind of bent to the like downside, and they are they have like larger kind of spaces between each other in the human's eye, so they can like see outside. Elevation, this elevation is from the east side. Then it shows the entrances, balconies that surround the site. It also could act as like a cover to the pedestrian walk in here that like protect them from the rain. Then west elevation have this tree that goes toward this like kind of angle in here. North elevations that this like kind of lures are like, as I said, they are bending toward the downside, so they like looks completely solid from this like elevation, but they are not, in fact, as we saw the perspective of them. My structure is like this anchor concrete building and these wings, and it was like it was still a structure in the courtyard. It was the same as we can see in these diagrams. Like here, I had a like forest of the steel columns, and then when I was rendering and I had a great review like 10 days ago, we decided to have those slanted columns and get rid of these columns like in the plaza, so we could have a like a more opening plaza. This is the structure diagram, and this is how they connect together. Mechanical, like as like others, I'm gonna use the VRF system. So I have like temperature control for each spaces or each like offices that I want. I have this DOS duct that goes around the edges of the building, and two supply pipe and return pipe and a cassette for each offices. My ventilations work as if I have some like openings in here, and they can be like operable. Details, all of my curtain walls are like 4 feet, the distance between the mullions, and my office types are like 12 feet to 16 feet, as I have my curtain wall grid to be 4, so I can have 3 like grids of the curtain wall and have a office space. You can see another view of this perspective. This perspective cut through this library and shows also the balconies. This is the balcony and library in here. And go and like show you the double space library in this wall section, retail spaces in here, and offices in here, and how they connect to the lures. I have this like a net frame 4 inches as the mullion distance to 7.5, like 4 feet and 7.5 feet, like net frame behind these lures, and they are gonna connect them with the add-on system curtain wall to the edge of the slabs. This is a closer view to the section wall. Have these metal panels between the ceiling and the floors. You can see the mechanical pipe and in this axon, it shows the same view and the same with a different view, with the axon view. It has this dropping ceiling, again, this door ducts and pipes, and the net frame. The exploded axon of how the lures are connected to the together. I wasn't sure how the inclined curtain wall are attached to the edge of the floor, so I did that and for myself to understand how they are gonna connect together. And because I have these details, like most of the time, like in the bridges, the curtain walls are like passing the floors to act as a handrail, and even in this view, like for the retail places and the balcony above them, I also draw this. This is the physical model. This is how the curves bend to the net frame. They're gonna connect the same to the edge of the slabs. Okay, first of all, I wanted to have a perforated metal that wraps around the building. But then one of my classmates went to this amazing building and took some pictures for me. I wasn't sure if I wanted all of my offices to have this like kind of view inside. So I decided to do the lures, and I picked this precedent for them to be bent sometimes and allow more light inside the building. And it was vertical at first, but then changed for some environmental reasons to be horizontals. And I did some acting where they could bend, like where they can be more open, that I ended up with the facade that we saw. And I found a script to be able to make them all in 2D, ready for like laser cut and numbering. This is a perspective view of the lures. Then in terms of materiality, we gathered all of the site surrounding materials, and then what I chose, initially I wanted to use copper for the facade, but then I had this like criticism that copper are gonna like change the color, and I chose this material that is a alloy of copper and aluminum, and it has various thicknesses, and like I chose the bronze color, and this is a precedent that is like that has been worked with this material. And they claim that like gold is calm and it stays, so it's not gonna change the color. Some views from the inside the corridors from other perspectives. And yes, that's it.
Could you display? Yeah, there you go. One of your favorite images. Perfect.
Okay.
I'll jump in again since there's a space. To me, one of the, again, kind of key challenges to creating a public plaza is the things that you talked about, right? How do you bring light in? How do you make it welcoming? How do you think about the circulation patterns that we've talked about on previous projects? I've only seen a few of the projects today, but I think this is really successful in opening up to Poydras in such a public way, making that big move of an outdoor space, an outdoor room that's well defined, is really strong. And I appreciate the kind of just the overarching moves you have here of the delicate brise-soleil that's thoughtfully crafted and molded to help address the kind of passive heating and cooling, and yet the openness and airiness of 2 stories of glazing on the first floor. I feel like that just helps to kind of lift up the publicness of all of it and feel much more inviting and welcoming overall. So I really appreciate those big moves. I wonder a little bit about the ability of that tree to actually survive in that space in terms of the light access, but you know, that's a minor point. I think there's ways that you could integrate trees in a plaza space like this and have it really work. Maybe it just gets pushed a little bit more to the perimeter, or you know, you kind of think about that a little differently. The way that you've also incorporated the walkways along the perimeter too, looking down over the street, feels very urban, and really interesting. So I think you've done a lot of things sectionally very well. That center atrium space also is like this really fun surprise. You get in there and there's this dynamism, right, with the staircases weaving through. I kind of want to put it on steroids and even a little bit more, given that you showed Piranesi as your precedence there, and then there's only 2 staircases. That was kind of like, well, where are the rest? I want more of them. So yeah, no, really, really nice work overall. I think it's an elegant solution.
Hey there. I was when I was listening to it, I was trying to distill out what were like the main ideas driving you to to distinguish this. What were the things that you really hung on to? And I think it was 3 things for me. There was this kind of louvered kind of upper level. There was the courtyard with all the stairs and the kind of activity. And then there was this kind of lifted up plaza space on the street of Poydras. Are those the three main ideas, or were there other things that were also driving kind of the big decisions of the project?
Yes, it was my first semester in here, and I've been here for like a week before my semester starts, and I didn't know the city really well. So I was like kind of design it in a different way, and then I happened to be on the like Bourbon Street, and then I saw all of these balconies in like toward the city, and people who are like having chats and like enjoying life in the balconies. And I was thinking maybe I could have something like that in my offices. So instead of working, they can have their collaborations like and have a view toward the poetess in this building. So this was like one of the things that actually changed my ideas from the and I had to draw everything from the scratch in the middle of the semester. So yeah.
Got it. Yeah, because I think it would be helpful as you're describing it, because and this is a little bit like what I mentioned to maybe one other person earlier, that if you focus on the couple things, 2 or 3 at the very most that are driving what that big idea of the project is, then you try to focus like everything you describe about the project back to those couple of things, so that it becomes more of a cohesive presentation and we can all kind of digest it more easily, as opposed to more of a narrative of so many details, and it's hard to follow and get a little bit lost in the kind of main idea of the thing. And I think it's then you could tune your drawings to those couple ideas also, and all of a sudden you kind of really point everything in one big direction. And I have to admit that as I was listening to the presentation, I was searching for those couple big ideas. I was trying to figure out in your narrative, in the way you were describing it, in the drawings that you were showing, how do the things tie back to the big idea that glues it all together? So it's not just a collection of interesting moments or, things that I must check off my list of criteria to solve, but that all of those things kind of contribute, to that kind of idea that you have that binds it all together. And so that's what I was a little bit struggling as you were kind of giving your presentation, how those things all kind of work together, how they fit like glue, how they were glued together. Right? And, I do think it ends up doing a lot of really nice things to the street, and it does actually address some of the site constraints, but it maybe doesn't quite hold together, as it could maybe, with a little more focus on those bigger ideas. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear?
Was there ever any consideration to put that covered outdoor area along Poydras, the breadth of Poydras, so that rather than having that kind of swooping gesture up towards the west, rather having that swooping gesture start low and go up towards the north, right?
Yes.
So imagine that porch that's on the corner more stretched out, and that becomes the plinth or the covered stage, or that as a way to respond to kind of more the scale or the grandiosity of Poydras relative to the side streets. Did you ever consider that?
That's a great suggestion. I never talk about that, but yeah, that's something
that's
that I
Nick's
could
fault.
No.
Because I appreciate the gesture, right? And I like the way you've acknowledged that public space with the double height and becomes an outdoor room, and how that gets animated below. I think you're still kind of tweaking things, and so I get that, but I'm just looking at this view, I kind of want that to be stretched out a little bit along Poydras, and maybe not formally. Maybe it is a little bit of carving back on what happens along that, major street edge relative to the two minor ones on O'Keefe and Rampart.
Sorry, I was sort of talking on mute for a few minutes. I have to say, it's really good to see where you've come and kind of watch this project kind of, struggle to find its footing. And I think you finally gotten somewhere that really begins to make some sense to me. I think that I know that I was critical of the louvering and the screening for a while there, but I think you've started to really find something, and it's sort of you're not going to get this reference. This is you'll get half the reference. I mean, this is obviously Herzog and de Meuron, but it's also Sight. This is a 1970s architecture firm. It was like run by an artist. This guy's named Jim Wines, I think his name was, and he did all these best department stores buildings, and they are wild. They're sort of more kind of social commentary than they are architecture, but they are real buildings. And one of the buildings sort of reminded me of what you did, where you started to peel back the sort of louvers. But there's also another one where his facade is sort of canted and it's sort of slid. And Robert sort of made this point about this, that angle. It sort of made sense to me to come maybe look at some of those buildings and see if that can't go across the front. Because my question, all of that was to lead up to the question, is what was the sort of thinking around stopping the louvers where you stop them? Why did you stop them sort of flat? It sort of feels like that's the big idea. And that you're being a little conservative with it when in some places you're really sort of letting loose, but then you're sort of chopping it off at the bottom when it feels like it may want to do something different.
Like these bendings in the do you mean these louvers that are bent in here and they are open? Okay, because I have these balconies in here, and like in terms of programming, I have like all of my interesting program in here, and also like I have this opening in this end of the building in the Poydras Street. I wanted them to be open. I think it feels good to be in this balcony and have this kind of opening in here, and also from the outside, it was kind of compelling to me. But the fact that they shaped like this was when I was making the models, and I couldn't I could kind of curve this facade. So, and I was thinking maybe it's a moment that can be different to the other moments that I have just a simple wrap around this.
No, I applaud those moves. I'm talking about the bottom of the screening, why it sort of stops. What was the decision that you stop it where you stopped it, and stopped it kind of on this horizontal? Go back to that. No. Yeah. Oh.
In here.
Well, I guess you can answer that one too there. But so the bottom of the bottom of your louvers, what's the significance of that that height? That why you stopped it there? Why you stopped it sort of horizontally?
Okay. Yes. At the first, as I started my project, I was kind of having 3 layers, and I wanted to like kind of mention the poetry's history that has, like in my mind, has 3 layers, and I was studying the poetry's history. The first one was when the street laid out, and then when it went through some reconstructions, and like after that it was a different street, kind of like a main street in the city, and I wanted to show these 3 layers in my building. So that's why I divided these 3 layers. Like the first layer is the retail spaces that can have some more transparent glass. And then the second layer that divides by a balcony from the second floor. And then the 3 layers that contains level 3 and 4 with this screen wrap. That was kind of what I was thinking at first, but then I just wanted to simplify that, and I didn't bring it in here.
I think BJ's got to go soon.
Okay.
But before he goes, tell him what this building is.
Light catcher.
So what was that? Say it again.
Light catcher.
Light catcher.
What is it?
Light catcher.
Nice.
It's a light catcher.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm looking at your shadow drawing here. I'm waiting. I've been waiting for a long time, for years, decades, for a really good way of showing the effects of the sun in a building. So you're late in the day here. I mean, is there a specific date that's associated with your shadows?
I mainly draw the shadows in the 1st of March at 1 p.m. And the reason why I just chose a specific like moment in the in the city, and I like just went with that day.
Mm-hmm. So what, if that's what the study is, then I'd want to see. So I'd want to see the north facade at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then the screens probably aren't really doing much. I guess the Poydras side, and you're probably getting tons of shadow from, well, I'm not 100% sure what you're getting. So you're getting a lot because there are no buildings behind yours. That's an empty lot. And you don't have a lot of tall buildings that are going to block the sun coming from the south late in the day. So you're going to have to be better at convincing me, especially if it's a light catcher. I want to see I want to see the evidence of how we experiment with these things and see if they work. I'm just up the street from the Navy support activity, which the entire south side, well, they've all been stolen, but initially that building was covered with a brise soleil that was, fighting the southern sun, that had no obstructions whatsoever, no tall buildings down here. And for years I watched it, and I was amazed that somebody had calculated it to such a good extent. And it is kind of like your building. The bottom, there's a huge plinth on the bottom in one story that didn't need the sunshades because the upper ones provided that shade. So definitely with the psychometric chart, you can be pretty accurate at doing that. So again, I'm suspicious of your sod on the Poydras side. It's probably maybe gratuitous. But here's what I do like. I like that image that you had on the screen for a long time of the white model that you did with no screen on it. And the thing I liked about it was, I'm like Robert. I kind of don't like these little these minimal corner entries. I would go with Robert's idea and see what happens if we make that either the full width of the building, or at least bigger, and see what we get out of that. The other thing I liked about it just has a nicer urban feel to me, and it's not reliant on the sunshade. And maybe there are other ways you can control the sun, which are maybe less exterior. Maybe it's a certain kind of glazing or something that would allow me to keep that more urban shape that I really like. There's just a simpleness and a plainness to it. And we always think we need these screens to make our buildings work, which I don't think that's necessarily true. But anyway, I guess I'm just maybe making the argument for in the future, maybe an animation that would be really accurate, that would show me the effects of the sun, and not just in March, but throughout the year. You know, it's not going to be nearly as much of a problem in December and November. So just a little more technical prowess to prove to me that it's worth putting these screens on all these buildings.
There's something that I found, like in regard to your talk right now, I found something that I can like connect the sun directions to the louvers, and when the sun can like kind of move, the louvers can also move like that. And it's like, but I didn't have time to like complete that, but I'm gonna do that like definitely for the future and see how it works. Yeah, but that's interesting. Thank you.
Any more?
Well, just on the subject of animations, you did have a video that you shared in the very beginning that either the audio is out or maybe I didn't hear, or I don't know that you narrated over it, but I would love to see it again, actually, because I commend you for including a video in your presentation, and we just got a quick look. Could we watch it again?
Yes, sure. I don't know how to. Sorry. I modeled like each floor separately to understand better where is the opening of the like floor and where is like the bridges, and kind of like how they react inside. That's why I did them separately.
I just want to commend you for doing that, for making the video. And also, I think maybe to echo what BJ said, I got a little bit lost in the slide by slide presentation of 2D and even some 3D images. But just this very short clip helps me understand your building so much better. So thank you for making that. And I think that's something for you and really for everybody in the class to think about moving forward in terms of representing projects for your studios and for your clients eventually. It's something I've moved to a little bit more lately in my own practice. And I know that as soon as there's an animation, people just breathe a sigh of relief because they can experience the space better. And I feel like I felt a little bit lost. And then as soon as I saw the video again, I was like, oh yeah, I get it. I get it. And I find that glowing image of the metal screen in the video really compelling. Like that to me is where it really is sort of sells the best. So I would maybe just keep that in your arsenal for communicating your ideas, because I think that's to me the most successful just the place where I could read your whole project the best.
Yes, thanks.
Mhm.
Any closing? We got one more for all those heroes that can hang in. I know Robert's got to go at some point. Daisy, Jonathan, Mike, David, if you can hang in for the last one. We're in the end game. Shauna, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Daniel. Oh, and Daniel gets to go last because he slept in. he was, I know he took my, like, I got to get some sleep really to heart, which was sweet.
Yeah. Shouldn't have told me I was going last. I wouldn't have known I could have slipped in. Okay. Yeah. So thank you everyone for sticking around all the way to the end of the day here. Unlike me, some of y'all have been here since early this morning. Okay. So go ahead and navigate to my first slide here and view. Probably should. All right. Okay, so my name is Daniel, and this is obviously y'all are all very familiar now with the context and the program, so we'll jump over that. So this is where we've been working this semester, is these tents on Newcomb Quad. Maybe some of y'all have seen them, maybe some of y'all haven't. And they're easy to make fun of, and I don't want to do that too much here today, but I will say this, that despite the picture of a window on the outside of the tents, these spaces have really no natural light inside of them or access to views. And so I remember sitting in the tents one day and I thought, geez, you know, if ever I design a building, I'm going to make sure everybody gets a view to the exterior because I'm sick of just looking at the back of the tent wall. And then I thought, wait a minute, I am designing a building. So that sort of became one of the goals, was that every office gets some kind of view to the exterior, some kind of good access to natural daylight. One of the issues with that, though, was that we were asked to use a lot, at least 50% of our office space had to be closed cells, similar to what you're seeing in this diagram here. And that makes sense. These closed office cells are good for privacy, especially in the era of COVID. Maybe you don't want to share a office with somebody. But it's interesting, offices that have a lot of these closed cells kind of have this inherent tension about who gets the view to the exterior. And so this is a typical office layout. I started looking at different kind of typical office layouts. And this is an office that I've worked in before, where you know, you got all your executives on the exterior, they get a good view out into the street, but then all your junior level associates, they're stuck in this interior room here, hoping that maybe they can slog and work really hard one day so that they can move into the corner office with the sweet view. There's the inverse of that, which coincidentally, my wife actually works in the building across the street from this site, and they have this layout here where all of the closed office cells are in the interior. And she said, oh, it's the office of the future, because they're inverting that relationship. They're saying the junior associates are the ones that get all the good views, and the upper level management gets stuck in the lightless box. And I thought, well, that's cool, and maybe that's better, right? Or at least a different way of thinking about it. But also that's sort of saying, hey, work for a company for 10 years and we're going to shove you in a box in the corner. And I thought, well, I personally wouldn't like that. Again, there's nothing inherently wrong with these layouts. There's a lot of valid things going on. I just thought maybe there's a different way to think about it. There's also, of course, this approach, called the Oprah approach, where everybody gets a closed cell office. And that's one way of doing it as well. The issue here is that it's very hard to design completely around these closed cell offices and still give everyone a view. Almost nobody gets a view in this scenario. So I thought, well, what if we took this approach where it's predominantly closed cell offices, but then unspooled it, kind of rethought this traditional typology by creating one long track of closed cell offices that loops around the site, closing 2 central courtyards. So you get views either out into the street or into the courtyard. Of course, the main issue then is that not all of our program is closed cell offices. We do have other programs. And so started creating kind of an alphabet of different programs. You've got your library spaces, your meeting rooms, bathrooms, lounge spaces, etc. And saying, okay, what if this track of closed cell offices, these cells, pushed and pulled to accommodate for these different programs? So you have meeting rooms, you have some open office spaces, predominantly closed cell office spaces. And then what you get is this variable sort of facade that pushes and pulls to accommodate different programs. And so this straight track becomes something a lot more interesting. And all of that pushing and pulling is happening into the courtyard. And the reason it's happening in the courtyard is because New Orleans is full of incredibly amazing courtyards, as I'm sure you all know. A lot of these courtyards, especially in the French Quarter, are very social spaces. You've got all these balconies, people come out, they sit, they talk. And these can be some really phenomenal spaces. And so sort of wanted to replicate that here, because if we are designing around primarily closed cell offices that are geared towards privacy and seclusion, which again, I think is great. I mean, everybody wants a space they can work where they're not being interrupted all the time, but you also want to design an office that's social. I mean, especially in the area of COVID where you can work from home, there's kind of a question is like, why even come into the office at all? And part of the reason you come to the office is to talk to your coworkers. And so there became a need to have some kind of social space, since the idea is that these courtyards would be that social space, and that the pushing and pulling that happens doesn't stack. And so it's where one box pushes out on one level, it pushes in on the next level, creating a balcony space that you can come and hang out on, talk to your coworkers, maybe even work outside, if you want to. There's a lot of good weather days in New Orleans. So some of the early study models, kind of examining this pushing and pulling. It was important to put the color on sort of that push-pull interior to showcase that that's where the interesting stuff is happening. And this model here is kind of getting close to what the final massing ended up looking like. Decision was made also to push the building back at street level for the to kind of create like a front porch and entry threshold into the building. And then these cores are really where all the interesting stuff is happening. So you can think of the building like a geode, where it's sort of straight and orthogonal on the outside, but then the inside is where you have all this interesting stuff going on. And that's what this model is trying to articulate with the colored cores. So jumping into the first floor here, you notice earlier I said there's 2 central courtyards. Only one of those courtyards hits the ground. You can see it here. And so the first floor is where all the retail space is happening. And one of the ideas was the retail space would be both visible from the street, but then accessible from the interior courtyard as well. And that's kind of similar to like the old Poydras market that used to sit on the site, where you have an internal core. You can go and access all of these different restaurants and amenity spaces. And of course, the most important circulation most people would use is this one to get to the lobby space. So you come into the building, come into the courtyard. If coming off Poydras, you'd come in here, come into this courtyard, and then turn and go into the lobby and move up vertically here at the elevator bank. So this is second floor plan. You can see here's the second courtyard. It touches here. And the reason that it doesn't go all the way to the ground is to allow for some of these building services spaces. It just needed a place to put those. And also it being a shallower courtyard has a different aspect ratio that's really nice. So here's, you can see all office spaces, meeting rooms, offices. Here's horizontal circulation. And this horizontal circulation kind of opens up at the corners for lounge areas. And the lounge areas, especially today, can be used as an office space, right? Because we have these portable workstations. And so I think that you get away with a lot more lounge space in a high-tech office firm now than you probably could have 20 years ago, because people might actually reasonably go work on a couch if they so desired. Vertical circulation, building services, and then here's all the outdoor space. And so then running, here's third floor, it's kind of similar. You have your office spaces, horizontal circulation, vertical circulation, services, and then all plethora of outdoor balconies where you can come out and hang out in these social courtyards. Fourth floor, very similar. I think you get the idea now, with one difference being that I said there's primarily 2 courtyards, and that's true. However, this first courtyard is bridged, and on top of the bridge here, you have a much larger outdoor space It's adjacent to the building kitchen, so you can come out here and eat your lunch and then kind of inhabit this larger courtyard space that's interrupted by a bridge. So then the question was, how does this work structurally with all this pushing and pulling? That's obviously kind of complicated. And so the first floor is a concrete podium, and then it's all mass timber above. So you have heavy timber columns. It's about 20 foot by 20 foot grid. You can see these heavy timber beams are working such that the beams can cantilever out any dimension they need to. You can see the cantilever beams that rest on a perpendicular beam here, and these can be any dimension they need to be, so they can push out for the programs that push out, pull in for the programs that pull in. Then a CLT panel. Everywhere where there's an outdoor balcony, the CLT switches to concrete with a steel deck just for waterproofing reasons. Didn't really want to risk having the CLT be exposed. And then, yeah, heavy timber above, CLT, heavy timber. I think you get the idea. Here's sort of the building envelope, which is mostly glass. And then some building furniture, including, of course, this is a high-tech office, so we have to have our ping pong table and conference room. I think that's the law now. And then a facade system, which we'll get into that more later. So here you can start to see how this builds on the site all together. The first floor you can see coming in with the stairs up to that second courtyard. See how that first floor circulation is working. I'll sort of run through this so you can see there's the second floor, the structure, and then here you can see how the difference between the orange is CLT and then that white spaces are those balconies which are protected. And then structure, the fourth floor, you can see here now the bridge running across that first courtyard facade, and there you go. So before we get into how the facade works, this is integrated studios. So you have to be thinking about all the different building components. And since we're doing mass timber, you can't cover up the ceiling, nor should you want to, right? Because you have all this beautiful wood, but that means that the HVAC systems have to be exposed. And so we had to come up with a way to get the HVAC system to work with the structure, so it's not just ducts running every which way and it's ugly and you have this beautiful building that's interrupted by all the mechanical stuff because it wasn't thought through. And so we're using a VRF system, which allows for the supply lines to be much smaller. And as you see here, you have these cantilevering beams that rest on top of a perpendicular beam. And so all the HVAC is kind of sitting behind this perpendicular beam. So it's mostly occluded from view. And then the supply and return ducts sort of jump up and run parallel with these cantilevering beams so that it's in rhythm with the structure. You'll still see it, but at least it's integrated into the building systems. So moving on to the facade, in order to sort of think about what the facade is like, to think about how the sun is working. And we're in sort of a valley, as y'all are familiar with now. If you look at this section here, you can see how this building really contextually is very out of scale. In one direction, it's interesting. In the other direction, it's much more in scale, cutting the section north and south as opposed to east and west. But regardless, we do have a good amount of sun protection on either side of us. And then the most sun comes from the south here, but that's also a party wall. So there's not really much windows back there. However, there is some amount of sunlight that would get onto your east wall, and then also some sun that would get on the west wall. And this wall is really facing northwest, so it doesn't get a lot of direct sunlight. But what we noticed after going by this site enough times is that the sun will actually bounce off of this energy building and hit the east wall there. So you do get a lot of reflected sunlight off of that building. So started experimenting with different modeling strategies, found out that some proportions on the facade looked better than others. Ultimately, through these models, what I decided to go with, sorry, I keep saying we, what I decided to go with was a bunch of vertical louvers that wrap the building and get more dense as they move across the site. And that was partly aesthetic and partly as solar control, because like I said, most of the sunlight's coming from east and west, so the vertical louvers make more sense to the angle of the sun. However, in doing those model studies, we realized that certain proportions on the site looked better than others. So we thought maybe there's a way that we could kind of create compositions on the facade to sort of bring back those proportions. And so this idea came in that there's essentially a curtain wall and then some kind of screen and then the louver and then some kind of screen on the outside. So there's 2 layers of screens, and in some places both layers exist. Sometimes you just have the inside layer of screen, sometimes you just have the outside layer of screen, and that allows for compositions to take place on the facade and for a kind of like a moire effect where there's 2 screens interacting with each other. And so you can see a detail sort of how that's working. And then here is the O'Keefe Street facade. You can see how some places there's 2 screens, some places there's just inside, sometimes there's just outside. And you can also see that rhythm of the louvers happening, and the louvers get more dense as it runs across the site. Here's the Poydras elevation. You can see here's 2 screens, just 1 screen, 2 screens, and we're sort of bringing back, like I said, those proportions that we found to be nice while exploring the physical model. And then obviously wrapping around this is Rampart, and you can see the louvers starting to get very dense as it moves across. And so here is a 1/8 scale model showing how these screens look on the edge, kind of showing that composition like I was talking about before. Here's an exterior rendering where again you can start to see these compositions taking place and how the screens allow for that building to sort of have a little bit more creativity than just a straight blank wall. So then moving on into the courtyards, and we realized fairly early on that these courtyards had a pretty narrow aspect ratio, and so thought maybe it would be interesting to come up with something to sort of moderate that aspect ratio. And because I mean, in one direction it's quite wide. Here you can see cutting through that first courtyard with the bridge across, but obviously in this other one it's pretty deep. And so I thought maybe there'd be some way of controlling sunlight, water, and also sort of helping that aspect ratio. And so built this model to sort of explore what could these courtyards be, what could they be filled with, explored a lot of different just options. Just kind of being quick with it, trying to figure out something sculptural that might inhabit that courtyard. And after doing all of this, exploring all of these options, what we realized was, you know, the building already was pretty interesting. And so it sort of was a bit of a misdirection. But we looked at all of these different things and evaluated them just to realize, you know, the actual push and pull of the courtyards was interesting enough to stand on its own, and that the concerns about light and water that I was having could be moderated by just employing the same strategy that was on the exterior of the building to these courtyards. And so some of these blocks have you know, 2 screens with louvers. Some of them have just 1 screen. Some of them have no screens, and that's mostly dependent on sunlight. So your upper floors where you get a lot of sunlight have a lot of 2-screened office blocks. But some of these offices where you have maybe a meeting room cantilevering out above you, they don't need as much solar protection. So that's just wide open. There's no screens. And then to kind of further articulate the fact that these boxes are pushing and pulling, some of the screens are vertical and some of them are horizontal, so that there's a little bit more playfulness. And that's getting back to the idea of this being like a geode, where it's a similar strategy on the outside, but then as you come in, that strategy changes and becomes more playful and creative to create these interesting courtyard spaces. Of course, it should note that there was a lot of just trials. There's a lot of different things that were tried filling these courtyards. A run through them about color, and some of y'all who were in the DD review will recognize some of these ideas that were talked about and tried. But ultimately, this is what was decided upon. So here I'll just run through to end this presentation out on some interior or on some perspective renderings. So this is right as you first walk into the site. Here you are coming up the stairs into that second courtyard. Also, it was decided to allow these balconies to have lots of plants and green spaces to kind of absorb rainwater, and also just because that always looks nice. So here you are in the second courtyard. You are coming up under the bridge, looking. This is again coming under the bridge in that first courtyard. Here I turned around, and I took a lot of these renderings just to illustrate how, you know, every angle, every turn, it's changing. The building has a very different sort of look to it as you're moving across the site and looking up, and you see that it's not static. Here is on top of the bridge, looking down into the courtyard. Here you are again, looking down into the other side of that bridge. Here's the second courtyard up on a balcony. Here's another view from a balcony. You can start to see how each balcony has its own experience and its own aesthetic. Of course, the question then is, how does this look from the interior? And so some of these offices where there is no screen in front of you, this might be your view. This is a view from an office. Here's another office that again has no screen in front of it because this balcony cantilever over it. So some of these views are uninterrupted and quite nice. Of course, there are areas where there are screens to protect from sunlight, but even then you still get a good sunlight. You still get something of a view, and still think it's a nice experience. Of course, anytime show rendering with lots of plants in it, I feel like architects get accused of greenwashing a lot. So wanted to show what the building looks like without the plants. And then, as you can imagine, as they grow over time, just to sort of prove that it still looks okay without plants, but you can imagine as it grows over time, how this could really start to transform. And here's your maintenance nightmare here. And so just showing a couple of different scenarios where maybe the building gets completely overtaken by plants. It's interesting. The building we're in right now has a beautiful ivy growing up the side of the courtyard that is even more intense than this is. So, and then last thing I'll go over is I did experiment with color. This is something we talked about in the DD review and something I'd like to experiment with more going on. One of the criticisms from the beginning really is that the wayfinding of this building might be quite challenging. And so one of the solutions was maybe to color each core differently to kind of help with navigation. And so here, experimenting with different colors on the panels. You can see how that might be an interesting application. I personally like the white, but I'd love to get y'all's thoughts on that too. So thank you.
Well, I think it's stunning. Just gonna start off with that, and I'll jump back out.
Well, I mean, the party is just so clear in terms of, I think it's interesting that you make that comment about the wayfinding, because really the corridors are just straight, simple corridors. It's two circles, right? And it just becomes really complex in the courtyard because of the way the program pops in and out. So in reality, I think it'd be very, very simple to find where you're going. I think, so I don't think you need the color. I think the white is also great. And the complexity of the form is enough, right? You don't need to make any more moves than that. It's interesting going back to David's comment about these screens and whether they're really necessary, and that sometimes we kind of fall back on them. I do want to, I don't know probably as much as I should about the kind of qualities of how a building in New Orleans would respond in terms of like net zero, right, passive kind of performance. I would love to see in an integrative studio, and this is a generic comment for everyone, like how this stacks up in terms of AIA coat requirements, right? Committee on the Environment, or 2030, and just running this through Sapphira. I saw some solar analysis on other projects, but it wasn't clear to me how much those were informing necessarily the exact strategy for the exterior. You were very thoughtful about it in the courtyards, right? In terms of, here's where the sun is hitting, we're going to do double layer here. We're not getting any sun, we're doing no layer, etc. And I wish you had taken the same strategy to the outside, perhaps. on a north facing wall, right? If you don't need any glass, I mean, if you don't need any screen there because it's not getting any sun, does it just not get any screen? But also, I think what's so interesting about the interior courtyards is how the program also informs the level of porosity. And maybe there's a space that needs to have more visibility, whereas others need to be more private and more screened off, right? Do you reflect the same? Did it end up being just offices around the outside, or
Yeah,
not?
it's all mostly just offices on the outside. I'm trying to think if there's anything other than an office on the outside.
Because it's okay.
Yeah, maybe some lounge spaces, but say what? Yeah, I'm trying to exit full screen view. Oh, you just hit escape. But yeah, to answer your question, it's mostly offices on the exterior.
So then the kind of seemingly just compositional approach to those screens on the outside facade seems not in keeping with the rigor of the interior courtyard logic, right? So I would have loved to have seen you kind of learn from what you did on the inside, even though you did that second, right? And then bring that back to the outside, as opposed to just being like, well, it looks cool, so I'm not gonna touch that part. Yeah, but yeah, really well done. Really appreciated how you took us along on the journey of your thought process and the way this all evolved, and showing us also kind of where you took it too far and then wrangled it back. That's all really interesting process to see.
Yeah, Daniel, I will echo that. I think one of the things that is so great about your project is that like you came at it with a point of view that you could judge your ideas off of. So, you would make a proposition, you'd get criticism, you'd test that criticism out, but then you'd always be able to say, oh no, the shrink wrap courtyard doesn't work because like it's really a supplement to the idea and not a development of the idea, So I really want to applaud you for having that editorial eye and that ability to say, this isn't furthering my project. It's a project on its own that I can pick up later, I think, one of my struggles with this project from the beginning is the narrowness of your floor plate, and that it's just the amount of building envelope to building that you have. But I understand why you're doing it, and your logic is there. So I can't really fault you for it. It's just it is a consideration from the developer side of things that there is a lot of building envelope, there's a lot of circulation, and there's relatively little usable office space as a result of that. But the space that is created is really wonderful, lovely architectural space. And I think your latest round of renderings and all of the work that you've done on those interior courtyards, it's really stunning stuff. So great job.
Yeah, putting that developer hat on, I'm sort of thinking about, I'm running the numbers and I'm thinking, well, okay, yeah, this is going to be a more expensive building because there's more envelope and, more circulation means less rentable office space. However, if every office has an awesome view, then maybe are you charging potentially a higher price per square foot because it's just a higher quality space, right? So is there, does the math work out? Maybe is it worth spending more money to make better spaces that can then
generate more revenue, right? Because I think you could charge a lot more for these offices than for windowless offices, you know, in a like typical current tower building on Poydras. So I don't know. I think it's worth having that conversation, you know, putting the developer's hat on. And then I think it's also worth, you know, like arguing both sides. I'm sad Mike left because I'd like to hear his thoughts.
Yeah, Mike,
You know, the
Mike
other thing
gave his thoughts. Oh, sorry.
The other thing that like I notice about your project in relationship to the other ones is that, you know, your exterior landscape ideas aren't that much more developed than everybody else's, but the way that it's integrated into your project is a lot more sophisticated. Like the landscaping isn't an afterthought. It's oh, maybe the building does start to grow, you know, where does that make sense? Even the like ground plane courtyards seem to be more friendly and habitable than the other courtyards that we've seen. And I don't really understand, I can't really put my finger on it, except that there's a spatial component that's driving all of it, right? And the first thing was about space making, and the landscape is there to supplement that. And so I just want to like again congratulate you on like it really isn't that much different, but the way in which it's different is better, and it's really good.
And
Yeah,
would
thank you.
would
Yeah.
you go back and would you find there was a model shot you did of it shows the energy building and the shadows cast onto Poydras. One of those.
What was it? One of these? I know I did have one that was more specific to the sun.
It's
This one.
taken from that one. You actually proved in this kind of what my comment was in the previous project. So if you look at the north, so this is, let me guess, it's March, late in the afternoon. What time is this?
I think it's 2 or 3. I'm not. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
It's March
So you're
1st
proving-
at 1:30 p.m. I don't know. Yeah. It's
but
somewhere in the late afternoon.
You're proving my point that the north, the Poydras elevation is, you know, if I take Daisy's developer hat, I'm gonna, better yet, if I'm Larry Scarpa and you were exposed to his lecture, Larry always does this great job of explaining why they're going to put a screen on a building. And usually the cost comes into effect. And Larry's discussion is really good because he explains that they're going to put this structure. It freaks out the developer. And then he says, we're going to get rid of it. But then everyone else chimes in, including the glazing consultant that they have. And then they do the calculations and they tell you how much it's going to cost. In these cases where there's a screen on the Poydras side, you're going to have a hard time explaining to me why we're going to invest all that money, because it's basically north and it's not as problematic as the other ones. You gave a really good description on that one of the party wall backside of your building, if you want to call it that. And that one, I'm with you 100% as to your explanation of that. Your description of why the O'Keefe side gets a screen was because of the heat gain it's going to get off the energy building. I'm not going to buy that one because I look to the EDR building, which has no screens, and it's probably using, spandrel glass or some heavy duty insulation or something in the glazing, which I know nothing about, but I would certainly involve those people who could give me a building that has the cleanliness that the EDR building has without a bunch of screens attached to it. So I'm greasing you a little bit. There's one other thing. This might sound kind of nasty or picky, but there's a confidence that you have in terms of your presentation that's, I'm not going to say it's slightly disarming to me, but it's, I guess I'm a worrier. I worry about a lot of things, one of which would be if I would like to have more certainty in the things I do. And the way I get to that point is I question what I do, and I really think hard on it. I'm not saying you didn't think hard on it, but the fact that those screens wrap around, you didn't analyze it the way I'm analyzing it. Now, in terms of how you would screen the north side of the interiors of your courtyards, you put some cellophane inside of those and then photograph them. And I don't think that's accurate enough. I think you need to model it and do the same testing that you're doing in this image that I like. And then you're going to win me over. You could solve that problem by calculating your sun angle and just making a device that would sit on your roof and shade your courtyard. You wouldn't need plants. You wouldn't need any of the things. You wouldn't need the screen. You might diffuse the light in some fashion. And then I would think, wow, he's really sharp here because he's really trying a bunch of different things to modulate the light and see what happens. So I'm going to urge you to be a little less confident in your presentation, because I think this environmental aspect is, I think it's one of the most crucial things we have to solve right now, because we're totally screwing up everything. And louvers are not the only solution. I think it's massing. So if you did something in your walls where the thickness of the wall would keep the heat load from being severe on one of those walls on your inside courtyard, I would have loved to have heard you say that. The other thing that was missing from your presentation was, and almost everyone else alluded to it in some fashion, would be a material. Maybe I missed it, but it had more to do with your history of your design and the legacy of that development, rather than what you ended up with, and maybe choices of materials. So I would concentrate on that. Those are really good ways of either deflecting heat or mass absorbing heat. And so I would have appreciated maybe more of a correlation to that. Now, the last thing I'm going to bring up here is your circulation. So if you could show me that plan where you've got that kind of snazzy looking ramp going up on the Poydras side. It's one of your first drawings of you. This was just a drawn plan. Maybe we're close. Yeah, there we go. So that the Poydras side, so I can come up those ramps and I come in through your, I don't know how that works. You get me in through there, and that's ADA. What about the one on the other side? Where do I get in there on the west side? Coming up, isn't that a ramp too? On the corner.
No, so yes, there's a ramp coming up here, and then it levels off.
Where do I go?
Here, then you come into the interior here.
Okay, so that's my ADA entry. And then the other steps. Okay, so on my other side street, next to the EDR building, that's just steps coming up there.
No, there's a ramp.
There's a ramp there.
here and there's a
Then
ramp
where?
here coming into this entrance. So
Okay,
there's
all right.
2 entrances in the courtyard, one here, and both have ramps. So this one actually doesn't have any steps. It's just ramps.
What are those? What are those lines?
These lines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your
So the ramp comes up, then turns, and then this does step down. These are large steps.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But then from here
Yeah.
down,
Again, I
it's
mean,
just
I think
ramps.
Robert and I both gave our opinions of these multiple steps that are showing up in New Orleans because people can't bury their ramps inside their building. They manage that in the CAC, as was pointed out. But anyway, those are just some. Well, I think my first criticisms were kind of serious ones, not just for you, but for everyone who latches onto a screen to solve a problem. The thing about screens is it makes it different to look out from the inside. And so I'd just be leery about that, or what are other means where we can mitigate. And then the final thing is just the accuracy at which we predict these things. You guys have all these programs now that we never did. And so it was always painful plotting out using a psychometric chart how sun affected our buildings. So I'm just kind of waiting for the person who really proves to me that they've, and I'm not saying you don't have a handle on it, maybe you do, but just based on my comments, just on the north facades of these buildings, it just leaves me a little question, I guess, is that, which is not to take anything away what you did here. But I think you were getting let off the hook a little bit. And I think you need a little more rigor into proving how those courtyards work, or other means other than a screen of mitigating issues of light. Yeah, the thing that bugs me about a lot of New Orleans architecture, especially domestic architecture, is New Orleanians love the dark. They love closing their shutters, and then that's even too much light for most of them. And then they close their curtains, which are like 2 inches thick, and then they love living like a mushroom inside of darkness. So you're not that far, but I would give some more thought to your self-assured, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but
Well, yeah, no, actually, I would.
More, yeah.
No,
Anyway.
I would like to ask about that. Not to push back, but I guess just because I've always been told my whole life, in architecture especially, like, look, even if you know it's crap, be confident. Just go there and present it, because you don't want to get up there and be like, oh, I don't know what I was doing. And I mean, yeah, the north facade, that was compositional. And I mean, I think I said that in the presentation. Maybe it came across wrong in the presentation, and maybe that's the wrong idea, is to do that for composition purposes only. Maybe that's not strong enough to justify a screen, but it was. That was it was
I don't really know
purely compositional.
I don't know what that means.
But
you
I guess
also have
going
a
back
bunch
to
of circles. Aren't those trees you planted in there?
Yeah,
that's compositional too. I
but
don't know.
no,
It's the same. It's yeah.
I really the question, sorry, I sidetracked this a little bit there, but the question I really have is about the confidence. Like, what does that look like to be sort of intentionally unself-assured? Because like, I mean, obviously I've presented with a huge lack of confidence before because I didn't have it. And I've gotten to this point where I'm like, yeah, I'm a little more confident in myself. Okay, I'll present, with a little more confidence. But to be sort of like, I know I haven't thought this through enough. I'm going to present it, but not be too confident. I don't know, what does that look like? Like I'm not trying to argue. I just want to know.
Yeah. Maybe just you were self-assured when you talked about the energy building providing enough heat, heat onto that west side of the building. I just don't buy it, because I look around at all these buildings on Poitras, and I'm sure they're doing it through massing, through materials, through really efficient glazing that's going to mitigate a lot of that heat that you're worried about. So you kind of bypassed it. So that maybe that's what irked me a little bit, that I would have maybe either got some other help, or why don't those other buildings have massive amounts of screens? So yeah, I told you I didn't want it to seem like nitpicking or being overly critical, because you have a massive amount of work here, and your strategy, what I like about it is you followed it through. And you looked at New Orleans courtyards as your inspiration, which is, spot on. So I'm not arguing with any of that. It's more just, you have to admit the photos of your cellophane in the interior courtyards were not, that was not your better work. Those photographs were not as alluring as your others. So I would, it seems like I'm badgering you now, but I'm not, I don't mean it to be that way. I want you to be, I actually want you to have more self-confidence. And the way I would do that is I would prove to Dave why you have so many screens. But that's not just you. That's just about everyone I saw today. Before I started here today, I took out my Google Maps and I wanted to find out exactly what north was on here. So I had some confidence about what I was going to observe. But
I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay.
I was really just curious. I've never received that sort of criticism before, so I was wanted a little more clarification as to what exactly you're saying. Yeah. But I think I understand now. I think that's really helpful.
I would love to ask folks, anybody in the class, what percentage window to wall area ratio does the EDR building have? Anybody venture to guess?
It's a lot more wall than window.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I'd say it's 45% glazing.
Yeah, I think, Dom, it's actually in the 30s.
I was going to say, I'm guessing it's low.
I think it's like 35 to 38.
Call Steve Dumez.
Yeah,
that's a window they use over and over and over again, and I'll bet he's got a really good reason why they use it. And it's not just visual appeal. It's I think because it lowers that ratio so that they can pack their walls full of insulation.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And in New York, they've made it illegal to make completely glass buildings. So that should tell you something.
And then
Right.
I think if you looked at their south elevation, isn't that where their parking is? What's on that back elevation? That's picking up most of their heat. So, again, I hate to sound like I'm nagging on this, but I don't think louvers are the solution to all our problems. I think it's using the tools at hand, but also looking at things. Like it really bothers me that because of somebody like FEMA or insurers, that we all have to worry about that 3 feet of damage that's inevitable. And then we take over our city sidewalks and we build these either amazing ramps, which I think are the antithesis to what history tells us in cities. And then we're somehow happy with that. And then, unfortunately, Daniel, you planted all those trees, which I'm not anti-tree, but that was the crowning blow for me, that my sidewalk is gone. So, you're creating this thing on Poydras, which walk Poydras, and I don't think you're going to find that. I don't know, prove me wrong, but you've really done an incursion on Poydras here, which it's maybe not your best street in America.
I guess you need about 8 feet clear, right, for a sidewalk in an urban area to be really traversable.
Oh, okay.
So that's just, I mean, street trees are great. Don't not do street trees. It's just you have to make sure you make enough width to still have a sidewalk that can be navigated. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I think it's like 6 feet right now, so that could be. I think that could be bumped up if the trees aren't even all the way to the street. So
that could be
yeah,
right.
and I mean, without trees, it's I don't know. To me, I'd rather have a narrow sidewalk with a tree between me and the car than nothing between me and the car.
It just seems graphic to me at this point in time. No offense, but before I would do that, I mean, that's not what this project is about. It's not an urban design only project. It's, you've been successful at what the general terms of this project are, which are, life safety. It's figuring out egress. It's doing all these things, which up to now, you guys have all been let off the hook. I mean, this is where it gets serious, and it's where circulation and items like that have to be reckoned with. And so I think you've been really good at handling that, but just be advised that technique that you're using, I mean, I don't know if you're from New Orleans, but if you walk around and then ask people at city planning of the legacy of this taking over of urban sidewalks and ramping them, or come down to what they call the bywater on Burgundy Street. There's only one instance of that, which they allowed them to do, which is a ramped entry to a condominium project on Burgundy and Mazan. It's an oddity, and I don't know. They didn't bother asking me what I thought about it, but I think it creates a precedent, which there are other solutions to that as well. But
I think
that's not really where I headed my discussion with you.
Yeah, I think it's
over accuracy, technical accuracy to prove a point that you're trying to make. And in this case, it's a very good one about mitigation of light, heat gain, everything that's eating up our energy and causing us to die as a planet. So next time I want a really good animation of with 100% accuracy of the effects of sunlight on your building, and not just in March. Just 4 times during the year would be enough for me. So I'm gonna hold you to that next time I see you. But Daniel, good work. Don't get me wrong. I'm here as a critic, not as a complainer.
No, yeah.
I
appreciate it.
Can I maybe piggyback? I want to agree with David that obviously, of course, screens and louvers are not the answer to everything, right? What I do want to say is that I think this is, and I do see, Daniel, that, in some places this was more of a compositional aesthetic, driver, maybe with respect to the application of some of these screens. However, what I think you have here is like a really nice language. Like you've developed, through this process that you've been, I think, really articulate in explaining to us. You've developed a beautiful language, aesthetically, and a beautiful, like, compositional language of using these screens. And I would say, I don't think, just because screens and louvers aren't always the answer, I don't think we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, I think the next step would be, to David's point, okay, take this beautiful language you've created and just apply it to the places where it's most needed, right? So, I mean, I feel like I'm really just reiterating what you just said, but David, but, I think on the north facing, not only the Poitras wall, but the north facing sides of all the courtyards, we see then less screening, less louvers, less of this language. And then the language changes in response to the actual solar conditions of each side of the courtyard. Then I think it's totally
like fine. And not only fine, I think it's wonderful to have this beautiful screened language. It's just that the screened language needs to be used in response to the climate, right? And if it's, then I think it can be both compositional and, you know, like environmentally effective. And it's late in the day, so I'm not articulating myself beautifully, but I think what you have is this lovely aesthetic study, and all you got to do is like then apply the science to that aesthetic, right? You know, use the climate to dictate your composition a little bit more, right? So that we're seeing less of the screen where we don't need it, more of the screen where we do need it. And Dominique, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to state a third time, glass is R3, right? So you're never going to get to where we need to get in terms of sustainability with an all glass building. Louvers or no louvers, exactly put where you need them to be for solar purposes. So I want everybody to really remember that. New York City has made it illegal to make an all glass building, whether it's louvered or not. So just let's not keep doing it, right? It's, somebody once said like an all glass building is equivalent to just a log cabin in terms of the technology of the amount of insulation and performance characteristic of it. So it's gorgeous, I'll give you that. But just please remember that glass is not a great performer, and it makes us absolutely dependent on our HVAC systems. One last tiny little thing, the daycare center on the corner, I think is just the wrong spot. It should go so that the kids can go outside and play in one of those courtyards. And that I say this as a global comment, right? Again, not to pick on you, Daniel, because I do think it's a very rigorously thought through project in terms of the concept.
I mean, as your shield, right? We don't get to have these discussions unless there's this much work that we get to react to. I think, you know, you can see the progression of thought from the outside street envelopes back to the inside courtyards. I think, Dom, that's what you were talking about. And then really a lack of time to get back to the outside, other than, you know, understanding that what I was studying on the outside elevations maybe is more applicable for what needs to happen on the inside. You know, Dave, as far as the models go, I know that some of the cellophane and some of those studies, you know, that weren't presented great, but that's what they were, those models. And those study models I thought were helpful on this whole envelope issue. And I'm pretty confident that as the thing progressed, that north elevation would find its way to being more of a I want to say more, I guess, traditional or quiet elevation, not just a screen, not just an application, and certainly not all glass. I think the bottom is all glass. We talked about the daycare, Daniel. That's an add. That's an addition to the program. And you can see in there is kind of a catch in the daycare of maybe a way to work your way around the 3-foot plinth. There's an interior ramp inside that daycare, primarily because there's no other way up to get into the courtyards. So that's the real criticism in my mind, right? So using that as an out rather than incorporating that corner into figuring out a way to incorporate that corner into the plinth leads me all to this notion of of what you show and the precision of thinking is important for your presentations, right? So, you know, the trees, I think, are a good first mark in the potential for street landscaping, right? And they're on the column grid, and it makes sense. It's just it's a replication that happens. It is in this moment of this project to kind of start to make a stake in the ground that has to get further studied. And with all of the context and texture that your project has, that without that, it might have been a miss, but putting it there without thinking about it, whether or not there's enough place to go north or south on the Poitras side maybe was a miss, or having it there maybe was a miss. And it's something you can think about now, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dave brings up a lot of good points about the questioning. It's kind of our job to question some of the rules that we're given to do. So this 3-foot plinth, this 3-foot elevation is a rule that we have to follow, right? It's mandated in the studio. It's mandated by zoning, and Dave's right. It's mandated. It was 18 inches and now it's 3 feet downtown. Mandated by FEMA all new buildings, and it's a very, very difficult thing. I've watched people fall on these kind of split sidewalks because there's no rails, and it is kind of turning downtown into this kind of weird gymnastics, sidewalk gymnastics, and it's something that you can consider as you move forward. Right now, it's you can blame me for saying it's got to happen. You got to have ramps. You have. I said it over and over again. My grandmother needs to be able to go to all these spaces and not feel like she has to go to the back door to get into any of these spaces, or all the way up to the top floor. But I agree.
As Mary Ann pointed out, if you go to the CAC, you don't have to do that. You do it on the interior. And, I hate to say it, but, you can't push all the burdens out into the public. I mean, it's doable to bring that as a requirement inside the envelope. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the form of all of the buildings, you can kind of see this horizontal, this plinth, some kind of entry. I think Daniel's entry, Dave, are more New Orleans, more akin to New Orleans, kind of going through small openings into courtyards rather than having big gestures on the corner, on the right side, on the northeast corner or the northwest corner. And that's to be commended, right? I think that's to be commended. And those courtyards, I think, actually are pretty nice spaces, and there's pretty nice spaces within them.
Sure.
Some of those renderings are a little sterile for me, but I still think that they're good places. We talked about, Daniel, this idea of the glass. You can't have clear glass as spandrel panel, right? That's not going to work. And there's further study that has to be done with all of those, especially with that envelope. Like you kind of hammered home quickly this idea of the geode and the courtyard and how to handle office space and how that was going to parse out on the lot. Right. So then it became about section and really envelope. And there are tools that I don't even have, that I don't use, that you all have, that can really be precise about sun. So like Shauna, the reason I love the idea of a sun catcher is because it is the antithesis of the things that we're all trying to do with horizontal louvers, right? You want to keep the sun out, you're trying to block sun. How are you going to do that at the same time and have an energy efficient building? That's the kind of struggle, right? That's the issue with saying I have a sun catcher, right? Where does that land? That's what I want to know, right? That's the hard part. So, study and really work to figure out what those things are. And the work is in the drawings and the models that we made, to understand your proposal in front of other people and in the world, and what's going to be a good proposal and what's going to be a mediocre proposal and what's going to get just left by the wayside. Does that make sense? Anyway, it's like the 3Ds, the Daisy, Daves, and Dominiques of the world held up the end of our marathon review. I really appreciate it, all of you. You've outlasted some students. I got some students here and some that are supposedly online, but you never know. Any closing comments from the three of you? From any of you online?
I just think it's a great scale project for this kind of a comprehensive studio. And I love that you included a public plaza into the program to kind of force that urban design sort of component to it. We always say the space between the buildings is as important as the building itself. And I feel like some folks really embrace that. And yeah, it was great to see.
Yeah, I think my closing comment, yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed really every single project here today. They all have something in the way of thought relative to design. So maybe they wouldn't be the absolute best if we were looking at urban design, but in terms of, you know, the problem at hand, which is to really do architecture, you know, that part of architecture that no one ever tells you about before you start to study architecture, which is the real essence of it. And it's how do you go through it and survive working in it or living in it. And I think that's what was good in the discussion today. But there are all these other things which, you know, references to other solutions, references to other means of dealing with environmental issues, other descriptions of how work might be, or what work in the future might be, since this is an office. I mean, just as an example, the projects I've really liked are the ones that do open up the ground level and have opened up territory which is normally considered private property to the public. It entails some dangers, like the people who have no place to live are going to come in there for respite from the heat or rain. And I think that's a good thing. And I think the solutions of opening up the ground were the projects I particularly like today. So yeah, I think this is a good start for better projects.
Daisy, any closing comments?
I'm trying to think. I just have a lot of empathy and sympathy for you guys because it's not that many years ago that I was in your position, and I know it's exhausting. So I hope you get a lot of good rest over the next few nights. And I also want to say that I know for some of you who still have some more time at Tulane, there are some great opportunities to take courses, whether it's Urban Build or the small center with the design build studios, where you're actually getting to put things together. And when I think back to when I was in your shoes, honestly, this is like a little embarrassing to say, but even at the end of comprehensive, when I had drawn all these details, I still don't really think I knew how a building went together. And I'm still learning it every day. Like, you know, we still learn for our whole lives. So I guess if I have any encouragement, it would be, do try to take one of the courses, even if it's just like a little weekend workshop. Do as much work as you can in design build before you get out of school, because I think that's where you really, really learn, even more than you've learned in this very difficult semester, how things go together. And that has been really helpful for me. I don't think it was until I actually started like putting walls together in Urban Build that I started to get what I had been drawing for the last couple of years. And I say this with such humility because I can't say that one semester of building a house in Urban Build taught me everything about buildings. But I encourage you guys to avail yourselves of the curriculum Tulane offers in designing and building things. Because I think it's a really helpful like complement to everything you've just learned this semester.
And congratulations on making it through, because this is not an easy semester of your lives, for sure.
All right, Dom.
I'm good. I said my final, but yeah, no,
Awesome.
just great work, everybody. Totally agree. Comprehensive. I've taught it before, and it's a tough one for sure. It's a big accomplishment.
All right, thank you all so much. Dom, when you come to New Orleans with Robert, we're gonna go out. Dave, Daisy, since you're around, I'll find you.
Thanks, Nick.
Everyone.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. Really
Okay.
appreciate it, Dave.
Take
Thanks,
care.
Dom.
Bye.
Bye, Daisy.
Bye.
So if I just shut this down, does it stop the YouTube?
I think you can stop streaming.
You stream